What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say? What do I always say, dude? What do I always say? 30% of Americans will agree on anything. Say the line, chat. It's like a muscle. There's no shot. Don't tap the glass. We've been talking about women's rights for far too long. How about it's time for women's wrong? Meritocracy is a fucking lie. Blammo. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, never give up the nukes. Rule number 3, if America or an imperial superpower tells you you have nukes, drop everything and find nukes. They want their biases to be confirmed. Kids are no content, okay? Let people be cringe. Show me the fucking pay stub. Just be fucking normal. Holy shit, dude. You go to the gym that much, you're gay. Every guy can be a 7. Absolute bananas mode. Yes, the reason why What Do I Always Say is probably the most said line in this channel is because I unfortunately have to repeat myself every single day. Being a Twitch streamer, especially a leftist political commentator, living in the United States of America and consistently talking about issues that pertain to like American existence in contemporary society, means that I have to repeat myself sometimes numerous times over the same hour, over the same broadcast, and certainly over the course of a year or multiple years. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 25 get the subs. Decked out the wazoo. In our current capitalist economic system, the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. Society prospers when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. The only phrenology I believe in is cop skull. I am your dad. I fucked your mom. That's precisely why you can look back at videos that I have cut from like 2016, 2017, even before that, and look at the exact same arguments that I am using back then and have it apply perfectly, unfortunately, perfectly into our current existence. If you're going to do an accent of people who have like been historically colonized, you have to do it well. That's crazy. You have to do it well or else it's racist. That's crazy. She waited. She literally waited for the intro to be over. That's so funny. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. Okay. Okay. Fat ass. I can't believe it. I'm timing it now. No, she waits. She waits for the intro to be over to be like, okay, time to get off. Time to jump out the bed. I love the long hair and the beard look. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny and actually very warm California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday, Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, and it's about to be over. 2025 is about to be over. The year's about to be over. And we are live. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 77 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, ladies and gentlemen. It is 28 degrees apparently in Mamdanistan. At least you have Zohran Mamdani. What do we have? You got 28 degrees, but you got Zohran.
This way, Mr. Mamdani.
We got 77 degrees, but we got Karen Bass, and we got gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom.
I can play the role of maiden. I offer you.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't realize I was in this. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are dumb for this.
Foul tarnished in search of the Elden Ring. Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table.
The name is Mamdani.
finished Elden Ring, dummy. You actually mean Fox News will air this to prove his violent past. So you have to choose the AOC ending or the Hasan ending, Law. Yeah. I didn't finish Erdtree, that's true. I didn't. I have consistently avoided the DLCs on every From Software game. The DLC, Dispatch, MGS, we have so many gaming problems to keep. Okay, gaming frogs, you guys are being extra annoying because I started playing again and you have not stopped. Like, you get a little crumb. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, ladies and gentlemen. We're live, we're alive. It's personal news time. Obviously, not much is going on. You already know. Not much is going on in my in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Was all of this planned or just a happy accident? What, this? Hasan wearing this next to the AT&T logo? When it's known that they fucking hate him is so amazing, especially now the photos are on Getty, which means the media might use them for unrelated articles about him. No, it was not on purpose. No, why the fuck would it be on purpose? I just don't think it's as big as a deal this year. Who knows? If you game today, your pimples will disappear. No, they won't. Anyway,
Charlie.
What the fuck is this? All right, we're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Yes, I'm aware that there's a Chinese World War II game about fighting Japan. I know, I saw it. It's fucking awesome. It looks dope. I'm very excited. I will definitely play that. But yeah, personal news-wise, I ended the broadcast yesterday after a short half-day Hasi ass stream, giving you unfortunately 8 hours, well 7 hours and 50. Okay, 7 hours and 50 minutes. And then what did I do? Honestly, nothing. I had dinner. Oh, I had a photo shoot. The reason why I ended the broadcast, that's right. I had a photo shoot with a newspaper that did a profile on your boy. And I've been doing a bunch of photo shoots lately. I had a magazine one too that's like gonna be very weird, very strange. Fan cam has popped the fuck off. Praxis is back. Oh my god, this one got 90,000 likes. Let's freaking go, fam. Oh hell yeah. I was an early reposter. Let's be real. I reposted this early. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, I did the photo shoot. I was basically dying during the photo shoot. Hopefully it looks good. I don't know if it will because I was so tired. And after the photo shoot, I watched more Severance. I'm almost done with season 2 now. I'm almost caught up with Severance, and it's very exciting. It's very cool. I like it. But I went to bed early, and I went to bed early, and then I woke up at like 3 a.m. or 3:30 a.m. and I couldn't sleep again. And I think it might be because I busted my internal clock. Like, I genuinely, I have been watching Pluribus, but I haven't seen the last episode yet. So it's, I don't know. I didn't think that I would be impacted by what people call jet lag because I'm goated, right? That's what I thought. But it turns out maybe the entire month. Unk mode? Brother, I was literally all around. I was scouring the entire planet last month. Okay? I'm sorry. That's a little crazy. 5 Chinese cities, Dublin, Belfast, freaking DC, New York, back to LA in between. Anyway, Hasan, China is ruled by autistics. Vindicated. Oh, this bridge. This is true. But everyone thinks you're scary, but you're just a dude who likes bridges. Just a guy who lived in Iowa, by the way. Just a guy who first lived in basically the Hubei province, which is Iowa of China, and then just lived in Iowa too. Yeah, just a dude who loves infrastructure. Hasan, you could live in Iowa too? No, thanks. Yeah, I woke up and I kept watching Severance, low-key. I just kept watching Severance. Hasan, you're so peak. Thank you. Thank you, chatter. And went back to sleep, played a little bit of basketball in the morning. Let me tell you something about basketball, by the way. When I don't ball, this is Unk status, okay? Couple things about basketball. Unk status number 1. LSK has been blowing up my phone. For those of you who don't know, I'm talking about Chris, who is 6'10", basketball content creator. For those of you who don't know, who I skunked last year at the Jesser tournament for 2 Hype. Okay. And if you recall, apparently that experience actually kickstarted his journey of like just, you know, getting back into great shape, putting on muscle, just absolutely destroying fools in the creator clash and stuff. He's just been playing his face off, and he just keeps hitting me up to be like, yo, let's ball. And it's crazy, but like I straight up told him today, after months and months of ducking him, I was like, listen, dude, ever since that game happened, I've been on a downtrend, and I know you've been training. I know you've been on your training arc. I've been on a downtrend. You're gonna destroy me. I mean, he's gonna let his nuts hang, okay? He is going to destroy me if I play with him. It's going to be, it's not even gonna be a contest. And he wants to do a rematch, but I can't. I'm down to do a rematch with him when I'm like a little bit better. Right now, I'm not, okay? When you're 34 and you stop balling for like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks and you're traveling too much, you lose all cardio. I lost all cardio. I played for like 40 minutes today, and my face is still red from the lack of oxygen, okay? You know, back hurts. Dude, you're 34. There is no getting better, man. Back hurts. Belly protruding. Bro, you got lucky. Don't give him a rematch. I know. I'm going to take that to the grave, dude. Phillip Rivers is 44 and about to be back in the NFL. If you can do it, my goat can. You're not Vince Carter, little bro. You don't got one more in you. No, I got one more in me. No, I just need to get on steroids, I think. That's why I need to get on steroids and do a roid arc, hit the TRT button, maybe some Ozempic on the side. I don't know. Just like a cocktail. I'm kidding. Bro's been training. Don't Ozempic, it'll paralyze your stomach. Yeah, I'm actually. Bro, get on TN 3 hours in the gym daily. Brain is 60% fat. Do not take Ozempic or you will post nonstop on IG stories. You're being attacked on TikTok.
Chinese foods?
Oh, I know. I already reposted. I saw it yesterday. I got called out. Okay. I got called out pretty aggressively. By this guy, by this HasanAbi head. And honestly,
you met me at a...
I will say it. I'll say it like it is. Why do I need enemies when I got HasanAbi heads like these, okay? Straight up.
A very specific time in my life. A very Chinese time. 你好，美女。你想马上结婚吗? I love high-speed rails so much. Yeah, I'm Chinese. Yeah.
This is fucked up, bro. This is fucked up.
No. I've decided to be. Dude, let me put you on. Okay, let me put you on. It's so good. 故事来，我是中国人. Is that how I say it?
You know what? Sometimes holding up a mirror to my face is what hurts the most, okay? Anyway, what is this is the Charlie Kirky.
I spot the perky. Charlie Kirky. I Charlie Kirky.
Dude, Hyperpop is back. This is the greatest transgender revenge is hyper popping Charlie Kirky. Okay. It's straight up. There is no greater revenge. There is no greater revenge. The revenge of the transgenders. I just popped a perky Charlie Kirky. That's crazy. Seeing the meme reaction is enough to convince me never to be a public person, because if I get clipped, what do you mean? There'd be multiple meme songs made about it? No, it's yeah. Listen, before the Charlie Kirk assassination, I used to say, like, I don't really give a shit. If I die, I die. Who gives a fuck, right? But like after the Charlie Kirk assassination, I realized I can't die anymore, because it's not about the friends and family you leave behind and how sad they will get, but it's about how embarrassing it will be. Okay? Going forward, it's just like, if you die, your legacy is just always going to be this. You can only go out old age, washed, chopped, unk style, surrounded by friends and family, in a demonic, in the ways that most of these demons go out. You know what I mean? Like Dick Cheney and shit. Just, that's the only time motherfuckers don't do this to you. If you go out young, they will destroy you. They will cook you. Because most of these young people don't know who the fuck Dick Cheney is, so they don't know to make memes about him. You know what I mean? Have you seen the Zoran Elden Ring mod? Yes, I just saw it. I know Jose made a banger video about the sharp fall of Ben Shapiro. I'm gonna be watching it. It's a part of the fucking whole package that I got. It's right here. MAGA's going crazy. MAGA loses after Tucker Carlson buys new home in Qatar. Ben Shapiro's fall off. Tim Pool's fall off. We got it all on the docket. We got the Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes thing too. I'm already cooking memes in case you do go out. That's crazy, man. You guys, bro, you guys need to be my Fedayeen. You need to be ride or die. You need to be defending me, not fucking playing into it. Not freaking playing into the haters. Today's the day that Candace Owens will finally tell her dedicated and loyal followers her side. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about. Didn't you do Nick Fuentes and Piers Morgan? No, I didn't finish it yesterday. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but there's a couple parts of it that I will actually go through as well. Does she add up more conspiracy? I wonder. I thought this was a fucking meme. They are forcing AI ad shit onto my old TV. What is this? The Cinnabon employee who was fired for calling a small couple the N-word in Wisconsin has now received $130,000 in donations. Okay, honestly, you want to know what the silver lining of this is? The amount that she was able to fundraise is less, which means Trump economy is hitting white folk now. Okay. I made a doll of you. Please open the P.O. box. That sounds crazy, but oh my God, that's incredible. Okay, that's fucking fire. What the hell? Oh my God. That's sick. It's so jolly in the background. Thank you. Lafufu Ozan, I need one, honestly. At this point, people should just start taking these videos and sending them only to their boss or corporate so that these people still get fired, but no fundraising. Yeah, that's not going to happen. They will find a way to make it viral. It's not going to work that way. But regardless, where was I? Oh, personal news wise. Yeah. I mean, I talked about basketball and all this stuff, but, quick question. What's your opinion on Jasmine Crockett running, even though she's taking zero APAC money, but votes and glazes Israel still? Yeah, I'm not the biggest Jasmine Crockett fan. But she has a lot of TikTok fans. Like, I don't know. I just, like, I don't understand why. I'll get into it. I'll get into the Jasmine Crockett stuff. Okay. Ben should be able to fall off. Hogwash. Jasmine. Hold on. Hold on. NF Piers Morgan. Jasmine Crockett drama. Is Jordan Peterson dead yet? I think so, but I don't know. As Cristobal said, ignore her at your peril. Don't say anything too bad about her. She got stands. No, I know she has shooters. I know they get really mad. She has shooters even in this community, and they get so mad at me. They're like, "You're fucking hateful. You're hateful towards a black woman." It's like, no. I just don't like her politics. Like, this is not, it doesn't matter what anyone's background is. You should know that by now. This is 2025. I think we've moved beyond this kind of politics. You think Benny Johnson fucked JD Vance? I need your take. I don't think so. But I mean, he is gay for sure. Benny Johnson outed. That's another right-wing drama situation. Do you think Tallarico is a better choice? It's just very strange because here's the thing, okay? If Jasmine Crockett had all of the Jasmine Crockett qualities, right? Loud, outspoken, confident, right? Bold, fighter, right? But then on top of that, had good politics, or at least had a crumb. If she gave me a fucking crumb of left populist politics, I'd be like, okay. Like, that's something. Like, give me something. Give me anything. But she gives me nothing. Even Greg Kazar has that background. You know what I mean? Even though he also... even though Greg Kazar is also, I think, somewhat disappointing on issues that pertain to foreign policy, but I don't know. Right-wing drama, Benny Johnson outed, Tim Pool bankrupt, Ben should be able to fall off. Hogwatch. Benny Johnson outed, question mark, Tim Pool bankrupt, Paramount bid for Warner Brothers dispatch later. Get in now. there is this like strange phenomena. Yeah, dude, if Jasmine Crockett even had like Elizabeth Warren politics with her style, she would be a much more dangerous candidate for the Republicans in Texas, right? That's what it is. And it's crazy because like Tallarico on the other side, I get bad vibes off of too, but he does do the left populism a little bit. Okay. He does do the left populism, but then on his background, he's got like Miriam Adelson money. And that also freaks me out. Like straight up, as far as like, if I were to put Tallarico versus Graham Plattner, this is going to piss off a lot of people because like I've been very critical of Graham Plattner as well, even though people think I'm, dick riding him endlessly. I would say I trust Plattner more than I trust Tallarico. Maybe I'm fucked up for that. But like Graham Plattner's commentary on its face, without his background being called in the question, which obviously should be, but I'm saying like what Graham Plattner says right now is infinitely better and infinitely more in line with what I want from politicians than what I even hear from Tallarico, who definitely is more woke or more left populist in from Texas standards. So I don't know. Oh yeah, you're gonna get shit on for that one too. Woke Nazi over Adelson money. Well, okay, but fucking Adelson is a Nazi. Like, what do you mean? Woke Nazi who's anti-Israel. Okay, woke former Nazi, first of all. Woke former Nazi tattoo having, BlackRock mercenary, or Blackwater, mercenary, versus a guy who's still got a Texas preacher who gets money from, one of the most powerful Nazis. It's just not great. It's just not great. Things are not great. Do you see what I mean? Do you understand why I feel a little odd about all of this stuff? I feel a little strange about all of this stuff. It's just kind of like it's kind of like a mid-off. Exactly. That's my vote choices. I mean, it's Texas, so you just got to do what you got to do, You just got to see where the cards fall. So, anyway, do we have a blast off meme? I'm going to put that on there, and then we're going to get into it. We're going to get right into it because there's a lot going on, and there is... fucking Texas, man. Freaking Texas. There's so much potential and always squandered. Yeah, Texas. All options are shit. Open presents with 25 gifted. Let's go. We're never getting Blexes at this point. At least it's not as bad as Allred. Like, I do feel like Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico are still better than Allred. It's, dude, how bad are the options, man? Like, think about how bad the fucking options are. No wonder people still talk about that first Beto run, okay? No wonder people still talk about that first Beto run as this, like, pivotal moment in Texas politics, because he just genuinely was marginally to the left of everybody else. That's it. Like, for the first time, they were like, oh my God, this guy is seemingly somewhat normal. And obviously his career fucking fell apart and everything he did after that was dog shit. But that first run was so exciting for people because they were like, oh, he's kind of chill and also seemingly progressive. And he had all the motion, he had all the momentum. And I totally understand why people were like, the more I look at current Texas candidates, the more I understand why so many people really believed in Beto the first time around. Okay? the guns thing broke his election. Yeah, I mean, he went nutty mode on that. It was pretty crazy. Brother, if you're going to run on, I'm taking away your guns in the state of Texas, then you might as well fucking say, like, you know, I think we should reappropriate every American military base and restructure the military into being, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers only or something. Because, like, it's such a fucking insane take. Like, at that point, you should not just say Medicare for all. You should say, like, I'm going to jail every insurance executive. Do you see what I mean? Like, use it on something that's actually impactful. If you're going to fucking go on, like, we're not just doing modest gun control. We're coming to your home and taking away your guns. You know what I mean? Might as well offer the entity of Texas to Oklahoma. It's just one of the craziest things that you could run on. It's one of the craziest things that you can run on in the state of Texas, right? So if you're running on that in the state of Texas, you might as well run on fucking Medicare for all. These guys would rather say we're gonna shoot you at your home if you own guns in the state of Texas before they say we're doing Medicare for all. You know? It's fucking crazy. I was muted. Is this Beto? The Republic of Texas can't do it without a lot of work. Isn't there agreement to join? Logs, please. The libs are going to say that leftists are attacking Jasmine and calling it misogynoir, but every single criticism I see from the left about Jasmine is that she's been openly an Israel glazer and she has no clear policies to speak about. But like you literally said, she has such great qualities, including her being a strong black woman. That is a shame. She has no good policies to back her up. Yeah, I just need a crumb. I need a crumb from Jasmine Crockett, please. Like, it sucks that she's like a fighter. She's anti-Trump. All of those qualities are so great, okay? And she has a decent presence on TikTok. People seem to really love her. But like, you're squandering it. What the fuck? Just give me something to hold on to, man. What the fuck? She should get a Nazi tattoo. Yeah. Show me some bipartisanship. No, but like it's Jasmine Crockett is the 2016 era resistance lib, and it's genuinely it is genuinely a sign that things have deteriorated even further, that the 2016 era liberalism is still seen as like this bold, radical step in the right direction by liberals. I don't care for her too much. She's the Kamala of Congress, say a whole lot, but stand for literally nothing. No, she's definitely more outspoken than Kamala Harris is. Like, she's definitely more of like a clapback, like hashtag resistance clapback style candidate. She's definitely better than Kamala on that front. We need young communicators. She can be that person. The problem is she stands for fucking nothing, okay? It is annoying. And also, obviously, she is 17 billion times better than Ted Cruz, but that's not the point. We're talking about the primary, right? Like, we're talking about this is what we are talking about. She said Latinos who voted for Trump have a slave mentality, and that's why they voted for him. I'm going to be honest with you. That is what I mean. As far as like the gaffes, that's not necessarily a bad thing in this day and age. Like, anyone that fucking does like outrage baiting off of that shit is just silly as fuck, okay? I've heard Latinos in this chat say worse shit about their fucking immediate relatives that voted for Donald Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's what I mean. Like, that kind of shit is actually not a bad thing. That's like low-key kind of a good thing. When she said like Greg Abbott was Governor Hot Wheels, like that's raw. That's fucked up. Okay? It's not necessarily a bad thing that you got someone who like says stuff like that, okay? Bro, she literally said Greg Abbott was governor of Hot Wheels. I couldn't believe it. I was like, God damn. I mean, hell yeah. It's fucking awesome. Her recovery on that was kind of bad. Like, she didn't land it. She didn't stick the landing at all. But like, it just sucks that on the policy front, which is the thing that I do care about, she is just ass. We all call Abbott Hot Wheels for years. I know, but that's us. We're not politicians. Okay. It's a little different when you got a Democrat in the state of Texas saying that. Like, that is, it's why Trump is so popular. Yeah, but I mean, you know, there are differences here. Okay, there are differences. You can't be just all clapbacks. Trump is not just popular because he's all clapbacks. He's also popular because he taps into a very important policy frequency: white supremacist, anti-immigrant rhetoric. Okay, the fuck. Like, that is policy. Build the wall is policy. It's not the best policy. You know, it's not good policy, but it's policy nonetheless. It's something that people are invested in. Anyway, yeah, let's start out with Jasmine Crockett. And also, the New York Times is like talking about how we need to be more hawkish, which is expected from the New York Times. So ass. But yeah, Jasmine Crockett came out and had a couple moments. People are very critical of her. I'm gonna say the good and I'm gonna say the bad. Okay. From the jump, let's start with the biggest negatives, right? The pros and cons. The biggest negative is her policy platform is kind of ass. It's not even kind of ass. I'm just going to be honest. It's really bad, actually. It's really, really fucking bad. It's not even Jasmine Fetterman Crockett, because John Fetterman actually was like at least lying about being progressive on a lot of issues, right? Your blast off tweet redirects to some ad? Wait, what the frick? What do you mean? Oh, shit. Oops. You're right. I didn't spell Twitch correctly. I updated it. Oops. I misspelled Twitch. I was so excited to fucking blast off and get started on politics. There's so much going on in the background today. Yeah, because it's Christmas, dude. I'm Christ cucked. I'm the most Christ cucked Muslim out there. You don't understand. Fuck Twitch. I don't fuck with Twitch. HasanAbi. Okay, Raw Girth Minerals. You've been in here for 58 months. You've been fucking with me. Premature eblastulation. Okay. So Jasmine Crockett, right? One of the things that I'm obviously very frustrated by is the fact that, you know, she is pro-Israel, right? She's pro-Israel. And it's crazy to me that, like, Israel has actually played a big role in buying out a lot of fucking black congresspersons on the Democratic Party side. Well, that's where all the black congresspersons are, let's be real. But they have done this, okay? They have straight up done this. Like, some of the most powerful, they've done it across the board. But the expectation obviously is that you know, black congresspersons could be more progressive given their own personal background and personal experience, experiencing white supremacy, right? Experiencing white supremacy in the United States of America is supposed to be it's my expectation, at least, is like, okay, like, I want to vote for you because I assume that, like, your lived experience is going to motivate your worldview, is going to guide your worldview, it's going to motivate your policies. Did I miss the Black Israelite discussion? No, that's not what? No, that's not what I'm saying. Come on. Let's be real. I know this is a touchy subject. Everyone's going to fucking yell at me and clip me out of context here. But, like, Peace. The expectation is that people that go to Israel, especially black people that go to Israel, are going to have a Ta-Nehisi Coates style like revelation where they look at the situation, they go, what the fuck is this? This is apartheid. What are we doing, right? And it's I mean, there's also like obviously the Israeli version of white supremacy as well. It's a little bit different, but it exists. I think another part of this is how the internet has focused so much on AIPAC. Yeah, I know. That's why I get so fucking annoyed by just AIPAC, like people focusing on AIPAC. It's not just AIPAC, okay? It's not just AIPAC. AIPAC is basically the most like popular version of this problem, but there are a million different subsidiaries and all this stuff. Black people are not a monolith. No, of course black people are not a monolith, but black people, every single black person has experienced white supremacy in the United States of America. While black people are not a monolith, every single black person has, to a certain degree, experienced white supremacy, whether they recognize it or they don't recognize it. So that obviously is supposed to be, no, not even black Republicans. That's just how white supremacy works, right? It's such a foundational part of the American experience. So for that reason, the lived experiences, especially of black politicians, my assumption is going to be, you know, that they will see what Israel is about and be like, this is fucking bullshit. Like, I know what's going on here, right? So it's always confusing to me when I see the Congressional Black Caucus take certain decisions, or if I see like power players in the Democratic Party be so pro-Israel like Hakeem Jeffries. It's just very frustrating, okay? Very, very frustrating. Jasmine Crockett is another example of this, right? An example of the type of scrutiny Jasmine Crockett has escaped so far. She was sufficiently pro-Israel at the start of her time in Congress to be featured in a tweet from the IDF's official account standing in front of an Iron Dome battery. IDF posted this before October 7, of course, but we hosted a U.S. Democratic congressional delegation organized by AIPAC, led by House Minority Leader Representative Jeffries and Representative Steny Hoyer. The delegation toured an Iron Dome battery and Hezbollah's terrorist tunnels in northern Israel. We held productive discussion on shared security challenges. And it doesn't end there, because Jasmine Crockett has been questioned about America's allegiance to Israel and allyship to Israel, and she has straight up said, like, no, Israel is a very important ally. Israel is a very important ally. She is to the right of the average Democrat at this point, I think, unless she has some new takes when she's running. This is an indication to me, because I'm not a single issue voter by any means, but like Israel is a very good example of like not listening to the base, right? For me, when I see a Democratic politician look at the issue of Israel right now and still take this like dodgy ass position, I see it as a litmus test. Like, if you're doing that for Israel, you're not going to do anything for your voters. You're not going to do right by your voters at all. You're not going to give a shit about your constituents, because your constituents are literally saying like, fuck Israel, right? I'm not doing this assessment on some moral grounds, even though you absolutely can, and many people do, and that's understandable if you do that. But for me, this is beyond that, right? I wear many different hats when I'm doing this kind of political commentary, and one of the hats I wear is an assessment of performance, right? I'm looking at this from a pure performance basis. In this day and age, at this stage, when Gavin Newsom is out there talking about, oh, I've never taken money from AIPAC and I never will take money from AIPAC, right? Like, when he's saying shit like that because he has ambitions to run for office, to run for the presidency, when you got the governor of California saying shit like that, and a lot of people don't realize that refusing to speak at AIPAC was a controversial moment for fucking Bernie Sanders only like 5-6 years ago, okay? That was seen as like a crazy thing that Bernie Sanders would refuse to speak at AIPAC. And now you got Gavin Newsom being like, fuck AIPAC, because he wants to run for president. In that environment where the attitude, the popular sentiment is shifted so dramatically against Israel, when you still have Jasmine Crockett talking like this, I see that as a major litmus test. Also, yeah, I know. He's taking JPAC money. It's California's top pro-Israel super PAC. I know. You're talking about Gavin Newsom. Yes. Gavin Newsom has taken money from Israel. He's just fucking saying, oh, I wouldn't take money from AIPAC. Like, he's performative. And also, not only is he performative, but also the reason why I'm using that as an example is because he's doing performance in the direction of anti-Israel. Okay? Do you understand? He is doing performance. He's doing a performance as a dedicated room reader in the direction of anti-Israel sentiment, which means there is clearly a lot of demand for that kind of sentiment. For me, this goes beyond Israel. I'm not making a single issue argument about Israel, even though many people will see this as such, and it's understandable. Okay? Because it's such a ridiculous thing to still be in support of. But it's not only immoral, not only is it unimaginably immoral, it's also idiotic. And that's the reason why I think it's a very good litmus test, because if you're anti-Israel, when your fucking constituents are demanding that you, if you're pro-Israel, when your constituents are demanding you be anti-Israel, then why would you ever be in favor of Medicare for all, for example? Right?
Tired of us sending money to Israel.
I understand. I also think that if people are going to vote as it relates to foreign affairs, which typically is not how people vote. People typically vote based on how are the gas prices. Okay, but how do you feel? You're a person. You're a politician. How do you feel personally? The tactical, the electoral calculation here, like, oh, people don't vote on foreign policy, is bullshit. Because he asked you that question not on the basis of foreign policy. He asked you that question on the basis of how Americans do care about Israel. That is the most prescient way to cover the issue of Israel. We are giving Israel billions of dollars, and they're doing a lot of fuck shit. Okay? Like, yes, it's correct. Americans don't care about foreign policy, but that's just, Americans don't care about foreign policy when we're like going out and doing wars and stuff like that until it gets really unpopular, and then that's all they care about, right? Having said that, Americans do care about like giving unlimited funds to Israel. They don't fucking like it. So anyone that says, "Oh, Americans don't care about foreign policy," actually, well, they're it's a cop out. Like it's a total cop out. How are my housing costs treating me right now? What's my job situation looking like? Those are the things that typically drive our elections and how people decide how they're going to vote. When you start talking about foreign affairs, if that is going to be kind of like the precipice for determining whether you vote or who you vote for, then I want people to really dig in to foreign affairs, right? Like, and ask the question, which I think is a fair question. I think it's a fair question of all the money, is to ask the question of, well, why do we send money to Israel? Like, what is that about? And learn about the fact that this is an allyship that existed before I was around, before, well, no, the president was a baby. He was still around, though. But it is an enduring relationship and learning the history of the region in and of itself. And I would argue that the most disputed land in the world is that land. And it goes beyond the Palestinians and the Israelis, but I mean, you can go back to the Romans. So one of the scariest things for me, if I'm being like 1,000 right now, which my team will. Oh God, it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. She's never been super smart. I've never been a fan. No, she actually is. If you think she's not super smart, you're fucking silly. Okay, you're getting lost in the sauce. You're getting caught up with the aesthetics. And if people were to say that you're a little bit racist for that, there's good reason. She's literally a fucking lawyer, man. All these politicians are fucking way smarter than you think they are, okay? She's just presenting herself a certain type of way to be more palatable, to be more appealing. Of course she's fucking smart. She's just bad. She's smart. That's why she's bad. Do you understand? Also, you can be smart and not be able to dance around this issue. She's failing to dance around the issue. She's doing a fucking bad job at, she's doing a very bad job of dancing around the issue because this is one of those issues that's black and white. That's it. Again, that's a great idea in theory, but primaries are literally used to determine the best option moving forward. Why wasn't it an all or nothing victory when they decided to wheel out Biden or a shutdown, win nothing, show for it? This isn't team sports. Republicans and MAGA are doing active damage to the country. It should be a victory at all costs at this point. Yeah, that's why we're talking about this before the fucking primaries. What are you talking about? There's a primary structure that's going on. What are we doing? Is every election calculation going to be the same? People coming in here and being like, you didn't want Kamala. You were being so critical of Kamala. Yeah, if Kamala Harris were to listen to some of the fucking arguments that I was presenting, maybe she would have been able to put forward a stronger fucking candidacy and actually defeat Donald Trump. This is my job. Okay? This is my job. Like I said, there is a lot that I actually would like about Jasmine Crockett. Some of the things that actually a lot of white people despise about Jasmine Crockett, I like about Jasmine Crockett, okay? She's bold. She does clapbacks. She's unafraid of, saying shit that is very polarizing at times. I like that, okay? I like all of that. That's good. Democrats want a fighter, okay? Like, Jasmine Crockett will literally call Marjorie Taylor Greene a racist bitch, okay? And that's the energy that I think a lot of people want right now, and that's a good thing, okay? The problem is she's only a fighter on the aesthetic front. And if you are going to be a politician, if you're going to be a senator, you need to be a fighter on the policy front first and foremost. That's the most significant part of your fucking job, okay? So her pros are great, On paper, she has a lot going on. At least in a first glance. But the things that matter the most are still going to be anchoring yourself around identifiable policies, okay?
Will beat me up about this later. But if I'm being 1,000 about this, when you think about, and because of the conversations that I've had, if the United States says we will throw away our 75 plus year relationship with Israel because we don't like their leader, then if we end up with Trump, we set a precedent for all these other allies to throw us away, because I have heard from other allies.
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, it's such a, what the fuck? This argument is so dumb, dude. Oh my God. I'm sorry. You did not think this through at all. This is the worst way to try to fucking defend Israel, which is already an indefensible project, especially for Democrats. Okay? God damn, that shit sucks. God damn. I mean, I don't know at what point she said this. Obviously, it's not like, obviously, it must have been somewhat recent. Like, it's not, because she has the bleach blonde bad body t-shirt, which was her quote against Marjorie Taylor Greene. Anyway, the point is, you can't look disingenuous, and you can't look too self-centered. And unfortunately, I think in the absence of any sort of tangible policy position that you can associate her with, she will come across as disingenuous to maybe not her super fans, which she has cultivated a legion of, but to the other voters that would vote for her, unless she makes it out of the primary, it's going to be I mean, I don't know how she makes it out of the primary with this shit.
Nations that they don't fucking like Trump, right? If we lose our allies, now I'm looking at the vulnerability of us, the people that elected me, and I am concerned about whether or not, like, we live in a bubble. You talk about bubbles, we live in a bubble. Because on both sides of us, we got...
Mike says something. Liberals see language not as a way to understand each other, to share moments or anything good. To them, language is a tool that makes people give them what they want. And some of chat falls right in every time you weren't here to pick them back up. Jasmine plays a good game for someone so politically inept but not dumb. I don't know. I think... I mean, I don't think many people have seen this. I haven't even seen this before. So I think that's probably the reason why. Because a lot of people have only seen her highlights, her highlight reels, right? And some people that have seen her highlight reel don't like it. They think, oh, she's loud. I don't like that black woman, you know, like that. Some people feel that way, right? There's like a lot of racial animus. And then some people see that and they really like it, right? And I think, like, the thing that's been... I've been very critical of Jasmine Crockett for a long time because I've always maintained the position that, like, you can't be all smoke and mirrors. You can't be all flash and no meat and potatoes, right? That's the problem. She has the showmanship, which can be polarizing at times, but I think the base wants that, right? They clearly respond positively to Gavin Newsom doing that sort of thing. But she doesn't have the bare bones policy backing. Like, there is no... this has been my major gripe with Jasmine Crockett from the start. I always say, anytime I see her popping off on the timeline, what do I always say? I say, look, it's great that she's like sticking it to the Republicans and she's really telling it like it is, but where the fuck's the policy? Okay? Like, we're not trying to sell t-shirts here. You're a politician. You're supposed to fucking have actual tangible goals. Like, you have to fucking make people's lives better. That's what you're supposed to do.
Water and North and South, we got pretty decent friends, right? Like, we closer with the people up north than we are the people down south, but either way, we got friends.
And this is policy, by the way, for the record. It's just really dog shit policy. This is a bad defense of really bad policy. A policy of being pro-Israel.
On both sides, right? That don't mean that we are liked in this world. Like, a lot of people hate us. But it's about being able to flex. Like, oh, do you want to play with us? It's like, think about, like, those people that used to go to your school and they had, like, the biggest family. They had all the brothers and sisters. If you decided you was going to fight one, you was going to have to fight the whole family. Right. So you, like, forget that. I ain't finna do that, right? But, like...
My dad got mad at you once for talking about how our dancing on TikTok wasn't helping us. And he was like, dancing is a protest that's been part of us always. And I had to explain to him, well, yeah, I know that and understand that as a black woman myself. But she literally wasn't helping us at that time. And Trump, I believe, still got his way. Yeah. Stop defending her, bro. No one's going to call you racist. This shit is what got us Kamala. Wait, what? Defending her? Yo, can everybody fucking just take a deep breath and try to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you listening to any of the words that are coming out of my mouth? What the fuck? First of all, I already started the conversation. If you think that people aren't going to call me racist for any sort of criticism, you're out of your fucking mind. I already know that that's going to happen. I'm telling you, I don't give a shit about that. Okay? And secondly, you're being weird as fuck about it, especially because I already am criticizing her. The things that I'm criticizing her on, however, is not the aesthetics. The aesthetics, I don't think, are a negative here. The aesthetics, as a matter of fact, given where the base is is actually a positive for her. Okay? The issue here is perhaps the most consequential problem at the heart of the Democratic Party. Okay? She doesn't have good policy prescriptions that she can anchor her charismatic campaign run around. Okay? Like, oh, we have to flex our military power overseas. Like, who the fuck wants that, man? People, like, she got it right over here, okay? She got it right here. People actually don't care about foreign policy. People care about, like, how am I gonna make rent? How am I gonna put food on my table? She's right. And then she goes back to, and that's the reason why we have to defend Israel, because we have to flex on our enemies. There's a lot of people who hate us. It's like, oh, what are you fucking saying? What are you saying? I just don't understand it, especially because she's currently wearing a t-shirt that says bleach blonde bad body, right? Because she dunked on Marjorie Taylor Greene and a lot of people liked it. Marjorie Taylor Greene is more woke than she is on Israel. How the fuck is that the current affairs in the United States of America right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm sorry. That is unacceptable. Wake the fuck up. God damn, dude. What game are we playing here? Marjorie Taylor Greene, under no circumstances, should be better than a Democrat trying to run for fucking Senate on Israel. Okay? That right there is a major fucking issue. Be adults. Do you want to fucking beat Republicans, or do you just want a crumb of power so you can fucking get lobbying funds and send your children to the best schools and make them wonderful participants in this devastating, destructive, self-destructive capitalist structure? They're saying Crockett has nothing going for her, yapping it up amusingly as a net zero value. If your policy's dog shit on every single topic, there's no need to give her any credit. To be honest, she got nothing of value to add. No, I think there is potential. The problem is she's squandering the potential for bullshit. And squandering the potential for bullshit like this is actually not just like, oh, another Texas race loss. This is like, at a certain point, becomes life or death. Okay?
That don't mean that we are liked in this world. Mm-hmm. Like, a lot of people hate us. Mm-hmm. But it's about being able to flex. Like, oh, do you want to play with us? Mm-hmm. It's like, think about, like, those people that used to go to your school and they had, like, the biggest family. They had all the brothers and sisters. If you decided you was gonna fight one, you was gonna have to fight the whole family. Right. So you like, forget that, I ain't finna do that, right? But like, if it's just one kid, we may go jump you, right? That's the difference. And so
Bro, do you not realize that the new meta is that being anti-Israel means you're a Nazi? Notice how all the crazy people like Candace are the only voices of reason when it comes to Israel. It's by design. Yeah, except that's not working. And the only thing that's doing is making people go, okay, I'm a Nazi then. Do you not understand that? Because you're not going to be able to shame people back into a pro-Israel position. That's not going to happen. No, that chatter is not actually on copium. That chatter is right. If you noticed, all of the most popular anti-Israel voices, with the exception of someone like myself and maybe like Zoran Mamdani and maybe a handful of other people, every single anti-Israel voice that gets nonstop coverages is Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay? Why the fuck do you think that's going on? People don't realize that, like, simply associating all of the top anti-Israel voices with like anti-Semitism is not actually going to make Americans go, you know what? This is embarrassing. We really got to be more pro-Israel now. No, it's making them go, well, I guess we agree with them because they're the fucking loud and proud and bold voices on the anti-Israel cause. Because the major issue changed already. Okay, you can just keep blaming TikTok over and over again until the cows come home, but it's too late. It's too fucking late. How many times does Rashida Tlaib get to talk on television about her perspective as a Palestinian American? her anti-genocide position. How many times does Ilhan Omar get to talk about that? They brought up Ilhan Omar because Donald Trump has been directly attacking her, saying she's a parasitic garbage person that needs to be deported and denaturalized. But on the issue of fucking Palestine, these are like, the media is rarely picking these voices as leaders in this cause. And when there are candidates that are getting their moment in the spotlight, like Zohran Mamdani, and they openly use that moment in the spotlight to criticize Israel, people still fucking turn around and try to punish them for it. They try to get them to shut the fuck up. They endlessly cover how anti-Semitic they might be. Oh, Jewish feelings, Jewish feelings, Jewish feelings, over and over again. It's so sinister. It's so cynical. People are annoyed with this stuff. Average people see this stuff. Even the dumbest guy you know sees this stuff and hears this stuff nonstop and goes, okay, I don't give a fuck about Jewish feelings. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's fomenting anti-Semitism. It's galvanizing and legitimizing actual anti-Semites. Toothpaste is out of the fucking tube. People really need to restructure their commentary. At most, if they were smart, they would try to retreat back into a liberal Zionist position. You know what I mean? An advocacy for an Israel that doesn't exist, but at least in the Western world, they could like retreat to a liberal Zionist position and be like, well, you know, Israel does a lot wrong, and, you know, maybe we should dial back our support for it or something like that. But instead, they're just going full tilt like it's fucking... Like it's 1978 or something. Like they think that there is a level of control over the media messaging here, where you know, the State Department opinions are just repeated ad nauseum, and people just go, yeah, you're right, Israel is our most valuable ally. It's the most moral nation on the planet. Oh my God, we have to do unconditional defense for Israel, and if I don't do that, I'm an anti-Semite, and I'm actually scared to be called an anti-Semite. Like, it doesn't work that way, okay? And I do think that because Americans are so they're so one note, and they are so easy to convince, and they do care about the aesthetics quite a bit. Like, I think more than ever now, anti-Zionist Jewish voices need to be as prominent as possible, like on the fucking forefront, to be like, listen, we're Jews. This is fucked up. This is ridiculous. You know what I mean? If you want to truly combat anti-Semitism that's growing, you got to put fucking anti-Zionist Jews on billboards, okay? Because the average American does not believe that that an American Jew cares more about America than Israel at this point, and there's polling to prove it, okay? I saw Matt Iglesias point that out on a poll. They did a new affinity poll about 18 to 34-year-olds, okay? Asking them, you know, what they consider is anti-Semitic policy prescriptions. And the overwhelming majority on every fucking ideological boundary said American Jews care more about Israel than they care about the United States of America. Every single one. Every single fucking one. How do you think we got here? It's because every fucking outlet, from the far right of the Nick Fuentes of the world down to fucking CNN, CBS, all New York Times, and all liberal news, is consistently saying, if you actually say some shit about Israel, you're going to hurt Jews' feelings, okay? And if you constantly fucking repeat that over and over again, yes, Americans are going to look at that and go, I guess Jews care more about Israel than they care about America. All of these Jewish advocacy groups, in unison, actively defending Israel's interests, actively saying that if you say something about Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Taking out ads, synagogues and rabbis taking out ads on New York Times, being like, we're actually super offended about this candidate taking the majority position. I don't understand how people don't realize, like, how bubbled in can you be? How much tunnel vision can you have that you don't realize that you are actively pissing people off against all Jews, okay? Yeah, here it is, the Yale polling. Look at this. Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than the United States of America, okay? The 18 to 22 demographic, 16% strongly agree that Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to the United States of America. 18 to 22%, 30% agree, 36% disagree, 35% neither agree nor disagree, 22 to 29, 24% agree, 38% disagree, 40% neither agree nor disagree. This is the voter sentiment, okay? This is like a broader outlook amongst generations. I mean, look at the 65 plus percent. You still got 16% somewhat agreeing to that sentiment. Okay? There's a Harvard or a Yale youth poll that came out. Didn't you just yesterday make fun of the Republicans for thinking they could control people's minds by scooping up all the news media organizations, just saying, not attacking? No, this is a demonstration that it's not working. That's my point. All it does is create more resentment. That's it. If you scoop up all the media outlets and then keep pumping fucking pro-Israel sentiment, keep consistently saying, if you say we shouldn't give billions of dollars to Israel, then every Jewish person is going to get mad. Jewish feelings over and over again. People look at that and go, okay, I guess American Jews care more about Israel than they care about fucking the United States of America. Do you not understand that? That it doesn't work. It actually doesn't get people to get on board. It doesn't get people to be on board with like giving money to Israel. It doesn't make people go, you know what? You're right. I should be considerate to Jewish feelings. It makes people go, why the fuck am I constantly hearing about Jewish people's feelings? What the hell is this? Especially when it comes to, this foreign allegiance. Anyway. Is Kai shedding like crazy currently? It's shedding season. All right, let's finish off this Jasmine Crockett piece, and then I'll talk more about that as well.
A lot of us, it's history. It's also thinking through possibilities in the future, and those are the conversations that nobody really wants to have and talk about. But it will set a certain precedent for allies potentially leaving us if we were to disagree and just be like, well, we don't like your leader. It's all about the relationship between the people and the countries. It's not about who their democracy elected. Because frankly, I have heard from a lot of leaders, and they were like, we thought y'all had lost y'all mind. And so once we got Joe Biden back, they were like, okay, y'all back on track. And now they're like, what are y'all doing?
Do people not understand why the Somali jokes are popping off? The general public understands the absurdity of Israel? Yes. And it's ironic because mainstream media can't even talk about the Somali jokes that are going super fucking viral right now, all over TikTok, all over social media, because that would require them to talk about how the Zionist argument is fucking ridiculous. Yeah. This has been the number one thing on the timeline, and yet I have seen zero news coverage about this. Okay, they talk about how, the Somali population is under attack and stuff, but they never talk about the fucking memes. And the reason why they can't talk about the fucking memes is because, I saw this. I don't know what the hell this was, okay? To dislike certain ethnicities is racist. To see Jews as equal is anti-Semitic. I don't know what the hell this article is, but every now and then, this is an old article, but every now and then there will be a guy. Okay, there will be someone that writes a fucking insane article on Times of Israel that I feel like is like every now and then. It's from 2022. Listen to me. Every now and then, because Zionism is a supremacist ideology, okay, there will be an article that slips through, what was it? Fucking the other one, Jerusalem Post, famously being like, well, southern Lebanon actually is a part of Israeli territory when you think about it. And, or Jews need living room. Like, you know, every now and then there will be an article like this that makes people go fucking insane. It is what it is. You know, there is a lot of diversity of opinion here. It's not, I don't place a lot of emphasis on shit like this, but getting back to Jasmine Crockett, okay? This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous argument. Here she says it'd be one of the scariest things to stop giving taxpayer funding to Israel because we don't like Netanyahu. That would endanger the 75-year allyship between our countries. And for me, when I see this, not only do I find this to be morally repugnant, okay? Not only do I find this to be morally repugnant, but I also see it as something even beyond the moral repugnance. I see this as like an incredibly fucking stupid way to run a campaign. It shows me that you are not invested. It shows me that you are not invested in you know, being a good politician, being a decent politician that cares about that, even cares about the impact that her policy agenda might have on voters, or even cares about actually winning an election beyond trying to win with her own methods. It's, you know, she has more charisma than Kamala Harris, 100%. But that was a very big problem with the Democrats in general, and certainly was a big issue in the Kamala Harris campaign run, when she did not just want to win unconditionally. She didn't want to just defeat Donald Trump. She actually wanted to win with the allegiances that they cultivated. And they lost for that reason. They were fine with making the tent larger on the Republican side, but also reducing the number of people to their left flank. They were totally fine with that. They thought, this is how we're going to win. We're going to win with the Liz Cheney constituency. That was non-existent. And you can't win elections like that. You will keep losing to Republicans if you do this. Okay, so there is an electability argument here as well that's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, here it is. This was another moment.
How will you make voters who previously voted for Trump, particularly given that you have been an outspoken critic and he has inserted himself, just take your campaign video as is. He has inserted himself at every turn when it comes to your commentary. How will you convert those who are supportive of him to voters for you?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll necessarily convert all of Trump's supporters. That's not our goal.
Do you need to?
Our goal is to definitely talk to people. No, we don't. We don't need to. Our goal is to make sure that we can engage people that historically have not been talked to, because there's so many people that get ignored, specifically in the state of Texas. Listen, the state of Texas.
Guys, hold on. Okay? She's not wrong. It's just, this is unironically the Bernie method, okay? Except it's not going to fucking work if your top donors are private healthcare companies and you're not anti-Israel. How the fuck do you think you're going to get low propensity voters in the state of fucking Texas without hitting any of the popular positions? Her policies are the opposite of things that low propensity voters care about. People who are low propensity voters, who you do need to bring back into to you know, your campaign, are only going to respond not because you're fucking, you know, dunking on Republicans or whatever. They're only going to respond to your campaign positively if you take popular positions that they don't get to hear from other Democrats, other establishment Democrats. It's fucking ridiculous. This is why I'm saying it's like, it's squandering all the confidence that she has. She's telegenic. She has the capacity to be charismatic, and she's just wasting it away for fucking bullshit ass establishment, no politics, having ass positions. Okay.
This is 61% people of color. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of good folk that we can talk
Jasmine
to.
Crockett W.
We
I
know
love
that
Jasmine
when Beto
Crockett.
came really close, Beto, who is a progressive, we know that he got 65% of the Latino vote. So what did they do after that? They specifically went after Latinos. We know that he got close to 90% or right there at 90% of the African American vote. So honestly, what we need to
So how is she not stupid then? It's not about stupidity. It's more sinister. Okay? It's not. It's too self-absorbed and too self-interested.
do is start talking to the vast majority of Texas. I think my message is very much a mainstream message. I don't know who disagrees with the fact that affordability is a real thing, except for the president who says it's a Democratic hoax.
So, again, I noticed this even with, no disrespect to Afton Bain, but I noticed it was even Afton Bain's campaign, right? Just simply saying affordability is not going to fucking work. Zoran didn't just say affordability. Oh my fucking God, I hate liberals so much. It's not just saying affordability. Affordability is just a word, okay? Where are the policies? What are you going to do? Zoran had plans, okay? Even if they were far-fetched. There were policies. Put the policy in the bag. Put the policy in the fucking bag. Affordability when it comes to healthcare is a major problem. It's actually a very salient issue right now. There was a whole government shutdown battle that revolved around it. What is your policy on healthcare? Medicare for all, single payer. Do it. Say it. Say you're going to ride for it. What are we doing?
But when somebody goes to the grocery store nowadays, whether it's in East Texas or whether it's right here in Dallas, Texas, or whether it's in Austin or West Texas, let me tell you, they are looking at those grocery prices and they are thinking we deserve better. Knowing that we do the amount of trade that we do in the state of Texas, yet right now there are these unwarranted tariff wars that is directly impacting us, knowing that we do agriculture big in Texas. We do everything bigger in Texas, but we do ag big, and understanding that we are hitting record-breaking bankruptcy filings by our farmers. Listen, my message is real simple. I'm looking out for you, your survival, and the survival.
The absolute worst thing that could possibly happen here is like, and I totally can see this happening because like I've already experienced this in my own community as well with some Jasmine Crockett defenders, is like, is people refusing to listen to what I'm saying, and then the broader message turns into like, oh, you're racist, you're doing misogynoir, okay? And some people will be doing that, of course. Many people will be doing that. It's fucking Texas, and she's a black woman running for a Senate seat as a Democrat. That's going to happen. But if people automatically take that defensive stance, even when it's true, right? And I said this about Zoran on an identity side that was personal for me as well, right? If Zoran Mamdani from the start talked about Islamophobia and how devastating it was, you know, or how damaging it was, he wouldn't have had any time to talk about the policies. That is the reason why he was able to build a coalition, right? And I worry that this will be the only fucking line of defense, because in the absence of any sort of policy prescriptions that she's running on, okay, all that will remain is people saying, people criticizing her style, and then defenders of Jasmine Crockett turning around and being like, you only care about her style because she's a black woman. So tariffs have nothing to do with price and affordability? No, it's not enough. Also, you said she's still way better than most of the Democrats. That's fucking bullshit. She's literally not better than most of the Democrats. What are you talking about? Every Democrat has criticized the tariffs. The fuck?
Of your kids as it relates to affordability, being able to actually go and access healthcare, being able to send your child to school.
The only area where she's better than the Democrats is that she is bold and outspoken and takes it like, you know, gets in the faces of Republicans. She is a fighter, at least on the aesthetic side. She is optically seen as a fighter. And on that front, and she's young. So on that front, she actually is better than a lot of Democrats. Why do you keep calling her bald? Man, shut the fuck up. I'm saying bold, B-O-L-D, okay? It's good. People want that. People need that.
Being able to afford a roof over your head. If that's not, you know, what Trump supporters want, then fine. Then they absolutely won't listen to me. But I'm here for the everyday person, the person that's not the billionaire on the list that Trump has decided to take care of, but the people that he left sitting out in the cold, just like he did when he...
Is Jasmine not a fighter? I was under the impression that she is. Yes. The reason why you are under that impression is because you've seen the TikTok clips of her yelling at Republicans. And that's a good thing, right? That's the reason why she has a lot of, you know, popular vibes around her. Okay. But it's not just that she is that's why I said that's her pro. Okay. But the cons are pretty significant. Okay. She's great at clip farming, but where are the policies? Because if you are not defined by the policies that you're advocating for, then you will get fucking destroyed. Okay?
Decided to be sworn in, and he decided that Inauguration Day, he would have it inside, while so many of his loyal supporters were outside.
Okay, you're great here. Okay, great. You're here for us. Can you tell us how? I already said it. Come out with an anti-billionaire position, taxing the rich, paying for more social safety nets in the state of Texas, saying that you're going to expand on the availability of housing, not with a public-private partnership, hopefully with some more government initiatives, and most consequentially, I think, Medicare for all. This is a Senate run. You can say things like that. You're not running for... You know, you're not running for mayor of New York. Link up with some tenant unions. Post up with some labor unions. Run on shit like that. Identify a couple major policy provisions, major policy prescriptions, and keep spamming them. Okay? How about opposing this AI regulation ban? Oh, there's also, yeah, she's also like, she's a big crypto person too, right? That's what I've heard. Anyway. Low propensity. She says she wants to activate low propensity voters, which isn't wrong. Left populist. These people. Are pro-Israel. You type like my parents? Oh, shut up. I'm old enough to be your parents. Then I guess we're just fucked in Texas. Cool. No, I mean, Sam is, and I also want him to tell us his view of him. I don't really trust Talarico either, but at least not on the aesthetics front, but at least both on the aesthetics front, but more so on the policy front, he at least like leans into the left populist policies a little bit. The thing that I'm actually worried about with Talarico is the Miriam Adelson donations. You know? Yeah. Her voter record is not great. 20% progressive bill, less than 20% progressive bill sponsorship. She really sponsors progressive legislation. Real progressives write and push bills. They just don't vote after the fact. She accepts crypto PAC money, over $2 million in backing from crypto industry super PACs. Voted to pass the Genius Act. She went to Tel Aviv, which was paid for by the AIEF. Right here it is. American Israel Education Foundation. That's the photo that we showed back in August in 2023. I don't really care about saying that, like, Latino voters that voted for Donald Trump are demonstrating slave mentality or whatever. Yeah, it's a bold and polarizing statement, but I don't think that's like necessarily going to be bad for her. Tallarico is principleless, so your argument can convince someone like him. The problem with Crockett is that she's an ideologically committed gigalib. She's a worst case scenario kind of Democratic Party figure. Yeah, it's a stupid statement. No, I don't care about that. I think that in and of itself is not as problematic, or like calling fucking Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. Stuff like that is not as problematic as people try to make it seem to be. Because in this day and age, I think in this day and age, at least for the liberals, okay, they want someone to say shit like that. They think shit like that, and they want someone to say shit like that. And the reason why they want it is because they hear it nonstop from the Republicans. But well, disabled people don't particularly. This is what I mean. Look. Listen. Is it ableist? Absolutely. But I think we're talking about normies, okay? I don't think normies give a shit. Don't get mad at me for saying this, but I don't think normies give a shit about the aesthetics of stuff like that. Because it doesn't even reach it's not even near the boundaries of like permissible bigotry. It's way below that. Especially because I'm fairly certain that every disabled person in the state of Texas with a conscience also fucking despises Governor Greg Abbott. Well, yeah, I mean, you clearly don't. Come on, we're talking about elections, man. Please, go ahead. Do this argument about how if someone was saying this about black people, you'd be singing a different tune and experience the silliness of the counter narrative that you're demonstrating. Like, different forms of bigotry are more permissible. Let's be real. Misogyny is very permissible, for example. You can be outwardly misogynistic and it won't ding your candidacy. That's not to say that it's appropriate, okay? I'm not saying it's fucking appropriate. I'm just telling you, do people give a shit about it? And the answer is fucking no, okay? Don't shoot the messenger, please. No, you can't be a Dem doing that. That's the point. No, I think Dems want that shit. Okay? Dropsite did a video about her just now.
Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. And if you haven't followed her closely, you probably assume that she's running as something sort of like a Bernie Sanders style, like squad type candidate, one of the sort of like the radical progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
But she's not.
And that's because, she's very good at getting a lot of media attention and savaging Donald Trump and Republicans. You've probably all seen her doing that on MSNBC or CNN at one point or another. But if you actually look closely at her career, it's quite wild. She's actually basically just a corporate Democrat who is just looks and acts a little bit differently. I covered her first race in 2020. I have an anecdote about that race in my book about the squad, in which she's confronted with the question of what to do about crypto, because these crypto guys are going around the country. They're going after anybody that they thought was going to regulate them, and they were supporting anybody they thought would be friendly. And multiple people on her campaign told me that she just said, "Look, what do I have to do? Just tell me." And they're like, "Well, if you sign this policy statement and post it on your website, they won't go after you, and they'll probably give you a lot of money." She's like, "Cool, do it." That same campaign, she also attacked her Democratic opponent for taking corporate PAC money, bragging that she had taken no corporate PAC money. Within months of that, she started taking corporate PAC money, and since then has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars of it. And of course, if you're going to capitulate on those issues, you're also going to cave on Israel. She went to visit Israel on a trip paid for by AIPAC. There she is, and has overwhelmingly just voted the party line when it comes to sending weapons to Israel. So when it comes to corporate power, crypto, Israel, she's a very standard Democrat. When it comes to style,
I'm going to be honest with you. If she had done that trip, right, but then turned around and was daggering Israel for the last year, right, and was like, "Oh, I've changed my mind on this. This is fucked up." Because, like, I grade politicians on a curve, right? If she had that experience and was like, "Well, I was a green congressperson, whatever," right? Like, and I did this, but now I know that it's like fucked up. I would definitely be a lot more forgiving. Okay? But the very fact that she's still riding for Israel this far in means that not only is this morally reprehensible, but it's also stupid. You are not going to win low propensity voters with this kind of attitude. This is precisely the reason why Democrats lose on low propensity voters. Because on the aesthetics front, for the low propensity voters, the type of shit that Donald Trump is presenting, the culture war stuff, is way more appealing to them. So you have to beat them out on fixing material issues, material problems. Where's the support for Medicare for all? People more than hold on. I was tweeting about Jasmine Crockett. I'm putting, I'm getting in the fight. Anyway, so she also had this first messages like why she's running. And I'm gonna cover that as well. I think a lot of people were very annoyed with that too. Let's finish this video.
Not
real
so
quick.
much. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so that's the drop side take, but here's a clip.
Especially in this moment. There are a lot of people that said, "You got to stay in the house. We need our voice. We need you there." And I understand. But what we need is for me to have a bigger voice. What we need is not only a voice, but we need to make sure that we are going to stop all the hell of us. Especially in this moment.
She's not cosplaying as a revolutionary, for chatters who are saying that. It's ironically the opposite. If she was cosplaying as a revolutionary, she'd get more fucking support from the low propensity voters. She's just not cosplaying as a revolutionary at all. She's cosplaying as a corporate Democrat, an establishment Democrat with a younger face. That's it. That is a problem, okay? And like I said, Israel plays a major role in this. There's a reason why a lot of people see Marjorie Taylor Greene as pivoting in the right direction. Okay, there's a reason why all these people have gotten a lot of all these people on the right, on the far right, with their anti-Israel position, have garnered a lot of support. Okay? That's because people are there already. It's the popular position. You come out and you have a fucking pro-Israel stance in this day and age. It's fucking ridiculous. What the hell is this? What is this?
She ain't never been. Who else willing to go toe to toe against the president?
Yeah, this is listen. This is exactly the type of shit that like pops off on TikTok. This is why TikTok loves her. TikTok loves her, by the way. For those of you who don't know, if you're unfamiliar, the Gigalibs love Jasmine Crockett. They love her. She has tremendous support. She has a really fucking solid base of support on TikTok.
Can't wrap my head around someone who votes Republican. She advocate for feeding kids. They protect the ones touching them. Trump invading his own country with an army. What a joke. We remember Pearl Harbor by illegally bombing boats. Which I thought we wasn't gonna do nothing but they think again. They only trying to scare out of running cause they think she win. Listen, thought I told y'all we ain't never scared. Now look who name on the docket. Got 2 words for every racist bigot living, Jasmine Crockett. Everyone in MAGA isn't racist. Yeah, that might be true, but in all of history, I never seen a Nazi flag be blue.
The chatters who were comparing her to Hillary got it wrong because she has Riz. She's just race gender swap Bill Clinton 30 years later with the same brain broken worldviews. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the best analog is here, but yeah, it's not Hillary Clinton. It's not Kamala Harris. She does have more Riz. She does have more Riz than all of those candidates. Okay. This type of stuff is annoying for us, but I'm willing to bet we would be eating that shit up if she had a comprehensive pro-Medicare for all, pro-left populist agenda, okay? If she was running on that shit, we'd be eating this up. But there's no substance beyond the aesthetic flair. It's just Obama again? No, it's not just Obama again. Obama was bad because he betrayed the policies that he ran on. Y'all are talking about fucking like y'all are talking about Obama. Obama said he was gonna do card check. Like, what are you talking about? He was way more progressive with like active with the policy that he was talking about. He was fucking anti-Iraq war, daggered Hillary Clinton on that. No, it's not even a comparison. Obama actually lied. Yeah. Obama lied. People died. Okay. Yeah, Mass Stoller is correct. It says Jasmine Crockett is a generic Democrat. She's not a progressive or a centrist. She's a great communicator. She takes corporate money and crypto money and APAC money and just kind of says generic talking points and clever quips to Trump. New, Jasmine Crockett's bid is the latest on that Dems are facing a Tea Party-style revolt by progressives. Voters are very, very angry. Liberal Senators Van Hollen and Murphy are in talks with anti-establishment Senate candidates. Yeah, I don't think Jasmine Crockett is an anti-establishment candidate at all. I think that's fucking bullshit. And I don't even think Tallarico is an anti-establishment candidate. I think he's more malleable than Jasmine Crockett is, but I think Jasmine Crockett is absolutely an establishment candidate. Like, there is no... This is literally the reverse Kamala Harris of like assuming someone is progressive because they're a black woman. You know how like everyone was saying, oh, Kamala Harris is too progressive. She's too liberal. She's too liberal. Why the fuck did they say that? Yeah, because she was a black woman from California. And that's exactly what's going on with Jasmine Crockett, where people are like, oh, she's a progressive. She's a progressive. Why? Because she's a black woman from the state of Texas. Is that why she's progressive? She's not. What are we doing? There is this blanket approach. There is this blanket approach to people that I think even liberals engage in from time to time, like they're doing here when they see like when they hyper focus on the identity and the background. Your identity and your background only matter as far as how much it guides your worldview, how much it guides your lived experiences, guide your policies, your ideology, your worldview, what you are advocating for, what you stand for. Okay?
So which side you wanna choose? Me, I hope my money goes to the side that isn't trying to say affordabilities. I hope she stand on business, all 10 toes. Texas tough, don't need no more bad built, bleach, blonde, butch bodies moving forward. She ain't never scared.
126,000 likes. That's my future president right there. And it's so funny because, like, one of the things that I've seen, for example, is people talking about how, like, Zohran Mamdani won, right? Like, a lot of liberals who love Jasmine Crockett also love Zohran Mamdani. This is why I said, like, Zohran is actually very popular, much more popular than you guys would think. To the naysayers, I'm sure y'all were saying the same thing about the new mayor, like, in New York. Let the people decide. Only God knows the outcome. Let's go. Except Jasmine Crockett wasn't fucking pro Zohran Mamdani. What are we talking about? Jasmine Crockett only came out and said positive things about Zohran Mamdani after the fact. Do you trust Plattner or Crockett more? Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, that's a tough ass fucking question to answer, because Plattner's background is the problem. His foreground, what he's saying now, is not the problem. Okay? With Jasmine Crockett, it's not. With Jasmine Crockett, the issue is that she is utterly devoid. If Jasmine Crockett was running on, if she took Graham Plattner's campaign, right? Not the chest tattoo or the fucking background of being a machine gunner in the Marine Corps that was like, you know, that was tasked with like defending Abu Ghraib prison or going into Blackwater. But like the actual positive, if you literally copied Graham Plattner's platform and pasted on the Jasmine Crockett's website and got her to fucking say the same shit that Plattner is saying, then she'd be perfect. She would do LeBron numbers, okay? If she had the same energy, the same vibes, and then simultaneously was like, I'm doing this because there's a lot of poverty in my state and I want to fix it, and none of these fucking Republicans actually care about that shit. They all they want to do is suck up to Donald Trump after saying that Donald Trump was ass. They still turn around and they kiss the ring. I'm here to fucking fix that. I'm here to fight for you, regular Texans. I'm here to fight for all Texans. Doesn't matter if they're Republican. Doesn't matter if they voted for Trump. Doesn't matter if they didn't vote. I'm here for you. I think we all deserve better. If she ran on that and then said, you know, fuck billionaires, I'm for Medicare for all, I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that your rents go down, stuff like that, she would be fantastic. Okay? But yes, choosing between a reform Nazi, currently revolutionary, skeptical, or a Dem who will sell you to crypto. Yeah, I mean, that's just, American politics is literally just that. Even on the Democratic Party's primary side, it's fucking crazy. Jokic numbers. She's currently doing LeBron numbers right now. Okay, dude. Why do you have to turn this? Everyone has an agenda. Maybe the TikTokers were right. This is objectively a white supremacist community, okay? And not even because of the Jasmine Crockett criticism, but because you guys are bringing up the fact that LeBron, who recently ended his incredible streak of having 10 points per game no matter what, you're just coming after LeBron like that because it seems like a lot of white supremacists in this chat was just like waiting for the opportunity to start shitting on LeBron, and it took like, what, 20 plus years for you to finally fucking talk some shit. I don't want to hear about this, okay? Let's move on. I was talking to Buddha about this, and it doesn't count. His streak is not over because it was technically on Canadian soil, okay? It was a Toronto game. It actually doesn't count. The streak in my mind is still going on because it's like that was like an away game, not on U.S. soil. It was an away game somewhere else. We don't count those. Yeah, also it was a game-winning assist as well because he's a selfless person. He's a selfless person, and he demonstrated that he's a selfless person by instead of driving into the paint, he passed it, and it was a game-winning assist. 8 points in the USA is 10 in Canada with the exchange rate. The Earth wasn't regulation. Also, technically, he still has an 8+ point streak that's been going on. And also, I think it doesn't count regardless because, like I said, it's in fucking... Like I said, it's on Canadian soil. That doesn't count. It's not. Yeah. In Toronto, if we go by hockey standards, assists would also count towards a point. And technically, that assist should count more than a point, honestly. I like to think that it was worth 3 points. If it's a game-winning assist and it demonstrates selflessness, then technically that's 11 points overall. Anyway, let's just move on from this stuff. The Coriolis effect is different at higher latitudes. True. Okay. I feel like I'm watching Russian state TV. All right. All right. So, speaking of Israel and Jewish people and anti-Semitism, I saw this complete Jasmine Crockett possible from assassinate Trump bash. So fuck one time, and that's relatable. The word affordability with no further specifics. Pro-Israel. Oh yeah, Candace Owens is going to come out and have some choice words as well. We'll talk about that. But yeah, I will get into the Israel stuff real quick. Tuning into the HasanAbi Broadcast is just LeBron today. Okay, calm down. So, the LeBron takes are what's killing your media credibility on the super valid chart. Okay. So, couple things to talk about here. New. A majority of adults under 35 favor decreasing or stopping U.S. military aid to Israel. That figure rises to 69% among the youngest adults. This is from the Fall 2025 Yale Youth Poll. Do you favor the United States stopping all military aid to Israel, which is at 23%, or decreasing military aid to Israel, which is at 20%? Maintaining the same amount is at 31% with the plurality. But when you look at younger voters, 46% between 18 to 29, okay? 46% between 18 to 29 say stop all military aid to Israel. Between 30 to 34, 36% say all. These are incredible numbers, okay? What's really interesting to me about this dynamic also is that, one, as always, we got to get those fucking numbers up, okay? We got to get those numbers up. Too low, to be honest, okay? Too low. However, what is interesting to me is that there are not a lot of people who are unsure at this stage. 16%, 13%, 12%, 22%, 29%, 35 to 44 is the only demographic where there is like a 30% unsure about what to do with Israel. And of course, this is the case with everything. Boomers fucking suck. The older you get, the more you're dick riding Israel, whatever. Okay? So now the overall is at 23%, and decreasing military aid is at 20%. Maintaining the same amount of military aid on overall is at 31%. And increasing military aid is at 9%, with 16% saying that they're unsure. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing is, plurality of all voters and a huge majority of young voters support decreasing or stopping all military aid to Israel, yet that is still treated as a fringe position by the media and the political consultant class. But the other side of this story also is like the affinity polls or the attitude polls towards American Jews. Okay? I saw Maddie Iglesias post this, and I thought it was pretty fucking insane. Right? Let me see if I can find it. I feel like that data is sus. Gen X doesn't support Israel either. I mean, it reveals a broad cultural shift, I think, and that's what's important here. It reveals that it is the majority position to either limit or completely cut off all military aid to Israel. Israel doesn't need support. That's so funny. Yeah, no, totally. Anyway. Where is this fucking thing? Mr. Moderate. Oh, here it is. It's interesting that there's no real gradient here. Anti-Semitism just pops hard among extremely conservative young people. Except, I think what's crazy about this, there's a couple things that's crazy about this assessment. Number one, okay, these are what are identified as anti-Semitic, right? Among voters 18 to 34, self-identified extremely conservative voters are most likely to agree with statements commonly considered anti-Semitic. Now, some of these statements are anti-Semitic, some aren't, okay? And some of them are vague. Number of statements agreed with for ages 18 to 34, number of statements agreed with from A. Okay. What is this? Maybe Jasmine is still willing to fight for people who are compliance with Israel's disheartening, but it may not yet be time to defund Israel. Okay, take a day off and really reconsider your fucking idiotic position. Okay. Maybe it's not time to defund Israel. No, it's never time to defund Israel, dude. They should just keep doing genocide. Why won't you let them keep doing genocide? Why won't you keep advocating for them to do genocide, and also get the Democrats to advocate to do genocide? Please suck my dick, okay? If you are a Democrat, and I said this even during the election cycle, okay? And I was fucking right, and nobody listened to me. I said this in the election cycle. If you're a Democrat and you're not on fuck Israel o'clock, you are falling behind. People are not going to listen to you. People are not going to see you as a sincere advocate for the people. Okay? I cannot believe that we have already established that people are on fuck Israel o'clock. People are running on that timing. And you are still trying to be like, well, maybe this is not the right time. I just don't know. I just, you know. Anyway. So Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to America. This sentiment is fucking insane. Okay? It has gotten, what, 62%? Is that what it is? Am I misreading this poll? 62. Oh, wait. Among extremely liberals, they're saying like they don't agree, right? Is that what it is? 0% agree on 62%. Okay, I was misreading the chart. Oh, I was confused. This is a horrible fucking... They did a horrible job with this graph, by the way. Oh my God. Okay, I misunderstood it. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I read it wrong. I thought it was like 62% of people say like more Americans. Oh, thank God. Okay, so we're not completely cooked. What a horrible way to do this. I thought this meant 62% agree Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to America. My mistake. I thought extremely liberal people were going crazy. And it confused me because it was like extremely conservative people don't agree with that? Like, what the fuck? Is there a breakdown of this and is there a better charting of this? Is there a better graph that we can look at? Hasan, you need to acknowledge that you're more invested in the anti-Israel fight than the average person. You just over-critiqued an otherwise top Senate candidate over her Israel stance. I think you need to suck my entire dick from the front to the back, okay? Not only did I not do that, but I also explained to you that it is an understandable litmus test because at a time when a lot of people are openly demonstrating their discontent, and not only openly demonstrating their discontent, but offering favorability to people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson because they are taking advantage of the void of the anti-Israel sentiment being expressed by the Democrats, and they are rising to fucking prominence in the absence of Democrats actually boldly saying that they also want to decouple from Israel. I see this as a major litmus test because if you're not even taking the fuck Israel, if you're not even saying that that we need to reanalyze our relationship with Israel, they're not our fucking most loyal ally at all, then you're not invested in anything. You're not even invested in winning the election. You want to win with your own rules. Not only is this a basic morality test, but I'm moving beyond the basic morality. Oh, people are literally boycotting celebrities that are pro-Israel. And you're over here talking about like, oh, well, you know, you just care too much about this. No, that's not the reason. Okay? I have never said that this is the primary concern for the average American. Not even once. Okay? It's not. This is not a niche issue in the way that many centrist liberals try to present it as. Okay? But not only is it not a niche issue, it's also indicative of a person's overall opinion on popular policies. She's not even, and there is no other discernible policy prescription that you can point to with Jasmine Crockett to say she's actually pro, worker, or she's actually in favor of, the average working man beyond she says fuck Trump a lot. Okay? Do you understand? That's why I said she's also not in favor of Medicare for all, for example. That's another clear-cut example that she is not invested in adopting real, discernible policies that she can be associated with, that people would go out and vote for her for. It's so ridiculous. In short, she is not a socialist. Is that a socialist position? Really? That's the socialist position now? Wanting people to have health care is the socialist position? Oh, Hasan, you're making perfect the enemy of the good here. What the fuck? And what is the good here? A crypto pack backed candidate with no real fucking tangible policy prescriptions. What are we, fucking crazy? God damn, people are so ready. People are so ready to fucking dump everything. So instead of supporting the Democrats, the plan is to nitpick compared to the freaking Republicans. Hey, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's a primary happening. Okay? And in the primary, you don't run against Republicans. You run against other Democrats. Did she win the fucking primary yet? No. And even then, even if she won the primary, that wouldn't change my attitude towards her fucking campaign. If she's not running on policy, she's gonna fucking lose. God damn it, people are so used to Brat Summer. All it took was for someone to actually say fuck Trump a bunch of times. Oh my Lord. This is what democracy is about. You don't vote for a politician because you like them and you want them to fucking sit on that throne or to unseat just a Republican, okay? You vote for them because you are extracting concessions out of them, okay? That's the whole point of democracy. God damn, I thought Democrats were actually beyond this point. It's crazy. Nope, they snap right back into it. Politics is not team sports, okay? Anyway, getting back to the Israel thing, a lot of Israel defenders sued themselves with this argument that the problem is just social media and news diet. I'd urge them to think about how patronizing this sounds to people of all ages who sincerely are upset and angry about the very real documented bloodshed in Gaza. If you want to make the counter argument, great, make the argument. But don't tell people that the death toll, the airstrikes, the starvation, the civilian casualties were just totally made up and expect them to be convinced by that. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Hillary blaming TikTok for the turn against Israel. 77% of Democrats now think it's committing genocide. Shows how many liberal elites remain mentally stuck in a pre-digital 20th century media environment. But the broad mainstream authority of CNN, etc., is never returning. Fragmentation of media is actually the norm in American history. It prevailed until the big three of the network television in the Cold War in the 18th and 19th century. There were thousands of little newspapers. There is no unified, like, mainstream media and legacy publishers, when they unite on a specific message, still have a decent amount of persuasive capability, especially for older voters. We see that reflected in the polling results when it comes to Israel, for example. But the reality of the matter is most people don't get their news from legacy publishers anymore. They get it from people like myself. They get it from TikTok. They get it from social media. And in that regard, I think a lot of Democrats still think like, nah, we're gonna put the cat in the bag. We're gonna put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna control all the social media outlets, and we're gonna fix this problem. Okay. Oh yeah, this is younger voters are more likely to agree with Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to the United States of America. 18 to 22, you have 16% that strongly agree with the sentiment that Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to America. 14% some would agree with the sentiment. Jews in the United States are more loyal to Israel than to America. Okay? And this shit is growing. And they're not like, I mean, this isn't like significantly larger than even, it seems, the 65% pop demographic as well. How do we get here? How do we get here? How do we arrive at the conclusion that Jews are more loyal to Israel than they are, American Jews are more loyal to Israel than they are to the United States of America? Is it because Nick Fuentes? No, it's not because of Nick Fuentes. It's because the message from mainstream outlets is that if you are criticizing Israel, you're criticizing Jews. And that is the reason why Nick Fuentes has been able to actually gain more prominence, because he's basically saying the same thing that like Jake Tapper is claiming, but he's saying it's bad. Jake Tapper is saying that as a defensive posture because he thinks it's good. But most people don't think it's good. If you spend all your time doing this conflation over and over again, thinking that this is going to be a solid defensive posture, and Americans learn that, Americans hear that over and over again, but they already hate Israel, they're going to start saying, okay, I hate Israel, and all Jews care about is Israel. They care about Israel more than they care about America. 37% of Republicans surveyed by the Manhattan Institute believe the Holocaust of Jews in Nazi Germany was either greatly exaggerated or did not happen is a fucking insane poll, by the way. It's insane. The Holocaust of Jews in Nazi Germany was greatly exaggerated or did not happen, as historians describe. 37% said true, 56% said false. COVID-19 leaked from a lab in China, plus 38. 65% say true. 2020 presidential election was decided by fraudulent ballots or hacked voting machines. 51% say true, 40% say false. 9/11 terror attacks were carried out by additional actors beyond just Al-Qaeda or other Muslim extremist groups, likely orchestrated or permitted by the U.S. government. 41% say true, 48% say false. That's an interesting one. NASA faked the 1969 Apollo 11 moon landing. 36% say true. This is surveying Republicans. This is the answer for the Republicans. So 37% of Republicans think that the Holocaust was either, the Holocaust either didn't happen or was greatly exaggerated. Childhood vaccines cause autism. 33% say true. 48% say false. That's actually the most interesting one because this shows me that the Republicans are not as anti-vax as people would have you believe. I thought that would be much higher. I thought that'd be higher than the Holocaust one, at least. My brother is convinced Jews did 9/11. What do I say to him? You might be cooked. Depends on the vax. Okay, stop. Anyway. All right. Where was it? There was another thing that I wanted to talk about here. Obviously, we're going to do the fall off of the Republicans in a second, but let's talk about the Trump bailout for American farmers, and then I'll get to the
lifeline for.
I'll get to the Republican fall off that must be studied, because I think it also plays a role in the polls that I just showed you.
American farmers hurt by his trade policies. Trump now planning to use revenue from tariffs to pay for a $12 billion bailout.
This relief will provide much needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. And it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices.
The president blaming Democrats for Americans' concerns about affordability.
We inherited high prices. We inherited the biggest inflation in the history of our country.
One major affordability concern centers around health care. Insurance premiums are set to skyrocket next month for millions of Americans because Obamacare subsidies are set to expire unless Congress takes action. But some lawmakers say they're not optimistic a plan will come together in time.
We don't live in la la land.
The Senate is expected to vote this week on a bill from Democrats that would extend Obamacare tax credits for 3 years. But that bill is expected to fail because it does not include reforms to Obamacare that Republicans want.
Democrats' great scheme to fix health care, Obamacare, has failed. So what are Democrats proposing to do this week, Mr. President? Introduce reforms?
I hate these motherfuckers so much. They keep saying Obamacare has failed. It's like, bitch, your solution to Obamacare failing is not expanding the social safety nets and doing Medicare for all. Your solution is to continue forcing it to fail further. It's so crazy. They don't even have a solution. They just want it to fail so they can further fuck over the working poor in this goddamn country. It's disastrous. It's disgusting.
Perhaps try a different approach.
Republicans have no plan. They are so divided between themselves, they can't even put a plan together.
Welcome to a very special episode of The Conversation.
Of course, libs have hot takes on letting these farmers suffer because some voted for Trump. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't want my tax dollars going to bail out farmers who overwhelmingly voted for the man who bankrupted them. They need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop relying on government assistance they are against. Yeah, I don't think this is a solid approach. Okay. I think the appropriate thing to say is that he's offering a bailout to the farmers that voted for him after he fucked them over. And it's going to be too little too late regardless. Anyway, we got President Donald Trump, the conversation with Dasha Burns, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that yet. Okay, I'm not going to do that yet. We're going to do the fall off of the Republicans real quick before I get to that, because remember we were just talking about the Yale study and Republican attitudes in general from the Manhattan Institute study, and I think that's a big part of the reason why Ben Shapiro is fucking failing in a disastrous way.
Things haven't been going great for Ben Shapiro.
This is Jose's video, The Sharp Fall of Ben Shapiro. Okay? Has he been banned yet? What? Are you? Oh, you're talking about Asmongold? Who has not experienced a fall off at all. As a matter of fact, he's basically sucked up the rest of these, the rest of the audience that left Ben Shapiro and everybody else, for the record, seemingly. This is from Disinformation Tracker. I briefly covered this yesterday. Okay. Says, Asmongold smiles and nods as Nick Fuentes tells Piers Morgan that Hitler was cool and black people belong in prison. Watch his chat on the right erupt with joy and support. As Mein Kampf routinely praises Fuentes. They plan to collaborate, but he cries when I call him a Nazi. He's got 18,000 likes. Okay. I also quote retweeted this and said, lots of apolitical, centrist, liberal slop tubers spent the last 2 years calling outspoken pro-Palestine content creators anti-Semitic terrorists while aligning with this guy, by the way. They created fake outrage and drama every day while the right grew its momentum on Twitch. They kept saying, Hasan dominates Twitch. Woke politics dominates Twitch, as people who are ostensibly on the apolitical side or the centrist side or even the liberal side. They kept saying it, and good job. You got it. You got your wish. You were able to you know, really push for this, and it happened. Okay. Way to go, everybody that did that. Yeah, not a single dissenting voice on Twitch, they used to say. Well, here's a dissenting voice, which is ironic because the context nuke said not a single dissenting voice on Twitch, but Asmongold was already a dissenting voice on Twitch. He was already popping at that point. Okay. Asmongold is based. I agree. What is this? It sucks that the average Asmongold viewers are shut in. Oh, God. He's going to see this and lose his fucking mind. You are being too nice? No. Did Asmongold watch the nuke? Of course he did. These guys, I covered this yesterday. His community actively, Asmongold's community, that is saying that, you know, Nick Fuentes is based and celebrating that he's saying like Hitler is based or whatever, actively partnered with the ADL. They sent emails to every fucking Twitch advertiser directed by Asmongold to say that Twitch actually had, Twitch was harboring anti-Semites, such as myself, radical terrorists, such as myself. Okay? Over and over again. Meanwhile, they very clearly did not give a shit about anti-Semitism. They were simply weaponizing false allegations of anti-Semitism against someone that they fucking hate. This is classic Gamergate shit. Okay? It's classic Gamergate shit. And there was no pushback whatsoever. There was no protection whatsoever. As a matter of fact, Twitch on numerous instances actually conceded to the fucking manufactured outrage. The manufactured outrage was directed by some top content creators on this platform, Asmongold being one of them, and a bunch of top content creators on Kick and also YouTube. A lot of the slop tubers and the supposedly apolitical content creators that just farmed the whole like Hasan is a fucking Hasan is a rabid Islamist fundamentalist terrorist, a rabid anti-Semite. You know, all the shit they got millions and millions of views. And in the process of the, you know, millions of views that they garnered, okay, there was a lot of discontent around not only Twitch, but around the position that myself and many others were advocating for. Okay? And this wasn't just right-wingers. That's the difference. That's the problem here. There was a different version of this kind of commentary for every single ideological delineation. For the liberals, Kaya, nope. For the liberals, okay, it was Hasan is a spoiler for Kamala Harris. He actually disrupted the Kamala Harris campaign. He single-handedly undermined Kamala Harris. Okay? For the right-wingers, of course, it's much easier. Hasan is a Muslim terrorist, blah, blah, blah. And for some liberals, they also went that. They also were, you know, invested in that narrative. And here we are. Here we are. The real anti-Semites and the real bigots have more prominence and more protection on the platform than ever before. Okay? Here's the ADL. In the time of dangerously escalating anti-Semitism, we commend Twitch for changing the policy regarding the use of Zionist as a slur and proxy for hate against Jews. We are glad that Twitch acted on our recommendation to make this change. However, our policy is only as strong as enforcement, and we will be vigilant and appropriately skeptical about Twitch's enforcement of this new policy. People celebrated this shit. When one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after Amsterdam pogrom, the Amsterdam pogrom, remember that one? Minimizing its harm without consequence, it's clear the platform still has far to go. Every single person that participated in this kind of nonsense, actively spending every waking moment going after a prominent progressive content creator with this cynical framing, actively trying to deplatform me, allowed this space to be completely fucking dominated by the Nick Fuentes of the world and Asmongols of the world. They did. If you spend all of your time trying to, quote unquote, warn random centrists and apolitical people that are just simply invested in the drama of it all, that I am the real danger, they're not going to fucking get information from me. They're going to get their information from whoever the next best thing is. And the next best thing was a guy that they weren't actually shitting on at all. It just happened to be Asmongold or Nick Fuentes. The question I have for everyone is, if you watch, you know, the what is it, the Pegasus guy or Willie Slop Show or numerous other slop tubers on YouTube, and you get your political takes from those guys, okay? Do you never wonder, like, why there is virtually zero coverage of the likes of Asmongold, Destiny, Ethan Klein, Nick Fuentes? Very few coverage, very little coverage. At a certain point, you must realize that maybe they actually agree with Nick Fuentes. Maybe they are too afraid to say that they agree with Nick Fuentes openly, but they'll fight his battles for him. Just saying, it really makes you think. Maybe they're not apolitical at all. Maybe they're not centrist at all. Maybe they're not liberal at all. Maybe they're simply presenting themselves as liberals, but all the smoke that they have is for people who are actually progressive. That's it. I hope people at a certain point will wake up. You know? Because if they don't, right-wing sentiment is still going to be completely dominant on every platform, including this one. Having said that, moving away from the Nick Fuentes defense from Asmongold, which is the most popular side of right-wing commentary right now, we're going to move to a side of right-wing commentary that used to be the dominant force, the old guard, that is completely washed now. Ben Shapiro.
Former darling of right-wing media has been under a lot of fire from his right flank, and his once enviable position now seems very precarious. Only 8 years ago, things were dramatically different as Ben Shapiro was making his ascent. Back on November 13th, 2017, an article in the New York Times described conservative commentator Ben Shapiro as the cool kids philosopher. The article is a relatively gentle profile of Shapiro, describing him as a conservative firebrand who holds extreme views, who is finding a young audience online. There's a part of this article that has an odd echo in the present. It reads, Mr. Shapiro is trying to define conservatism at a time when its meaning is up for grabs, and the Republican Party and traditional conservative media outlets like Fox are built for older audiences. This is even truer now, but the next sentence in the article is even more interesting. Shapiro does not like President Trump, and he disagrees with his old boss at Breitbart News, Stephen K. Bannon, that Trumpism is the future of the Republican Party. Obviously, Ben Shapiro has changed his tune long since then, and that's part of how Shapiro has succeeded, a combination of being morally lucky within the context of conservative politics and willing to sit at the altar of Trump, cashing in on the rightward shift represented by Trump and knowing when to fall in line when he saw.
Except there was one issue where he couldn't fall in line with the broad popular demand from the audience. And that is Israel. It doesn't even matter that Trump is pro-Israel. He could not convince his right-wing fan base to be pro-Israel.
Where that push towards the right was actually coming from. Not people like him, but the constituency more aligned with Donald Trump. This nimble movement helped him ascend the space to be one of the most popular voices in online conservative media in the early 2020s. But his metrics have been way down in 2025. In fact, I suspect further down than the publicly available data suggests. The reasons are many, and ironically, much of it is Shapiro's own making. I want to look through some of that history and explore just how someone can go from being one of the big dogs in the conservative movement to one of its favorite whipping boys. For those somehow unfamiliar with Shapiro's backstory, the very fast version was that he was a young conservative who got a taste of the limelight in conservative commentary before the age of 20. He tried to break into the world of Hollywood and failed.
I've written a couple comedies, kind of hour-long dramedies for, spec script.
And have they been bought?
No.
He helped launch The Daily Wire, a conservative media company that had massive success in its earlier years, although its fortunes have turned as of late. I made a whole video about that if you're curious to learn more. As The Daily Wire weakens as a company, largely as a result of bad business decisions costing them tens of millions of dollars and losing key talent, driving down viewership, being so closely tied to that company has damaged Shapiro's reputation as well. Even though he isn't the CEO who has been driving some of those bad decisions, this company is still very much associated with him as a talent. Where Shapiro stands on a lot of issues hasn't changed much over the years. Going back to that 2017 New York Times article again, his positions are described like this. His views are extremely conservative. Transgenderism is a mental illness, as per the Encyclopedia of Mental Disorders before 2013. Yes, blacks have been historically discriminated against. No, institutions are not broadly discriminated against them today. The rich pay too much tax. Abortion should be illegal. Social Security ought to be privatized and Obamacare repealed. This is something I just want to mention off the top that, while Shapiro is currently losing ground to people more extremely right-wing than he is, back in 2017 he was already considered pretty far-right too. That should tell you a lot about the state of modern conservatism right now, at least in the media space. One key issue is that Shapiro has been a steadfast supporter of Israel, making him vulnerable to criticism as he continues to run cover for the obvious genocide happening in Gaza, a sentiment that became...
It's literally, I'm telling you, I saw this happening and I called it ahead of time, like Babe Ruth. It's Israel. That's it. And if he was Christian and still kind of pro-Israel, but at least could like dance around the issue, he wouldn't have lost as much support. But the very fact that he is openly Jewish and super pro-Israel, like overtly pro-Israel, is precisely the fucking reason. I said this for the last 2.5 years, pretty much. He was already on a downtrend to begin with. He was already on a fucking downtrend to begin with, but that was it. Every Republican that would not actively say, not just like Israel is wrong and bad, but also on top of that, even say that Jews are wrong and bad and love Israel, was going to get fucking pounced on.
Became more popular in mainstream media throughout 2025. In addition to that, there are several prominent right-wing creators, specifically Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, who very much hold a grudge against Ben Shapiro. As Shapiro's view numbers sharply dropped through 2025, he was motivated to respond to the growing.
Charlie Kirk's method for this was being, not Jewish, he's Christian. Okay. But then also really increasing the fucking intensity of his reactionary sentiment on all of the other marginalized identities like black people, immigrants, women, trans people. Like, Charlie would try to distract the base, right? He would distract the base by just actively beefing up the whole, like, oh, I just like despise, all these other different races. Like, I love Donald Trump, all this shit. To try and carry their attention, to try and hold the coalition together. Matt Walsh does the exact same thing, by the way. But more and more people are realizing that Matt Walsh is also kind of fake because he still works for Ben Shapiro. Okay? That's the reason why even in the Nick Fuentes video on Piers Morgan, people are shitting on Matt Walsh. Does Matt Walsh even have any emotion at all? Out of all the Daily Wire people, Matt Walsh is the only one that still has a little bit of emotion. And part of that is because he is not as overtly pro-Israel as these other guys are, but he's also not anti-Israel either. But like his avenue basically is everything but the Jews, right? His avenue is hating everyone but Jewish people, right? So I think a lot of the bigots that want bigoted content, that demand bigoted content, still kind of entertain him. Because at least he's giving them enough like hatred for Somalis, hatred for trans people, all this stuff, right? And it's really interesting because if you recall, there was a point in time when Matt Walsh was under a lot of heat from the audience that was like, Matt, you ain't saying nothing about Israel. What's up, Matt? You're still working for Daily Wire, Matt? What the fuck's going on? And Matt Walsh posted that AI, the white family AI photo that had like a sneaky swastika in it. And I don't have evidence for this, but in my headcanon, I know that he went up to Ben Shapiro and was like, listen, I have to post like something. I have to post like a swastika, please. I have to post a swastika or something, don't take it, don't take it the wrong way. I don't hate the Jews, but I have to do it because people are really, really fucking needing me to say something, or at least like dog whistle in that, I gotta deploy a tactical swastika. Did that really happen? Well, the conversation I'm speculating took place, but the fact that Matt Walsh posted an AI video of a white family to say like, we have to preserve this kind of family in America. And the white family actually had like a secret swastika in the fucking AI photo. That is real. That did happen. I'm sure someone can link us the photo real quick. That tweet happened at the peak of Matt Walsh. That happened. Like, you deployed a tactical swastika in the iDubbbz content cop. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Famously, I am also, I'm doing a really bad job demonstrating my anti-Semitism, my secret anti-Semitism, since I fight against that form of bigotry for the last 12 years. But you caught me. That wasn't even in the content cop. I think that was a random Twitter photo. But, oh, here it is. I've been in the middle of some bullshit outrage cycles in my day, but the one that you cooked up this week is probably the fakest of all. There are even controversies hounding me and demanding that I apologize for a hidden swastika someone else posted in a tweet I replied to. Just to be perfectly clear to all the slimy little smear merchants playing this game, I apologize for nothing. I owe you nothing. It was literally fake outrage. Like he basically threw this out there, okay? He threw this out there. I thought you said it was hidden. It is. It is. It is a hidden swastika in the photo. The image is like very clearly designed so that if you squint your eyes, you see the swastika. It is literally one of those like, oh, squint your eyes to see a hidden prize type shit. Okay? It's one of those magic tricks. Just squint and you will see what I'm talking about. It's very clear. If you squint your eyes and look at it, you very clearly see the fucking swastika, okay? Anyway, these people are native to Europe, not the Americas or Africa. Sounds like you need to Google what the word native means. Matt Walsh quote retweeted this and said, people who look like that have been living in the Americas for 5 centuries. If 5 centuries is not long enough to qualify as native, then how long do you need? If the answer is that your ancestors have to actually originate from the place, then nobody's native to anywhere. So where do you draw the line? And then Dreamleaf posted, I like how he pretended not to notice. No, he posted that specifically. He quote retweeted that specifically so that there was a swastika in it because everyone was calling him a fucking doormat to Ben Shapiro. Okay? Like, he did that as a lifeline to maintain his audience. In any case, then, of course, when, leftists or liberal people on the timeline called it out, this created an opportunity for him to be like, see? The woke libs are fucking up my ass. You see? Oh, they're so stupid. They're so dumb for saying I posted the swastika. I apologize to nobody. So you did Nazi the swastika? Well done, sir. You, sir, have won the internet. Oh my God, so Reddit. Anyway, he was performatively posting the swastika so that all the fucking anti-Israel, anti-Semitic audiences would get off his tail a little bit. But that's precisely the reason why Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, and everyone else is blowing up at a time when these guys are on a downtrend. Matt Walsh is the only one under Daily Wire that hasn't been hit with the fall-off gun in the same way that even Steven Crowder and everybody else has been.
An alternative in conservative media, one that was growing increasingly hostile towards him.
But just think about that. I want to point this again. This is why I always say, like, Republicans are literally motivated by vice signaling. It's fucking crazy. Like, they have to do Nazi posts. They're deploying tactical swastikas to maintain their audiences. That is where we're at, okay?
A video from October 30th titled "Woke Politics Infected the Far Right" is his attempt to explain just what's going on.
You do have one party, the Democratic Party, that has increasingly made it clear that there is a population they do not like, and that population that they apparently do not like is white Christian males. That is the population that must be targeted.
To evidence this claim that the Democrats are targeting white Christian males, he mentions the candidacy of Zohran Mamdani, who was recently elected mayor of New York City. Mamdani received, at best, tepid support for his candidacy from the Democratic Party, even after winning the party's nomination.
What is it, though, that has held you back? I mean, usually this is somebody that won a Democratic primary. You know, it usually wouldn't be that much of a question whether or not, a congressman from the city of New York, the Democratic leader, would endorse him. What's given you pause?
Well, we've had very good conversations over the last few months.
He even had supposed fellow Democratic politician Andrew Cuomo run against him in the general election. Whatever problem Shapiro has with Mamdani, it's incredibly dishonest to present him as a representative of the Democratic Party as a whole, or even someone warmly embraced by the party. It's one of the ironies of Shapiro, though, trying to present the left as being taken over by the extremists, when he has folks even further right than him entrenching themselves on the right. Shapiro's other example of the left targeting of white Christian males is even sillier.
You're people of faith. You go to church on Sunday and pray in church on Sunday and pray on people the rest of the week. What is this? What is this?
Right, the kind of scorn that Nancy Pelosi has for religious people, religious conservatives who go to church on Sunday and disagree with her on politics. Well, that has led to a massive backlash.
I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm not even convinced that Pelosi is putting on an accent here, but it does remind me of how Candace Owens will string together nonsense anecdotes like these, attach them to a narrative, and pretend like it's a settled story. Again, another irony considering Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro are very much at odds when their methods are quite similar. He gets sillier later on when he talks about how speaking Spanish is completely fine, but apparently when Mamdani does it, it has an undertone.
If you want to appeal to an audience, speaking to them in their home language is a smart thing to do. But the entire undertone of everything Mamdani does is, I am one of you, right? I am an immigrant. I am not of Western culture.
How does speaking Spanish signal you aren't part of Western culture? The language comes...
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. He just can't hold the coalition. It's also hilarious because Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro agree on pretty much everything. Just like Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro agree on pretty much everything, with one exception. Okay? And they agree on even bombing Venezuela, for example, right? The only thing that they don't agree on is Israel and Jews. Israel and Jews. Okay? It's a pretty solid exception, it seems. It's such a consequential exception that a lot of these people that spent their whole lives learning about how to be more effective as a racist in the marketplace of ideas from Ben Shapiro have basically all abandoned Ben Shapiro now for the Nick Fuenteses of the world.
From as far west as you can get in Europe, and it's spoken almost exclusively in the Western Hemisphere. What he means by Western culture here, I suspect, is whiteness. It's the only thing I can imagine him meaning because he's certainly not talking about geography. The problem with Shapiro's argument here isn't that it's laughably silly, at least that's not the problem I want to spend much time on. The problem is how similar it sounds to arguments made by white nationalists like Nick Fuentes. Although Fuentes hates Shapiro, I doubt there's much he'd disagree with when it comes to Shapiro criticizing the Democrats for attacking white.
So you're telling me Nazis stopped liking a Jewish man? I mean, if you recall from the Tucker Carlson conversation that Nick Fuentes had, he quite literally said he learned about the Great Replacement, about white people being displaced in the United States of America, a Nazi theory, from fucking Mark Levin, another Jewish man who is a neocon and a huge dick rider for Israel. So yes, a lot of these Nazis don't start off as Nazis, but they do certainly learn a lot of Nazi sentiment from conservative Jews. They learn it from, conservative WASPs and conservative Catholics as well. But this is the one issue where they will always inevitably arrive at the maximalist position where they start blaming the Jews. The Nazis still love a Mexican gay man, a black woman, and a black schizophrenic man. We've reached race-blind Nazism. Yes.
Christian men. It all contributes to the same political project. While
Guys, Ben Shapiro and David Horowitz, rest in piss to David Horowitz, former trot turned neocon, major Islamophobe David Horowitz, are responsible for half of these fucking Nazis' careers. Okay? That's what's so fucking insane about this story. David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro created Candace Owens. Do you understand? They created Candace Owens. They are responsible for Candace Owens. David Horowitz plucked Candace Owens from writing an anti-Trump blog in 2016 to conservative fame. Her career was elevated by first David Horowitz, then Charlie Kirk, and then Ben Shapiro. she is now one of the most prominent anti-Israel voices in American politics, one of the most prominent anti-Semitic and anti-Israel voices in American politics.
These guys are openly hostile towards one another. They are very much pushing in the same direction. Shapiro goes into greater detail about how he believes this rise in bigotry on the right arose, and he can only express it in terms where he accuses the left.
So if the left says that white Christian males are the problem, the way that you respond is instead a DEI for precisely the people who are said to be the problem. Right now, the idea is that the systems should only benefit white Christian males.
It's cute that he's trying to rope DEI into all of this, because there's actually a term already for what's being tried here, and it's called white supremacy. And trust me, no one from the right got this idea from the left. And I'm sure Shapiro knows that, but he needs to play these word games to massage this civil war within the right as somehow being the left's fault. When you spend your entire career relentlessly attacking the left and excusing the right, he can't even attack the extremists on his side without first pretending like this is somehow the left's fault. When the truth is, if anyone is to blame here, it's people like him who have been turning a blind eye to this growing problem the whole time. Not because he's unaware of it, but because he's ideologically more similar to it than he's willing to admit. There's a great example of Shapiro's own.
Yeah, this whole like, oh, actually the anti-Semitic right is actually the new woke right is so fucking stupid. Like, it was such a desperate attempt to try and hold on to the hemorrhaging base, right? And it was such an abject failure because, like, those guys are literally taking the maximalist logical position that you have created your entire world around. Fuck everybody that's not white, okay? And if you are not white, you still have to abide by white supremacist values. In that dynamic, when Jews are also not considered white all of a sudden, why the fuck shouldn't you shit on them? You know, especially if you're a Christian, especially if you're Catholic, you're like, America's a Christian nation. America's a white Christian nation. If you're a Christian nationalist, why the fuck wouldn't you turn around and say, yeah, and also Jews are also a parasitic force that's destroying the country in the same way that they say about, you know, Mexicans, Guatemalans, black people in general. It is you, Ben Shapiro, that comes across as woke. It is those who try to maintain this weird, inconsistent position where it's like everyone who is not white can get it except for Jews. We are doing DEI only for Jewish people. That's the way that right-wingers approach this. That's the way that most right-wingers understand the situation. They look at you and they go, what do you mean? Why are you so woke about Jewish people? Why are you so woke about Israel?
Extreme standards in this very video. He has the audacity to claim that Donald Trump is a normal president.
President Trump is as close to a normie president as we have had in the last several decades, which is bizarre considering, again, his sort of personality, but that is the reality.
Notice how they don't say Judeo-Christian anymore? Yeah, that was another lock that I had, if you recall. I've been saying this for years. I was like, Judeo-Christian, America was founded on Judeo-Christian values, is a relatively new phenomena. What makes you think they'll keep saying that? Okay, you had a good run. Post 9/11, it really popped off, okay? And then it took around 25 years for them to decide, no, actually, America's a Christian nation. It's not founded on Judeo-Christian values at all, especially when all of these conspiratorial, all of these conspiracy theories end up revolving around a group of shadowy lizard people that are responsible for all the evils that people are experiencing. And it's not like these guys are very invested in finding new narratives. They're going to go back to the one narrative that has remained so successful throughout time, whether it be the pogroms, whether it be in Tsarist Russia, whether it be in Western Europe, Eastern Europe. They're going to go back to the Jews. And they snapped back to that so quickly. I said that so much. I urge you to go back and listen to my Oxford Union speech. Okay? If you watch it now with today's perspective, you will see every single thing that I warned against happening in real time. Okay? This was my Oxford Union speech. This is what I covered. This is what I said. I was like, listen, as a Muslim guy living in the United States of America, supporting Israel as a Jewish person comes across like you're supporting ISIS as a Muslim person. It's so wild to me that people think that this is going to be, that this is not going to explode in
I urge you
in
not
a
to succumb.
crazy fucking wave of anti-Semitism. Yeah, look at this one. It got 28,000 views, dude. It's also partially because it took them 6 months to upload. I'm confused. Many other videos, the hall looks packed with people. This one zoomed out throughout the video. Are there not many attendees? Yeah.
These are all very violent endeavors.
Yeah, they took him 6 months. Also, no, it was fucking packed with attendees. What is he talking about? Oh, because they don't do a crowd shot? Is that why? They just assumed that it wasn't slammed? Get that hairstyle back, freaky unk. Where's the vlog, unk? It'll come out.
There are masked men in the streets kidnapping people, labeling them criminals without due process, and deporting them, including some being sent to prisons in other countries. He has imposed sweeping tariffs that are wreaking absolute havoc in the economy. He's handed over health and safety to people who are gutting medical research and spreading misinformation and anti-vax nonsense. I could go on for far longer listing all the very non-normal things he's done, even for someone who supports all this stuff. They should at least be able to acknowledge that this is very much not normal. Donald Trump is not a normal president. Part of Shapiro's problem is that he never allows blame to fall on the Republicans for anything, at least not in a way that is damning enough that someone would decide not to vote for them. One great historic example of Ben Shapiro's blind spot, willful or not, is Candace Owens, although they had a falling out over...
It was not a blind spot at all. Ben Shapiro's former policy that he openly said, by the way, was, as long as you're pro-Israel, I don't give a fuck if you're anti-Semitic. Okay? That was his open policy. He has defended people saying anti-Semitic shit over and over again, including Ann Coulter. Okay? And it was an inevitability that that policy was going to explode in his fucking face. Okay? Ben Shapiro hired Candace Owens long after he knew Candace Owens had said a bunch of anti-Semitic shit. He defended Kanye West when Kanye West was saying anti-Semitic shit. Okay? The reason why he did that was because he cared first and foremost about Israel. Here it is. Ann Coulter tweets regarding Jews. Awful, nonsensical. Ann Coulter is also super pro-Israel and has always been so. So I won't lose sleep. This is also the ADL's policy as well. The ADL cares about anti-Semitism as far as they can create legitimacy around the anti-Israel people that they're attacking. They don't actually care about anti-Semitism at all. If they did, they wouldn't be going after Jewish Voice for Peace or numerous other advocacy organizations that are not anti-Semitic but simply anti-Israel. Okay, they only care about anti-Semitism and even all these other civil rights issues, for example, as far as they can create legitimacy around them. Oh, we're going against all forms of bigotry. We're combating all forms of bigotry. The reason why they do that is so that when they actually say someone is anti-Semitic cynically and smear them as an anti-Semite, there is some level of legitimacy surrounding their call out. At this point, though, they've completely dropped all notion that they care about anti-Semitism altogether. They even fired, at a time when they've raised more money than ever before, they literally fired their entire civil rights research team because they just don't give a fuck about that stuff anymore. They don't even care about presenting themselves as a legitimate advocacy organization that cares about anti-Semitism at all.
Her opposition to Israel, eventually leading her to being fired, it almost certainly had more to do with her anti-Zionism than her well-known anti-Semitism. Owens got her job at the Daily Wire well after she had made her comments about Hitler's problem was trying to extend his vision outside of Germany.
If Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German, everybody to look at different.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, totally. It was totally fine. If Hitler was doing like a more localized version of the Holocaust, then it would have been totally chill. By the way, you know who was sitting next to her when she was making that statement? Charlie fucking Kirk. And for the record, if you were to say, oh, well, how do you expect Ben Shapiro to know everything that she's saying? Okay. This was such an insane statement at the time that it literally made its way to Congress. Like there were congressional representatives grilling Candace Owens on this statement.
Way, that's not, to me, that's not nationalism.
Anyone with a grade school understanding of history should be well aware that Hitler's vision was pretty bad for Germans, too.
Yeah, if he just did Dachau and now Auschwitz, he would have been fine. Is a fantastic take.
Particularly if they were Jewish. Owens also defended Kanye. Hitler's vision was pretty bad for Germans, too. Particularly if they were Jewish.
Kirky.
Owens also defended Kanye West while he was first melting down. And in this case, Shapiro joined in, defending him, too. And this was well after it had been established that Kanye West had started hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Here's Ben Shapiro on October 7th, 2022.
I care about the fact that there's more black babies being aborted than born in New York City at this point. That 50% of black death in America is abortion. So I really don't care about people's responses. I perform for an audience of one, and that's God.
Wow, I mean, frankly, it sounds fantastic. Frankly, Kanye sounds much more sane than virtually everybody else in public life.
No, Ben, don't do that, Ben. Uh-oh, Ben. Ben, you don't realize this is always so funny because, like, I'm sorry, but it's insane not to notice that every single prominent figure that openly loses their minds on the timeline in a very public fashion ends up finding themselves in the throes of right-wing sentiment for some reason. Very strange phenomena. It never goes in the opposite direction. It's always, no one goes, oh yeah, I went insane and became a fucking Maoist or a leftist. It's always, I went insane or, you know, I had an aneurysm and it made me conservative. Interesting stuff.
Shapiro in the October video also made this remark.
The pathologizing of right-wing viewpoints goes back a long way. It goes actually back to a book by Theodore Adorno called The Authoritarian Mind. The suggestion was that there was a pathological drive in capitalist societies that led people to become authoritarian. It was a Marxist view of what America was. And so the idea was that if you were right-wing, you were going to become a fascist.
First, the book is actually called The Authoritarian Personality. I can't say I've read it myself, but it's very funny to me that Ben Shapiro tries to critique its supposed claim of conservatives being more prone to becoming fascists by using the example of Kanye West.
Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
It's very important.
Bro, this is my least favorite. God, I can't fucking stand this shit, dude. I hate the whole like, oh, I love God. Like as though that's the exit ramp. You know, you could just be the most heinous motherfucker of all time. And as long as you just say you love God, it's fine. It's like, is like your big cheat code. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Remember your reaction to the yay Alex Jones thing, lol? You even tried not to highlight Nick Fuentes even when he sat next to him? Yeah. It's the most annoying fucking cheat code of all time, especially because it low-key works. It low-key works for some Christians. They hear that and they go, hell yeah. This guy does love God, actually. So fucking annoying.
To state how completely wrong Ben Shapiro was in this instance. In the same video, he's also responding to an interview Tucker Carlson did with Kanye West, which was later revealed to have edited out various racist conspiracy theories that West had mentioned. Almost as if Carlson does these interviews to help bigots seem less extreme than they
he did. He literally, I called that out at the time too.
Actually are.
I prefer my kids knew Hanukkah than Kwanzaa. At least it will come with some financial engineering.
All of this would, you would think, cause Shapiro to perhaps reflect on the alliances he's made on the right. In the case of Candace Owens, he was willing to look the other way because he was willing to accept a little anti-Semitism if it meant he would have her talents at his disposal at the Daily Wire. In the case of Tucker Carlson, he was a major host on Fox News and a useful ally. So there's a clear advantage to not turning on someone like that, even though he's clearly running cover for someone who holds some very troubling opinions toward Jewish people. This brings us to a major episode in Ben Shapiro's decline, his response to another interview Tucker Carlson had, this time with Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson's interview with Nick Fuentes was a gentle one. Fuentes, as usual, went on diatribes about the Jewish community.
They have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country.
Although there was some pushback against Fuentes, Carlson seemed more like he was giving him tips on how to appear more palatable to a wider audience.
But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response is it does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that.
There's a presumption in everything Carlson says that he and Nick Fuentes generally agree, but Carlson just wishes Fuentes spoke more delicately about the subject. It both ingratiates Carlson to Fuentes' audience while giving Fuentes mainstream credibility. Oddly enough, in his response to this interview, Ben Shapiro had a similar takeaway.
Probably you came away thinking that, for the most part, Fuentes lives on the radical edge of normality. You think that if you watch the interview, because Tucker Carlson decided that it was important not only to host Fuentes, but to smooth over his views, water them.
Wow, woke. You're being woke. You want to deplatform someone just because you disagree with them, right? That's the take, right? That's what you said all the time, Ben. Woke alert. Wee woo. No wonder CNN is fucking platforming this dipshit now to offer a lifeline to his dying career. Where are we at? No, he's not grifting to the left. He is still very firmly committed to trying to message to the right, but he's actively hemorrhaging his fan base because everyone knows he's a fucking phony. Because the market demands now are increasingly more radical. On the Republican side, they want more. There are no sacred cows. There are no groups, no non-white, non-Christian groups that you can't fucking tackle. So Ben is still trying to be like, no, free market economics, that's what matters. That's why we're doing this. And also shitting on migrants. Shitting on migrants and shitting on trans people. Come on, please, remember that. That's what we care about. But also, please, don't direct any of that enmity towards Jews. Please don't do that. And certainly not towards Israel. Hypocrisy farming doesn't work with these assholes, though. They love cancel culture for anyone who doesn't agree with them. Yeah, it doesn't matter, though. In this regard, it's the only type of hypocrisy that does matter. Because the market demands more radical commentary. On the right, they demand more radical commentary, and that more radical commentary is shitting on Jews, pinning the blame on Jews, and shitting on Israel as well. Ben Shapiro will do neither. He will actively defend Israel, and therefore, Ben Shapiro has lost his audience.
them down and make them far more palatable to a normal audience. As we'll discuss in a bit, this is what Tucker Carlson does for a living.
But Ben Shapiro gets off track a little later when he says this.
Now, since his exit from Fox News in 2023, when, of course, he was a very, very popular host, Tucker Carlson has turned himself into a conspiracist and a crank and a pathological liar.
Shapiro would go on to provide some good example of Carlson's show being a mouthpiece for pro-Russia propaganda and conspiracy theories. But what he gets very wrong is that this didn't start when Tucker Carlson left Fox News. He's been doing this for years. A video I made several years back looked at his programming on the Fox Nation streaming service back when he was still at Fox News, and he frequently had fringe right-wing figures on, like the raw egg nationalist. That was part of a special about how men's health can be improved by drinking raw eggs and shining red light on your balls. This is, of course, just the tip of a very bizarre iceberg. He would talk about everything from alien abductions to the danger of wind turbines. And the white nationalist connection doesn't just come from the occasional guest. His top writer at the time, Blake Neff, was forced to resign after he was exposed posting racist and sexist comments online for years, and he bragged about smuggling some of that into Tucker Carlson's scripts. And it's very well documented that white nationalists often tuned into Tucker Carlson when he was on Fox News.
Bro, this is like a recap and a summarization of my last 10 years of commentary, I swear to God. I covered all of this stuff so much back in the day, from 2016 onward.
Taking notes on how to more effectively phrase their own beliefs because he was so good at streamlining them into mainstream conversations. Tucker Carlson has been swimming in these waters for a long time. Oh, just a side note, if you're wondering what happened to that head writer, Blake Neff, after he was forced to resign from Tucker Carlson's show, he got a job at Turning Points USA. Just thought I should mention that. When Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News in 2023, Ben Shapiro's pal and former Daily Wire CEO Jeremy Boring made a comment about how they'd love to hire him. Ben Shapiro at the time had expressed disagreements with Carlson over foreign policy, but did describe him like this.
Whatever Tucker is, he is certainly a compelling presence, and he does, when it comes to social issues particularly, have an extraordinary amount of moral clarity.
And he criticized the media's commentary on Carlson.
The Times did an investigation into how Tucker Carlson stoked white fear to conquer cable. This, of course, is their routine, is that anybody they don't like is a white supremacist.
This really captures the bind Shapiro finds himself in. His criticisms of Carlson in the...
Yeah. If you prime your audience into thinking that every racist person is good, and that anytime someone actually calls out their bigoted opinions is actually they're bad, why the fuck wouldn't they also have anti-Semitic opinions as well? You can't just snap out of it just for anti-Semitism. Everyone's going to go, what the fuck do you mean?
Present are solid, but he's also pretending that this is somehow new. When the truth is, it's not that Carlson has changed. It's just a lot of this is starting to hit Ben Shapiro more directly.
And you guys want to know why I also think Ben was already on a downtrend before this last this killing blow to his career, Israel being the killing blow. There's two factors here. Jose does a fantastic job of identifying the Israel side. But as someone who is a student of racism, as someone who has a PhD in racism studies, okay, let me put you on some real game. There's two factors at play here. It isn't just Israel. Israel's the final blow. But these guys were already losing their audiences before Israel. And the reason why they were losing their audiences before Israel is because of anti-intellectualism. All the way throughout Gamergate and onward, leading into the 2020s, Republicans on the internet wanted someone to come across as smart. They wanted to come across as smart. They wanted to still, the political arena wasn't as polarized as it is now. So they actually really cared about appearing as though they were reasonable centrists. The IDW blew up as a consequence of this, right? And they got positive coverage from the New York Times from Barry Weiss, ironically enough. But the reason why the intellectual dark web fell and the Jordan Petersons of the world fell and the Ben Shapiros of the world lost their relevance is because they were presenting a nerdy-ass, annoying version of right-wing sentiment. It was actually Andrew Tate that kind of busted this. when Andrew Tate came into the fold and presented an openly anti-intellectual argument that was slammed with machismo and more focused on the aesthetics of being a man and what it looks like to be a man, guys like Ben Shapiro were seen as boring fucking losers. Okay? People wanted more. People wanted someone that was more charismatic. People wanted someone that was more fun to watch, easier to consume. I assume that short form content also played a big role in this as well, as people's attention spans have shortened. They wanted something like high impact and super fast. They wanted a jock. And they didn't even care if this jock was not demonstrating traditional values necessarily. He was a pimp. He was allegedly sex trafficking women, right? None of that mattered for this new crop of young men that only cared about the drama, that were only invested in the drama of it all and the constant antagonism of it all. They found someone who was better at trolling and owning the libs. That's also shifting a little bit. That landscape has shifted a little bit. It delivered that's when Ben Shapiro and all these other people basically came that's when Ben Shapiro and all these other guys looked way more boring in comparison to the Andrew Tates of the world. The Andrew Tates of the world were able to shift the attention to themselves rather than the likes of Ben Shapiro and whatnot. Now that's also shifting, though, because of the overwhelming nuisance of men's right activists on the internet and how fucking annoying and how lame they are and how acquainted we are with the MRA side of the world. People are also looking for an alternative as well. And I think the alternative nowadays is someone who is not an intellectual at all, but someone who demonstrates a common sense position, but someone who is basically focusing on like one form of advocacy in one side of culture that's still heavily invested in pumping right-wing sentiment. And that's why Asmongold is really blowing up, because Asmongold's politics are very, very far right. But Asmongold, to the average person who is right-wing, who shares some of these right-wing sentiments, Asmongold comes across as a guy who only cares about titties in video games and shit like that. Okay? But Asmongold's commentary is not exactly based around an ideologically consistent right-wing movement. Okay? His commentary is even easier to digest than the likes of Ben Shapiro, where he's just like, yeah, I'm just doing common sense. Whatever Trump is doing is based. It is just as anti-intellectual as Andrew Tate, but it also doesn't have the same shortcomings of Andrew Tate because he can't leave his house for long enough to engage in the types of shit that Andrew Tate was engaging in. Because a lot of people, especially a lot of extremely online people, after a long day of fucking work, laying concrete on the ground or whatever, come home and they tune in. They live in rural areas. They're shut-ins themselves. They don't have enough fucking free time to go out and like work on themselves. And they see a guy that kind of resembles their own experiences. And they want to hear from that guy. They want to hear a guy like that who has a position of prominence say that their worldview is actually awesome and great. And it's actually just simply common sense. They don't want to hear the boring debate lord version. They don't want to hear someone explain to them the talking points and why they must have talking points. They don't care about that anymore. That's where we're at in the right-wing audience cycle. Someone who just goes, yeah, based. Common sense. This is common sense. It's not It's there not to radicalize and mobilize because the need for that is already out of date and has been used up to achieve the desired results. It's not merely self-soothing and comfort mode. Yeah. Where do podcasters fit into this? I mean, they serve a similar role of self-soothing commentary that make people feel a little bit better about like the enemies that they're dominating. And it's also there is also no longer a need for like an aspirational figure, because Andrew Tate, whether we agree to it or not, I obviously abhor his worldview. Andrew Tate was an aspirational figure. He has nice cars. He's constantly surrounded by bitches, right? He dresses in the finest wares and the finest garb. These guys don't even want an aspirational figure. They want a figure that resembles them. And yes, you might be thinking to yourself, how the fuck is Asmongold a figure that resembles the average person? But yeah, there are a lot of people who live in like rural areas who do unironically resemble Asmongold. And they look to him and while we look at him and we say he's living in rot and filth, what the fuck? That's insane. How can anybody tune into that? Right? For a lot of people, they see that as a point of sincerity. A lot of people look to that and go, no, it's awesome. Like, he obviously doesn't care about anything. The Diogenes statement comes to mind. The Diogenes comparison comes to mind. It's like, this guy, obviously, he's just like me. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. He doesn't even give a fuck about basic hygiene. So I trust him more. Okay? Someone like myself, on the other hand, they trust less. It's like, Hasan, you care about fashion. You care about the way you look. You care about the way you're perceived. Obviously, this is insincere. You must be saying the things that you're saying because you think this will be popular. You must not be saying those things because you truly believe them. You must be saying those things because you want to be popular, right? That's what it is. So I think a lot of people who have like completely checked out of the system, who have succumbed to deep nihilism, look to a figure like Asmongold and think, no, that's a real one. He's a real one. He doesn't even care about showering. That's like what normal people would consider a point of, what normal people would look at and say, well, I can fucking see that this guy is clearly not all there. I mean, he's not even like demonstrating basic hygiene, and I can literally see that through my screen. I don't even need to smell him to be in his physical proximity to know. Right? Normal people that have that attitude, a lot of abnormal people on the internet, on the other hand, look to that and go, well, that's a point in his favor. It's a point of pride.
It's that interview with Nick Fuentes that really seems to have brought things to a head. For those who don't know, Nick Fuentes has hated Ben Shapiro for many years, in part because of Shapiro being Jewish, but also because he sees Shapiro as someone who undermined his career. In his interview with Tucker Carlson, Fuentes described how Shapiro was initially an inspiration for him.
We do this debate about Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there and I'm pro-Trump, and I say, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points.
This admiration didn't last as, according to Fuentes, Shapiro publicly called him out over some of his takes regarding Israel. If Nick Fuentes said the sky was blue, I'd stick my head out the window to double check, so it's important not to take it on faith that he's being honest in any of this. But what is easily verifiable is that he has been talking shit about Ben Shapiro for many years now, including one very messed up incident where he confronted Shapiro in public while he was out with his family. Although Fuentes and Shapiro insist none of this is personal, it's hard not to notice that Ben Shapiro had for years avoided calling out Tucker Carlson this aggressively, and now he's saying stuff like this.
Tucker Carlson, for example, would never say out loud what Nick Fuentes does,
He wouldn't say the things many of his guests say. And so instead, he acts as an ideological launderer. He takes other people's hideous ideas, he softens them, he treats them with love and care, and then he provides them with a massive signal boost. He isn't merely talking to people in good faith, of course. He's promoting certain people and ideas and attacking others.
And Shapiro goes so far as to point out how even Nick Fuentes can see how Tucker Carlson...
Like, Ben Shapiro, if this wasn't about Israel and anti-Semitism, would be saying the exact opposite. He'd be yelling at the left, saying the things that Ben Shapiro is saying, and go, this is guilt by association. Why can't we have a normal, honest conversation with people that we disagree with? Okay? That's what he'd be saying. So his audience is probably expecting that. Well, the audience that remains.
is a fraud.
And after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt.
And now Ben Shapiro is very much on board with the idea that Tucker Carlson is spreading the same ideology as Nick Fuentes, which is especially ironic considering just a few years ago, he put out a video titled Tucker Carlson is not Nick Fuentes, where he defends Carlson when his rhetoric was compared to Fuentes's.
That this is a godless country. I hate it.
You're right. They're godless. That is exactly right. I never talk like that, but it's
Okay, pause it
true.
right there. Okay, so again, this idea that if you say that God has gone absent from the public square, that you're in league with Nick Fuentes. No, Nick Fuentes literally says that he wants a Catholic dictatorship in the United States. That is not the same thing as what Tucker Carlson is saying. This is the stupidest game.
It's incredible that not even 3 years later, Ben Shapiro is going after Tucker Carlson for being aligned with Nick Fuentes when he was criticizing The Daily Show for noticing patterns in their rhetoric. I want to highlight another part of the Carlson interview of Fuentes that might explain the phenomena going on here.
When you get attacked, when people call you names, like they always call me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. Maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me. I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you?
Mm-hmm. This is, of course, a deeply silly thing to say. It's basically recreating that webcomic of someone who said they had no choice to become a Nazi because someone made a comment about Trump supporters being racist. Ben Shapiro said as much when Megyn Kelly asked him about it.
I'm a little tired of the excuse that if you are called something enough, that justifies all of the subsequent activity. I've been called every goddamn name in the book. Every name in the book, and I have not, but I have not shifted my positions because people call me names. That is a childish thing to do.
He's absolutely...
I agree. Wow. I think you're a pussy and a coward. If someone calls you a racist, I've been called a racist, I've been called transphobic, I've been called every name under the sun. My positions have not shifted at all through that name calling. If you actually change your entire worldview because someone called you a racist, then maybe you were kind of racist. Maybe the people calling you out were potentially right. It shows me that you're a spineless individual. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that people should go balls to the wall and consistently fucking take like minor transgressions and turn them into major points of contention, right? They shouldn't do that because it is off-putting, and our job is to bring more people to our side, right? So I'm not saying that we should take this, morally purist standpoint and run along with it, especially because not only is it off-putting to normies, but it also is completely oblivious to the social conditioning that takes place that leads people into the positions that they have, okay? Wow, my most hated IRL villains are fighting each other. I need some popcorn for this shit. What do you mean? Like Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro, or are you talking about me? Anyway, my point is, Nick and Ben, yeah. My point is, there is a tendency on the left to go, we are morally righteous, and therefore you have to abide by my standard. You have to abide by my worldview. And even if you're morally righteous, even if you are morally on the right side, you still can't market like that. Unfortunately, you got to brand build a little bit. You got to market a little bit, okay? And you especially have to do that in America, where there has been so much anti-socialist, anti-left sentiment that has gone unchecked and uncontested, that has basically warped the collective consciousness of Americans. You have to be you have to go extra hard in terms of your advocacy and in terms of branding and in terms of marketing your worldview to others. And that comes, or at least that starts with a place of understanding.
Absolutely right here. And one thing I noticed that every time I agreed with Ben Shapiro on something, it's when he was saying things people on the left have been saying for years, which honestly speaks to how effective we are at criticizing the right, whether they acknowledge it or not. Tucker Carlson plays the same game. Recently, Ben Shapiro made some comments about retirement that went viral.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old.
That was a classic. That was a classic fucking free market capitalism advocacy moment from Ben. I love when these guys get honest, dude. I love when these guys get so honest. You are not going to ever retire, and you are going to like it. You're going to eat the bugs.
Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, it's easy for you to say. You talking to a fucking microphone, dumbass. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that message. You have to keep working in an Amazon distribution facility for pennies on the dollar until you fucking die. Yeah, how do you make that advocacy for people who are working like normal jobs? It's fucking ridiculous. There's no way he actually believes that. Oh, he unironically does. What do you mean? That's his fucking worldview. Brother, what? Says you? Yeah, exactly. I speak into a microphone every fucking day, and I'm not some dumb fuck who believes that someone working a construction job cannot retire at a fucking reasonable age. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm advocating for people to retire early, unlike Ben, who advocates for people to retire later.
Tucker Carlson responded to that, sounding a lot like someone on the left.
Poorer people, working class people, blue collar people are aching. They have trouble walking. Their backs hurt. So retirement for a man who climbs ladders is a little bit different from a man who hosts a podcast.
Yep. Carlson said the exact same shit.
So even brought up the impact of systemic failures.
We are subject to forces that we can't control. It's just a fact. I didn't write the tax code, for example. I don't have any control over the hiring standards at various companies or the admission standards at various schools. Those are systemic problems. It's just a fact.
This is another one of Carlson's well-worn strategies to make a systemic critique, while his solution typically involves demonizing immigrants and other vulnerable groups. It's something he's done time and time again, and honestly, only a sucker would fall for this sort of scam, and he's been pulling it for years. What's even more ridiculous about Tucker Carlson's criticism of Ben Shapiro's rhetoric around retirement is that none of this is new. Shapiro was saying this at least a year and a half ago. It's hard to imagine these guys have only recently noticed these things about one another and were either too cowardly to mention them before or perhaps saw more professional advantage in staying quiet. It really speaks to what opportunists they are. And I want to go back to that video from October where Ben...
This shit's so awesome. Is this how fucking right-wingers feel all the time? Because leftists love fighting amongst themselves. They just kick back and enjoy the show. They enjoy the ride every other fucking week. When some other guy who's like, Hasan is anti-black and transphobic, they're probably sitting around kicking their feet. Ben Shapiro can't reach the floor, obviously, because he's tiny. You know? He just gets up on that booster seat. Feet can't touch the ground. He's kicking his feet, giggling. Yes, this is what apolitical people jerk off to. Yeah. It's awesome. kicking his tiny little feet, taking his little booties off with the boosters. Honestly, an underrated feeling. No, dude, we need more of this. I love it. I personally love watching right-wingers fight one another. It's awesome.
Ben Shapiro was complaining about woke politics infecting the far right.
The Democratic Party has been playing with these forces for so long.
Then you leave a comment like, all of these people are trash. Yeah. Or that meme, 2 R words fighting. You know? It hits like crack cocaine, baby. It's great. That's what the apoliticals love doing. Whenever they bass boost random dumb fuck rad libs on the timeline because they're coming after me, they're like, huh, all of these guys suck, but honestly, this is awesome. All of these guys suck. I can't believe I'm agreeing with this person. It's like, bitch, you don't even agree with the supposed angle of attack. You don't agree with being called transphobic. You hate when people call you transphobic.
It's now too late for them to dissociate from those forces.
One of the big complaints he has about figures like Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is that they push anti-Semitism. But back in 2011, Ben Shapiro tweeted this: "The Jewish people has always been plagued by bad Jews who undermine it from within. In America, those bad Jews largely vote Democrat." In his book, Primetime Propaganda, the true Hollywood story of how the left took over your TV, he described how liberal Jewish people had taken over Hollywood to advance a left-wing agenda. He's also run cover for the Great Replacement theory, trying to detach it from its anti-Semitic origins into a more pliable concern over how...
Yep. You taught the next crop of Nazis the fucking Great Replacement theory. And all it took for them was to read one extra fucking meme about how Jews are responsible for the Great Replacement and how Jews are responsible for wokeness running amok and destabilizing Western civilization. And they all turned on you. Good job, Ben. Good job. You did it. You fucking did it, you dumbass bitch.
Demographics impact voting. There's something very unsettling about how Ben Shapiro was perfectly happy to point the finger at bad Jews, but somehow thinks it's the left that's convincing parts of the right that there's some kind of Jewish problem. He seemed unaware of the fact that there are actually some pretty powerful anti-Semitic forces on the right that have been there for a very long time, and maybe the reason they liked him is because...
Also, before people say like victim, I know you're joking. You say victim blaming much, but it's like, what can you do at that point? First of all, he's not a victim. Okay. You know, the most consequential thing that's happened thus far to him is that he's lost his fucking audience, and I will celebrate that every day of the fucking week. And secondly, he did work really hard to make this happen while attacking people like myself. What can I do at that point? It's the same principle behind the ADL too. It's like, you did it. Good job. Good job. You did it. You attacked some of the only prominent anti-Zionists that were not anti-Semitic, and you created a marketplace for the anti-Zionists that were anti-Semitic. You did it.
They found him kind of useful. It's a bit of a tired point, but it hasn't stopped being true. Ben Shapiro is being devoured by the monsters he helped protect, and I suspect it's happening more aggressively than people might expect. While looking at some of Ben Shapiro's recent videos, I couldn't help notice that the metrics seemed a bit off. For example, his long-form videos do very well, but his clips have dreadful numbers in comparison, something that historically hasn't been true for his channel. If we look on Social Blade, we can see a large drop-off in viewership.
Oh! Ooh, goddamn. Goddamn, son. Oh my God, a fucking historic fall off. sheesh, smoking on the Ben Shapiro pack. Oh my Lord.
Over the past year. So at first glance, it seems as though his current audience, what remains of it anyway, has a very different viewing habit than his old audience. I wanted to look closer at what might be happening, so I decided to graph out what was publicly available with some comparisons. In this first series of graphs, I'm counting views in 100s to compare them with the total number of comments. The reason I'm counting views like this is because it makes the graph read a little better visually, and since I'm doing it for each graph, the presentation of data is consistent. Looking at Ben Shapiro's long-form videos, there is a big disparity between the number of comments and the number of views, especially when we compare the number of comments to his short-form videos, where they track much more closely. If we compare him to other channels...
Where's the dip coming from? Wait, where's the big dip coming from? Hold on. Oh, this is all 2025 numbers. Never mind. I want to see... Oh, wait, here it is. 2023, October, you can kind of map out this trend here, interestingly enough. Picking up steam here, picking up steam. And then kind of feels like it's all down since then. I wonder what happened. I guess he too had October 7 levers. But he never ended up recovering from the October 7 levers. I guess his October 7 levers were leaving for a different reason. Interesting. I wonder if there's another content creator I can think of that has damn near identical metrics. There's definitely some podcasts out there.
Presentation of data is consistent. Looking at Ben Shapiro's long-form videos, there is a big disparity between the number of comments and the number of views, especially when we compare the number of comments to his short-form videos, where they track much more closely. If we compare him to other channels, in this case I chose Candace Owens and Matt Walsh, we can see that Shapiro's long-form videos are getting much less engagement. And if we go back in time to January of 2025, Shapiro's long-form videos are a bit closer. There is still a gap, though not quite as big. If we calculate the odds of whether or not a view will lead to someone leaving a comment, we can see Ben's long-form videos are far less likely to have its viewers leave a comment under them, clocking in at less than 0.3% of viewers leaving comments, slightly more than half of what his videos used to get, and far behind Matt Walsh and Candace Owens, who get 3 and 5 times as many respectively. And keep in mind that of all of these channels, Ben Shapiro is the only one who doesn't do a premiere for his longer videos, where the earliest viewers are sounding off in the chat rather than leaving comments under the video. In fact, Ben Shapiro used to do premieres, which might explain why his older long-form videos had so few comments. We can see this pattern repeat itself when it comes to the number of likes left on videos. With all the other types of videos I looked at, the number of likes were significantly worse. Viewers are 3, 4, and even 5 times less likely to click on that like button for Ben Shapiro's long videos than viewers of his long-form videos back in January or videos from Candace Owens and Matt Walsh. What all of these numbers amount to is, in my mind, 2 likely conclusions. Ben Shapiro's long-form videos are being heavily inflated by people who are only showing up to hit the dislike button or nothing at all. And if they're leaving comments, those comments are being deleted. The alternative is that someone is bodying his long-form videos, giving it inflated view numbers and very anemic engagement. Whichever of those 2 conclusions is more accurate, it doesn't look like a healthy channel at all. I should mention that in my calculations, I did omit one video from Ben Shapiro's channel, the November 3rd one, titled Tucker Carlson Sabotages America. That one actually has metrics that reflect something that has nearly 1 million views, and it's also the one that has the most negative comments towards him. It seems like Ben Shapiro's only means of getting big numbers of engaged viewers these days is by being a lightning rod for hate. While we're talking about data though, I also wanted to share some info I came across from Open Measures that attempted to gauge Nick Fuentes' growing profile and how it doesn't quite match the narrative around his ascent. Although Fuentes saw a massive spike in social media chatter about him after Charlie Kirk's murder, that growth has largely gone down. The Tucker Carlson interview didn't move the needle in nearly the same way. Most of the time Fuentes gets hyped up, people cite his Rumble stats, but it's something of an open secret at this point that Rumble's numbers are almost certainly bogus. My own investigation a while back found they were inflating their live stream view counts, and I would be shocked if that was the only metric that was being fudged over there. I say all of this to remind everyone that these figures we're talking about today are incredibly niche. For fun, let's go to Ben Shapiro for that.
Every big audience in the media, you're talking about 3-4 million people. The electorate in the United States is generally about 160 million people. I think one of the mistakes politicians make is they look at X and they say, this is representative of the American body politic. And that is just too online. It's just way too online.
He could be talking about Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, or even himself. But their importance specifically...
What are Hasan's thoughts on Nicki Minaj co-grant? I don't care about this shit. I have no idea what it is. I hope you're doing all right, Casey Tron.
...to conservative politics, I think reflects how terminally online politics has become now. Further getting detached from real people and instead being obsessed with these internet celebrities as if they've somehow permeated the mainstream when...
Not him reading that. Lamau, thank you, Hasan. I'm not trying to get my ass eat by the Barbs right now, okay? I love the Barbs. Actually, the Barbs are struggling. Nicki Minaj's pivot to pro-Trump politics has been pretty wild. Another one of my ops that went right-wing. Another one of my ops. I need an apology from all the Barbs that said I was aging at the speed of white, that I was being racist towards Nicki Minaj, all this shit. Where are they at now? I need to be able to go to a Sephora without fearing that I will be assassinated now. Okay? They're still with Nikki Chill? Wait, really? They still here, don't worry? Why did Nicki Minaj become an op? Because I ratioed her. Back when she was glazing Tucker Carlson during peak COVID.
Really, they're big names within a small conservative online media space. At some point, Donald Trump is going to retire from public life, likely due to failing health. And right now...
All I'm saying is, there is one guarantee, okay? There is one fucking guarantee. If you don't believe in anything else, at least history has shown time and time again that virtually all of the people that put me in the fucking crosshairs end up making an open right-wing pivot. Okay? Many of them sex criminals as well. That's all I'm saying. That's it. All my ops.
Now, his cult of personality is the one thing uniting a lot of disparate parts of the right wing. This is something Ben Shapiro is well aware of.
I think that there are a lot of people who are planning for the post-Trump era, and they're trying to make moves right now in order to sort of consolidate their viewpoint in the post-Trump era.
Ben Shapiro represents the old guard of traditional conservatives, the former far right, before they are outflanked by an even more extreme America First movement, often associated with Shapiro's rivals, including Nick Fuentes and, to an extent, Tucker Carlson. It's not a coincidence that Carlson suggests that Fuentes has already won this fight.
And Ben Shapiro seems irrelevant to me now?
Now, but back then, for the young,
guess that's
was
true.
huge. Mm-hmm.
So maybe you won.
Oh, certainly.
The truth is probably more complicated, especially since it's hard to get trustworthy numbers for all of this. But for a political party that seems to be terminally online, it's not surprising that popular sentiment on the internet can be used to fuel a movement. It remains to be seen if it can actually translate to electoral success, though. One of the keys to Ben Shapiro's success online is that he's been able to avoid or build alliances with people who clearly don't like him. Alliances that would never work long term, but I suspect he thought he could get ahead of. As public opinion has shifted rapidly against Israel, it's become increasingly difficult for someone like Shapiro to continue his vocal support for the country. Many on the right have used this opportunity to smuggle their anti-Semitism into the broader criticism against Israel, but Shapiro can't make that move. Back in 2024, Ben Shapiro and his father, a Hollywood composer, produced a musical in Israel that paired the October 7th attack with the Warsaw Uprising. It was called We Will Rise. Speaking to the Jerusalem Post, he said, "The ending is the most powerful part for me. The characters from the Warsaw Ghetto sing 'We Will Rise' as they move through the fog, but now they're joined by the Israeli soldiers who realize that their fight is the same. The fight to protect the Jewish people is timeless." Putting aside the grotesque pairing of the genuinely heroic uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto with the soldiers committing a genocide, what we see is that this is something Ben Shapiro genuinely believes in. He's a man who has a real passion for at least some of what he talks about, and I think that might ultimately be his downfall. While he was willing to make cheesy YouTube videos for clicks or endorse politicians he has serious misgivings about, there are some lines he won't cross when it comes to some of his values. In this case, it means defending a country committing a genocide, which is tragic in its own right. But in the world of conservative media, not being able to sell out your supposed values makes you vulnerable. Going back to the New York Times article, it's hard to imagine Ben Shapiro pivoting to be on the friendly side of the increasingly extreme right-wing base the way he had 8 years ago. Mostly because he didn't really have to give anything up. He just had to pretend he liked Donald Trump. And Ben Shapiro was certainly tolerated and even celebrated because he was useful for attacking the left. But attacking the left while ignoring the far right only works when the far right isn't breathing down your neck in public awareness and pulling ahead in view counts. While I think Ben Shapiro's profile has been dragged down, I doubt he'll be completely finished forever. Careers in media can slump along if someone has a devoted enough base, and Shapiro still has some kind of audience.
This is the ultimate downfall for like anyone that has any principles whatsoever. If they're going to be a right-winger, you have to either be a Christian white guy, okay, with no principles whatsoever and are utterly malleable if you want to stay relevant. You can't just, you can't have any higher priority if you're simply invested in the grift, as he is for every other aspect of his commentary. Of course, this was going to be his inevitable downfall. This is something that he truly believes, right? Asman ripping you a new one. Oh, shit, dude. What will I do? Oh, my God. That's based. Oh, it's so based, dude. Oh, it's so over for you now, dude. I bet you're getting so fucking upset. I bet you're so mad. Dave Rubin's burner here. What about gay Christian white guys? Dave Rubin is Jewish and also super pro-Israel. And also a gay homophobe. He did that for homosexuality, but he couldn't do that for Israel for some reason. Yeah. If Asmongold wants to rip me a new asshole, he should at least, he should be able to entertain having a conversation with me. But he won't do that.
Keep him afloat. A couple of years from now, it'll be interesting to see if he's found life in a new lane of political relevance, or if the times will pass him by and he'll end up forgotten, like pundits of the past, such as Bill O'Reilly.
Do you think you would get along with Black Boy Max if you went on a stream? I have already streamed with Black Boy Max. And yes, of course I would get along with him.
In the meantime, we can enjoy insightful interviews from Tucker Carlson, where he asks tough questions like this.
What is porn exactly? Like, describe how available is porn? What is it?
One of the real challenges in making this video was getting incredibly sick while I was working on it, so I hope my voice didn't sound too froggy during that one. At one point during me being sick, my voice actually sounded incredibly sexy, and I was very tempted to record something, but I thought I should look after my health, and also having a sexy voice while talking about Ben Shapiro seems like some kind of crime against nature, so I wanted to avoid that as well. But there's certain things in life you shouldn't avoid, such as watching my videos, and if you would like to support seeing more of them come in the...
This was incredible. This was an incredible video. Another banger from Jose. I know Black Boy Max wants to collab. I covered it yesterday. Go like and subscribe. Go show Jose some love. Anyway, but the right-wing downfall continues. It doesn't end there. Okay? We have more to cover on this issue because Tucker Carlson himself apparently has purchased a new home in Qatar. And a lot of people are very upset about this. Former Fox News host appeared at the Doha Forum in Qatar on Sunday, where he interviewed Qatar Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani and made his real estate revelation. I've been criticized as being a tool of Qatar, and I just want to say, which you already know, I've never taken anything from her country, and I don't plan to, Carlson told the Prime Minister. I am, however, tomorrow buying a place in Qatar. He added, I like the city, I think it's beautiful, but also to make a statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be. Qatar also is the country involved in gifting President Trump a luxury plane that raised a series of ethics questions. The news of Carlson's property purchase sent some key MAGA names into a serious flap. Now, let's be for real. I think this is a little worrisome. The reason why I think this is a little worrisome is because Tucker Carlson, what does he see for the future of America? What does he see for the future of America that he is invested in potentially leaving America? Okay, having an exit ramp. That worries me a little bit. Because I don't think he's like buying a house in Qatar because he's, going to do propaganda for Qatar or whatever. I mean, I'm sure there's some legitimacy to that, right? But I wonder what he is seeing about, the future prospects of Tucker Carlson. Because I always assumed he would run for office. But this worries me a little bit. I mean, I guess it worries me that he would run for office too, but anyway, let's get to Tim Pool. Because the right-wing meltdown is continuing. Kremlin-funded streamer Tim Pool says he's in debt and ending his show after Russia cut off his $100,000 a week. Let's take a look.
Leave us. We have 2 weeks left in the year before we go on our Christmas hiatus. You know, I'm not a big fan of any kind of hiatus. I would prefer just to work. But it is taxing. It is grueling, of course. And there's a lot of infrastructure here that requires me to work all day, every day, Monday to Friday, with some extra work on the weekends, usually meetings. And I'm probably going to have a stroke.
Oh, man, it's such a tough job, dude. Remember when all these guys were fucking yelling at me because of a misunderstanding, a clip that was, again, boosted on Reddit and shit, where I talked about how streaming actually fucking is soul-sucking in a different way, where it, like, eradicates your social battery in ways that, in my experience at least, like, other social aspects of a regular 9-to-5 never did. Having said that, of course, I obviously understand the privileged position that I'm in. And all of these guys went crazy with that. They love talking about that. All these like anti-union, anti-labor motherfuckers, from Keemstar down to like Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, everybody was like running victory laps around that. Here's Tim Pool. Here's Timothy Pool talking about how he's just working so hard. Little baby working so hard. First of all, I stream 7 to 9 hours every single day, 7 days a week. Now, maybe we'll say 6 days a week. Tim Pool, on the other hand, goes live for what? 2 hours, 3 hours? However many times a week? The fuck's this guy talking about?
My health's actually pretty good. My blood pressure is great. My resting heart rate is actually around 45. I exercise quite a bit. Haven't been able to skate in the past month or two, the holidays, and But we have to have these conversations, and I have been with the people, our contractors, people we work with, our vendors, partners. And one thing is clear: the violence will get worse. It is going to escalate. We cannot keep going as status quo. Something has to change. It may be that, as we described after the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the threat to come and shoot up our studio and our workplace, we asked, at what point do we say we can't do this anymore? The cost of running.
Just got laid off from my job at Timcast. If anyone has any leads on a podcast producer gigs, let me know. Yeah, this is a strange time to admit this, but yes, we fired March, and he started working at Timcast, and I guess he got fired from Timcast as well. What a bad streak of luck for this guy, huh? Now, do I trust Tim Pool is actually going to quit podcasting? No, don't threaten me with a good fucking time. It's not going to happen. He says this every goddamn year. Okay? He says this every goddamn year, dude. I don't think he's quitting. I think he's just trying to farm sympathy points.
Timcast IRL studio and the projects around it exceeds the amount of money it brings in. That's just that breaking point, isn't it, for any business? If you need $100 to, run your restaurant, but you're only bringing 90, you go out of business. The issue? The cost isn't cameras or lights.
What is crazy about this, by the way, is that I believe someone shot at his studio or something. That's what he was saying, right? Isn't that what happened? You're mentioned in this video? Yeah, I know. I was going to retweet this guy. I'm in the new Nexus mod for Elden Zoran, but apparently this guy has blocked me already, so I can't even like it. Water engineer, cyclist, walker, talker. A better world is possible. This man has an Israel flag in his bio, so... The police have 0 reports of a shooting in his town? So wait, did they actually shoot at him or not? He said a threat. All crowdsourced entertainment gets a boost in sales when you claim having to quit. If things are going fine and you fake this, then you make big bucks from a grift. I don't think things are going fine at the Tim Pool compound. I don't think things are going fine at the Tim Pool compound, like whether he got shot at or not. Okay? He says he has footage but won't release it because he doesn't want people to know where the cameras are. Well, clearly, knowing where the cameras are haven't stopped people from shooting at him, so... I think things are not going fine because of the same shit that I was talking about with Ben Shapiro. Things are not going fine because these guys actually do have a lot of employees and stuff. And when they're not actually getting a shit ton of right-wing big ticket donors to prop up their franchise, or getting money, in Tim Pool's case, directly from a foreign adversary, Russia, to the tune of $4 million, they have to downsize, especially if Tim Pool, who literally dropped out of 4th grade, for the record, for those of you who don't know, if you want to understand like what his mentality, what his brain looks like, what his brain capacity looks like, Yeah. A lot of things start making sense about Tim Pool when you realize that he actually doesn't have education beyond the 4th grade level. Or 7th grade? Is it 7th grade? The hardest grade? Yeah, that's why. Fourth grade is when shapes get pretty tough. Anyway, my point. He dropped out at 14. His dad said it was 4th grade. He says he dropped out at 14. Anyway, bro got left behind, okay? No child left behind. Tim Pool said, bet. I'll show you what. In any case, this is what happens when you're a child left behind, okay? When you see, yeah, he looked at middle school and said, that's a woke institution, okay? Calculus, that's the invention of the transgender agenda. I am not going to learn about those sorts of things. You cannot teach me. Doors open. Yeah, algebra is woke. Wait, hold on. Anyway, he got held back in 4th grade till he was 14, then gave up. Look, my point is, he probably doesn't have the mental faculties, the bare minimum mental faculties necessary to run a fucking operation when the money inevitably dries out. Okay? Like fiscal responsibility, I suspect, is not a strong suit, as evidenced by the many different insane advertisement campaigns that Tim Pool has actually dumped a shitload of money into, whether it be putting a billboard on Times Square or whether it be putting a billboard everywhere, really. I mean, if you go around the country, you will see Tim Pool's face on the side of highways. Not exactly certain as to how much real eyeballs and real donations that translates to. It could also be the shit ton of money he dumped into purchasing a skate park just as a flex when the locals did not want him to participate in a competition there. It could be the money that he spent on the decals that he got purchased as a form of marketing on NASCAR and a NASCAR car. It could also be the money that he dumped into launching a music career. I don't know. Or the fact that he has to pay people to be his friend. The point is, he's done all of those things, but at the same time, while he's done all of those things and his burn rate has gone up year over year, his numbers have actually not gone up. So he's not actually bringing in a new audience or even reaching the same level of prominence that he once did with his commentary. If you go look at his Social Blade, let's take a look. Social Blade, Tim Pool. I wonder where he's at. Oh, he's got a C+ grade. That's not good. Even my YouTube channel has a higher grade than that. 1.4 million subs. $3.2 million views in the last 30 days. That's like not even a third of the views that I get on the HasanAbi channel. things start to make sense.
There's a platform called...
When you look at his view counts, 62,000, 27,000, 37,000, 8.6 thousand. These view counts are fucking abysmal, dude. They are abysmal. His other YouTube channel, the big one with 2.58 million subscribers. Let's take a look at that. Maybe that one's a little bit better. Right? This is a different one, right? Yeah. This one has 2.58 million. This one has 1.47 million. Okay, this is the main channel that he has. 13K, 46K, 13K, 26K, 52K. You just can't fucking sustain any business. All the while, Candace Owens is actually calling out Timothy Pool right now to an audience of 152,000 people. Tim Pool tried to do the thing that many other content demons do, which is identify a popular right-wing figure and attack them for like the last month or so. Initially posting snide remarks about Candace Owens and subtweeting Candace Owens, and then directly talking about Candace Owens. Let's take a look at how Candace Owens is dealing with it.
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is on a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay? What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is doing there is somebody who is not a man. He
said, Tim Pool, you actually have hair under that beanie. You're actually a woman, Tim Pool.
Secondly, Tim Pool doesn't even have the intellect to understand that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Let's
It's
take
an
a
act
look.
of
Hold on.
bravery
Let's watch what
to
Timmy P
attack
said.
me in this moment. So take a listen to Tim
Let's
Pool.
see what Timmy PP had to say.
Candace Owens is a f***ing evil scumbag. She is a degenerate. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you told me? She has no security. She doesn't deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone...
The last time I saw him this enraged was when he was talking about Ukraine is the enemy of mankind. Oh my God, he hit the soy slam. Wow. Calm down, Timmy.
Else suffer, and all of these conservatives out there that send me these messages have no balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which she's doing to me right now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the
girls are fighting! Ah! This is so sick. Oh my God.
One fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors shouldn't give two no one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy, and she doesn't give a about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the am I even supposed to sell this property?
So there's a lot to unpack there. First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is on a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay? What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen. Everything he is doing there is somebody who is not a man, he is not tough, and he would never dare to speak to a man like that, right? People that find that very easy.
Yeah, that's what 45 beats per minute looks like
To
in the heart
understand
rate side.
that we put him in the thumbnail because he accused me in a full episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, which we showed and contextualized, of being someone who benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he thinks he's being accused. No, you accused me of that in like a actually, I think it was 2-hour episode with Milo Yiannopoulos, in which Milo defended me and explained that I am not to blame for the lame excuses that the feds have given us regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination, and that if we do need to have some spiritual searching in terms of what the Republican Party has become, that the time for that is now. Okay. So this little, and I really like, he's a small person for this, a very small person who is also theatrical, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him. He's a chronic fence sitter, okay, pretending like he is braving the wilderness for being what? The 110,000th person who's making a video about Candace Owens in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination. He thinks he's pioneering that. Are you out of your mind? It's only the safest thing you can do. What's
True.
next? Is he going to make a video and call Kanye West anti-Semitic? Like that's what he's pioneering right now. Oh my gosh, so original. Like, is he going to call Donald Trump evil in 2016? This is the storm that he's.
Hold on now, Candace, you did that too. Candace, you did that too.
He is a fundamentally weak man for what he did there. He should apologize. He won't. I don't care what happens to his platform. He's now essentially trying
Candace
out.
Owens
He's
literally
under
had a
financial
website.
pressure. He's trying out for Zionists.
Candace Owens literally had a website shitting on Donald Trump in
It will come and check.
2016.
I hope it happens for you, Tim. I hope it makes you happy. But to do that to someone who has never done anything to you other than disagree with you.
You said
about
this is a fucking, why are we watching this? I don't know, because 154,000 people are currently watching. You can't see because people are subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service at an alarming rate, okay? At an alarming rate in massively consequential numbers. Therefore, you can't see it because the emotes are actually hiding the viewership. But the Piker Broadcasting Service, unlike Tim Pool, who is funded by the Kremlin, is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your subscriptions are the only way that you can support the show. The PBS, the real PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, is for you and by you. Your subscriptions, totally voluntary, allow me to maintain editorial control. No ads, no nothing. You can also rewind the broadcast now if you are on a desktop, if you subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. Everyone knows you're funded by Hamas, bro. I think I don't think they have any money left to give me, you know?
Charlie Kirk narrative.
Was Tim Pool actually funded by Russia? Yes. Oh, that's there was a whole FBI case on it, Chatter. Come on.
Focused my content on you, and anytime your name has come up, it has been because you have explicitly been attacking me. You are a coward. You are less than a man. Okay? You are behaving, your type right there is like a person who's having financial issues and yet decides to go out and put $100K on a poker game. And when he loses and is a further $100K in the hole, comes back home and beats his wife and kids and thinks he's a tough guy. That's how you're acting right now. I'm not your wife. I'm not your kids. Get your affairs in order and stop blaming me, because I'm actually traversing down the path that hasn't been traveled by standing up and saying that something corrupt happened and Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I don't care.
She's both right and wrong. Like, you know, saying Jews are responsible for everything is not necessarily a new meta. However, she is right because her conspiracies are so fucking insane and go far beyond Jews are responsible for everything that, like, she kind of is reinventing the game.
Cold outside.
Oh my God. And she hit the ad break. Yo, that's awesome. She is so goated with this. She literally will insta-lock an ad in between, like, controversy, whatever the fuck's going on. She'll just go, boom, ad break, bitch.
Seeing what happened.
She'll be like, I'm mourning the loss of my best friend, Charlie Kirk, and here is what's helping me cope with that loss. Flank steak.
are equally as brave, right? Ryan Matta has been amazing on X. Melissa, I always tell you about Melissa. Mel is Village Crazy Lady. She does really great work. And I keep wrongly branding her. I'm laughing as a Catholic. A couple weeks ago, she's like, I'm not Catholic. I'm like, I am so sorry. I don't know why I thought she was Catholic. I made that up. Hopefully she will be sued. Okay. That's what I will say to that. And she's doing a really great job, particularly focusing on that faith angle, because I do believe that the faith was the infiltration at Turning Point USA. And it is, by the way, a fact that in recent, in the last year, they even hired former cartel weapons traffickers at Turning Point USA who found God. Okay, so they were trafficking from Poland through to Mexico, weapons and drugs, but then they found God. Unemployment. Like, I don't know what to make of that. Who am I to question somebody saying that they found God?
Dude,
but
every day
Arizona
she comes
is
up
quite
with
place,
she cooks up a new insane thing. It's
when you
fucking.
get to a certain level
She's got
in business,
range,
they
baby.
offer you what they say. What is the expression? It's either the silver or the lead. You take the money, or you take the bullet. And I wonder if that was presented to Charlie. I wonder if that's why he was fearful the day before when he messaged people and said, they are going to kill me. Who was he referring to? Do you guys believe that it was a gendered person on top of a rooftop?
Yeah, plato y plomo.
I don't. I certainly don't. Maybe Tim Pool does.
Plomo.
Coralia Montalvo writes, may God be with you and your family, Candace. Keep telling the truth. You have a whole army supporting you. And by the way, like this guy proves,
so
there are a lot
much
of
from the
incredible men
donos
in the
is
military.
crazy.
It is always at the top where corruption happens. And
Wait, Alex
I hope
Jones,
that
real.
you take away from this
Good job,
that
Candace.
we are infiltrated as a nation.
5,000
We have gangs
ARS.
that
I
are
don't even know what
controlling a
that
lot.
is.
And that we need to make our community
Mossad
smaller.
agent
We
Alex
need to know
for the
who people
lose.
are in our
Jew
communities. We
lover
need to
Alex
sense that
Mossad
stranger
agent
danger.
plant selling out America.
Maybe not be so entertained by a foreign accent and wondering more. You know, we need to become our own little CIA units or DCIA units in our own communities and share information. And yeah, I hope that's what we are pioneering here, because we certainly cannot trust the government to take care of us if they didn't take care of Charlie Kirk. And maybe that's it. Maybe people are terrified.
She said we
Maybe
need to
that's what they've known all
crowdsource
along,
our own CIA.
is that the cartels could have been involved in this. And yeah, that might be it. I don't know. It might be it. I'm just following the facts. Amanda Marias writes, we love you, lady. I'm so sorry you're going through this. You have a whole... Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. Gracie Lou writes, there is no TPUSA without Charlie. I've never seen such a group of disingenuous groups. The likes of Andrew, Blake, Mikey, Tyler, etc. It's heartbreaking on top of heartbreak. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Continued prayers.
Bro, she dropped the Jews killed Charlie Kirk like the next week. She said it was the French Legionnaires.
I actually said to my husband...
She said it was... First, she said it was ZOG, Zionist Occupied Government. Then she said it was FOG, French Occupied Government. Now she's saying it's the cartels collaborating with the Polish. Okay? Every day it's a new conspiracy. It's fucking awesome.
Chill, and this Dan Flood stuff is giving me a chill. And maybe we will actually accept that offer.
I guess she
and
doesn't
start a
actually
fund
say...
in
She
the
still
coming
ties
days
it back
or
to the Jews,
coming weeks. I don't know.
even when it's the
Together.
Egyptians. The other day it was the
I will run
Egyptians.
that to my husband. I actually think that is a good idea. I think we need to...
It's actually the Egyptians that occupy the
This
government.
thing has really scared me, this French intelligence thing and the lack of commentary from the White House. This thing is really far-reaching. The good and the true and the beautiful writes, go Max, Candace. Thank you so much. And this person writes, what do you...
She's mobilizing an army of the most gang-stalked people in the world against their enemies. Let me see. When she reads those donos, does it still pop off? Yep, people are still watching. That's crazy, man. So where did this start? Let's see. This is her big reveal, her big truth, her finale.
I was calling this person and I had no idea what it was going to lead
Dude,
to.
I love the inbox stuff. Okay. I love the inbox shit. Like every other day, there's a new insane person in her inbox. I do believe that, by the way. I don't think that she's like inventing these people. I do believe that she just actually has farmed some of the most gang-stalked individuals. And they're constantly like operating as though, like they're constantly just writing whatever schizophrenic screed in her inbox. And she's just reading it out loud as though this is a new source. without any verification whatsoever. It's fucking awesome. This was the full clip of Tim's crash out, by the way. Candace Owens is a bleep. Tim Pool has the biggest meltdown of his career.
Suggests
Could
Robinson
he be
is
right?
the likely culprit. We will see what happens in the trial when evidence is presented, but there's literally no other story. Just a bunch of fucking retards on the internet saying stupid shit. And what that does is the organization that helped get Donald Trump elected, which needs
Whoa, he said the R word, bro. Can he say that?
to persist. You don't got to be a fan of it, but it certainly will help get individual congressional candidates elected and stop Democrats from launching new committees and putting more people in prison like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. Instead, it's being gutted by fucking psychopaths telling people to pull their donations. So when this organization burns to the ground or whatever the fuck happens to it, maybe they're fine. The organization that's rallying young people, causing a shift in the political leanings of a generation for the first time in history, is now in dire straits. Their leader and founder murdered, and prominent pieces of human trash are trying to destroy it. It's fucking evil. So you know what? When someone pulls in front of my property and fires on it several times, I'm sitting here looking at these vile pieces of shit and thinking to myself, for what purpose will I stick my neck out if this is what happens after Charlie Kirk is killed? Candace Owens is a fucking evil scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt. She is burning everything down, and she's gloating and smiling while she does it. And you know what you fucking told me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that.
Calm down, Tim. Damn, Tim. Hey, yo, 45 resting BPM. Nope. No. He's at 180. He's maxing out, dude. His heart's about to explode. Oh, no. He's mad as hell. This is, like I said, this is the only time I've seen him do the soy slam. The only other time I've seen him, it was when Russia was giving him $4 million to do that.
Scumbag. She is a degenerate cunt.
You gotta run it back. Ooh!
She is.
He said the C word. Oh my God. This is fucking awesome. Hey, yo. Why is he so fucking mad, bro? What? Dude, this has been something that I've been like kind of tuning into for the past month or so. Ever since Charlie Kirk got shot, okay, and Candace started popping off big time, so much so that he got an entire nation state and its leadership to come out and be like, we didn't execute Charlie Kirk. Please don't say that we did that. And Candace Owens single-handedly destroyed the mainstream narrative about who was responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. Okay? Ever since then, Candace has been on a fucking tear. Okay? She has been popping the fuck off. And every other day where she goes live, there's 100,000 plus people watching. Okay? 100,000 plus people watching live for the 1 hour that she goes live. And she's making a fuck ton. Okay? She is farming those donos. She is farming those ad campaigns. Yeah. There are like $500 super chats coming in. Candace Owens makes millions of dollars from her show, and media says, yeah, sure. I don't know if it's at least $9 million a year by his analysis. I don't know how valid his analysis is, but she is making a shit ton of money at a time when Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, and all the old guard, right? All of those guys are hemorrhaging their audiences. They've all lost their audiences. They've lost their audiences to Asmongold. They've lost their audiences to Candace Owens. They've lost their audience to Nick Fuentes. And basically, this is really fucking pissed off Tim Pool, okay? Tim Pool has been losing his mind over this shit. It's pure petty jealousy. Okay. And initially, Tim Pool was like tweeting out vague posts about how I think someone can link it in here if you saw it. Like, he was vague posting about like, oh, if I had no honor, I too could make a lot of money like some of these other people, but we all know I can't do that, blah, blah, blah, all this shit, right? And it was very obvious that he was talking about Candace Owens, right? Has he ever attempted to come for you? Oh, that's interesting that you say that. He did, actually. He made a where is it? He made a YouTube video about how I was actually on a downtrend during the peak of people leaving my community because I was not pro-Israel after October 7. He's made numerous videos on me, throughout the years, but the one that I remember so vividly was when he made that YouTube video being like, oh, Hasan is actually fucking falling apart. He's going to quit his career or whatever. I never said any of those things, right? But basically, that was a funny moment because that never actually happened, and I think my career is fine. As opposed to fucking Tim Pool's career, which is falling apart. No, I can't turn my mic up to match the clips, okay? I can actually lower the audio from the clips. Stop spamming. In any case, over the last couple of weeks, he started to address Candace Owens directly. He went from claiming... Tim Pool went from claiming that, there are people that we all know that have no loyalty and no ethics, and that's why they're making a lot of money, to just straight up making fun of Candace Owens in his own way. I received information this morning to put the final piece together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by Candace Owens and some of the very people who claim to be his friend. Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence for my claims. And I'm making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this organization to say thank you. You were lied to, and Candace knew. Oh, here's the video. Yeah.
We have this tweet.
Hasan Piker viewership plummets. Hasan breaks down as Gen Z reject leftism. How'd that go? March 28th, 2024. Hasan Piker viewership plummets. Interesting. Interesting coming from Timmy Boy. It's weird. Let's see. What is my monthly viewership right now? Let me take a look real quick. Let me take a look. What's that? Okay, I got a copy strike. Okay, we'll fucking do that later. Jesus Christ. Shut up, YouTube. Where are we at? Channel Analytics, 1.7 million, 1.7 million subscribers. Last 28 days, 21 million views in the last 28 days, which is, not great. Not great for the channel. I think last month it was like around 30 plus million. But it happened to be that that happens to be 3 times the size of Tim Pool's channel. Or not 3, sorry, 10 times the size of Tim Pool's channel. What a fall off this has been. What is this? Hold on. Where were we? Where were we? Where were we? Where was I? What was I looking at? I don't want to lose the... the thing that I was talking about here. Hold on. Let's turn off some of these things. I'm closing out some of my tabs here. You didn't fall off, though. You didn't even get nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year. That's true. And I didn't even get a streamer award. These morons tried saying you were washed with 17K subs at the time, but Twitch Tracker hadn't updated their numbers for the full month, and these idiots ran with it. You ended up having almost 48K subs that month. Wait, when did that happen? I didn't even see that. They said that I had 17,000 subs. That's true. Chatters. The HasanAbi Broadcast is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, the Piker Broadcasting Service. We have, our fall off is imminent. It's what Tim is talking about in the video from March 2024. Oh, okay. Please do not look at the top 10 channels from USA by hours watched in 2025. At the number 3 slot, my name might show you. My name might come up on the top 3 slot. Okay? But make no mistake, we have fallen off. Okay? Any day now, my fall off is imminent. And also, another fall off that's imminent is the People's Republic of China. Both myself and the People's Republic of China is going to fall off any day now. Okay? Big time. It is an inevitability. I'm going to tweet. Just wait a little longer. Both are on the brink of failure. I agree. Of course, you can stop me from falling off by subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You're being sarcastic, right? Yes, I am. That's what I meant when I said I'm at a very Chinese point in my life. Just one more context puke. Yeah.
Burning everything down.
Beck the Great.
And she's gloating and smiling
Divide
while she
by
does it.
spiders,
And
they
you know
can
what you
think it's
fucking
the
told
subs.
me? She has no security. She doesn't fucking deal with the shit we have to deal with. She's a piece of shit. She's making everyone else suffer. And all of these fucking conservatives out there that send me these fucking messages have no fucking balls to call her out. More and more people have started doing it. They send me these fucking messages. Good for you, Tim. Good for you, Tim. I wasn't the first person to do it. I'm not going to take credit for that. But don't fucking DM me like I did something for you as you cower, as you fucking cower, scared that she'll put you on her thumbnail and claim you benefited from Charlie Kirk's assassination, which he's doing to me right fucking now.
Yeah, that was the...
I'm fucking done with these people.
She has security, just not on the level of you.
Oh, yeah, the one fat guy you mentioned with no wall and no barrier in a suburban neighborhood with neighbors. She doesn't give two fucking shits. No one's out for her. She's lying about all of this. You told me you went to her house and she's got a 4-foot wall and one fat guy. And she doesn't give a shit about her security. Meanwhile, I get bullets fired at my fucking property and I have to go live in the middle of nowhere. And I got fucking strangers coming up to my house in Maryland, breaking in. I got people showing up and beating up the residents who trying to live there. How the fuck am I even supposed to sell this property? And you know, it's all lies. It's all hypocrisy. And it is for the purpose of making money. And she does not live the way other people live. And she claims she liked Charlie. She loved Charlie. And she is burning everything down that he built because she is evil. She is evil. And I'll say it again. This conservative movement is fractured. It's fried, whatever it is. Okay. Republicans are on track to lose the midterms. They were actually trending in the other direction until Charlie Kirk was murdered.
Yeah.
And this is the point, isn't it? The most effective political assassination in history.
No, I don't think Republicans were on track to win the midterms until Charlie Kirk was assassinated. That's delulu. The fuck? The reason as to why the Republicans are crashing and burning, or at least their base is hemorrhaging, has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's status as being alive or or being dead. Nothing at all.
So just to,
if anything, shouldn't that have been a galvanizing factor in the base? Shouldn't that have been the moment, the pivotal moment where everyone turned around and went, oh my God, the left is trying to kill us. They're out to get us. They're out to physically do violence to us. Oh, wait, they did try to do that. And you know who fucked that up for them? Candace Owens, baby. So technically, he ain't wrong when he says Candace Owens ruined our plans. Because Candace Owens straight up admit you're wrong. Tim is correct. After Charlie died, Republicans were too scared to put their necks out. His analysis is correct. Bend the knee, little bro. The only thing he's right about is the fact that Republicans tried to come out and unify around a message that it was actually Chuck Schumer that was out to kill them. Okay? Now, how successful that message would be, given, you know, things that people can fucking visualize and see with the way that Democrats talk about issues, that I guess we're never going to find out how successful that would have been in the absence of Candace Owens coming out and throwing a bomb in the middle of that conversation by immediately shifting every conservative's attention back to Israel by saying this was fucking Israel. But I do think, and this is true, Candace's total insanity over Kirk's death reads more as someone grieving a person than his wife hosting $10,000 per seat dinner parties, weirdly enough. So not surprised his fans have turned to her over Turning Point USA. I said this at the time. Candace Owens, out of all of the conservatives, including Erica Kirk, was the only person that seemed to be genuinely grieving Charlie Kirk's death. Now, do I think she's still a grifter? Absolutely. Okay? I do. Do I think she's really farming this shit? Oh, 100%. But it was very clear to me that she was one of the few people that was like, I need to take some time for myself. This is ridiculous. I can't believe it. And especially with how organized the professional Republican side was in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, it does feel to me like a lot of people looked at Candace Owens and were like, well, they were really close friends, actually. Erica Kirk moving like prime Grim Repeat right now. Yeah, didn't she just do a CBS town hall, actually? There's also this. More debates between Candace, who blocked me many, many years ago. But I think what happened, she also, where is it? CBS News is doing a town hall with Erica Kirk, no? Which, by the way, Barry Weiss, CBS News, you already know what it is. CBS to host town hall with Erica Kirk to talk about the aftermath of husband's death. Shouts out to Barry Weiss. So that's the reason why these guys are fucking falling apart.
And thanks to the likes of the vile cunt Candace Owens, she has turned Turning Point into the perpetrators of the crime that was against them. I don't get paid.
All the while, the Republican side went so heavy-handed with the Charlie Kirk posture, and immediately went into punishment mode. On the one hand, you had Republicans screaming bloody murder, that they have to start assassinating leftist figures. On the other hand, they tried to keep up this narrative that it was actually the left that's responsible for all the violent rhetoric that ended up killing Charlie Kirk. But this heavy-handed nature of the administration coming after the likes of Jimmy Kimmel and firing hundreds of people, which I tweeted about as well, which got a response from one of Charlie Kirk's homies at the time, led to all the fucking Kirkification memes. People obviously are all out of shit to give. They're all out of fucks to give. It was virtually impossible for Gen Z and Gen Alpha to take this seriously, or take anything seriously, really, when material conditions are fucking falling apart. And on top of that, Charlie Kirk had most notoriously said, you know, some people are going to die in school shootings, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. And then he was the one who ended up dying in a school shooting. So obviously, for many Gen Z that have seen their friends get shot at or have to go to school in fear that they might get shot at, clearly this was a moment where they were like, okay, well, I don't care if you don't care, you know? Hold on, I'm trying to find the tweet where I talked about the Kirkification real quick. I'm looking at the, oh, here it is, because Andrew Corvitt or whatever responded to it. Yeah, Andrew Colvett, sorry. I said, this is part of the reason at least 600 Americans lost their jobs for saying stuff about Charlie Kirk, including 50 academics and university administrators. By contrast, 22 academics fired in 2020, 160 total fired for pro-Palestine views, making the Kirk crackdown the most extreme form of cancel culture so far. To which I reply with, this is part of the reason why the We Are Charlie Kirk and Kirkification memes went insanely viral. You can't mandate reverence for a generation that saw their classmates get slaughtered in school shootings. Andrew Colvett responded with, no one mandated pro-Charlie pose. All that was asked was that they didn't cheer the assassination of an innocent, peaceful father and husband. Not a high bar. If someone couldn't meet the minimum, then employers were provided an unobstructed view of their employees' depravity. This is just cancel culture. You can't try to fucking justify it. You did cancel culture. Own it. And now we're living in a world where people are talking about, you know, getting kirked up. Hasan's still rewriting history. What is this? People called you a terrorist because you had a terrorist on your stream and you glorified them on your stream, not because you opposed Israel. Bro, do you watch the Hasan podcast the minute it comes out? Lamafao, you guys have no fucking life. Your existence is truly pathetic. I can't believe they're still running with this. I love the take of the type of person that's like, I'm actually anti-Israel, but you're anti-Israel the wrong way. So instead of criticizing Israel, I'm going to spend all my time talking about a prominent critic of Israel and lying about who he has on as guests. Good luck, big dog. Never mind those idiots on Reddit. They don't know what it's like and you're Kirk of the Woods. Yeah. Podcast was a fucking banger. Oh, I know. It was awesome. Even your vaunted hero streamer daddy corrected his podcast co-host to say there's nothing Rashid had done wrong that would put him in that category. It's in the Willie episode he appeared on. Quit with this nonsense. Oh, these are the fucking, this is the Japanese imperial soldier still fighting, still waging a war 39 years after it ended. Okay, this is, I assume this is a DGG guy. The strategy of criticizing Muslims rather than defending Israel directly is unironically what they're doing to you, lol. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't work. Anyway, let's get back to Timmy's crash out.
By any of these people, I'm not on good terms necessarily with Turning Point USA. They didn't invite me to their stupid event. I don't want to go. I don't want to go. They invited me back after I started criticizing Candace. I'm not going to your event. I'm over all of this shit. The last thing that I need to deal with is a bunch of cowards in conservative media refusing to stand up to her, Megyn Kelly, come on. I appreciate the kind words, but come on. Such fucking pathetic bullshit. You know, and I get people saying, Tim, you know, thank you so much for talking about it. I don't care. I'm not doing a favor for anybody. I'm not doing this to benefit anybody. No. Nobody's paying me. There's no fucking Russia. There's no fucking Israel. There's just me sticking my neck out and then risking dying for what? A bunch of cowards that don't want to stand up to protect themselves?
Wait, when he says there's no Russia, there's no Israel, there was Russia. So I guess he's just crying because the Russian funds have run out. But does that mean that there's also legitimacy to the notion that maybe he's getting paid by Israel too? Because we know when he said there's no Russia, that's a lie. Well, I mean, maybe there's no Russia anymore, but we know for a fact that Russia was paying him. So the fact that he just volunteered this information about Israel leads me to believe that maybe Israel was paying him too. He did, after all, publicly meet with Benjamin Netanyahu. So I guess he was pushing both Z's. True. Pushing Z type 2. Real bummer for Tim, man.
People like fucking Candace Owens.
I couldn't believe that she put you in the thumbnail.
What a fucking cunt.
Of her piece today.
I'm done.
The idea that she'd
I'm
imply
fucking
that you had some benefit or that you benefit somehow. Like
she benefited. I think she's a Fed, and I think she killed Charlie. No one benefited more than her. And now she is, when you look at what's stopping us.
You know what's really funny about this is just pure jealousy. Like, this is no longer commentary about like if you were to do sincere commentary or serious commentary about the impact of Candace Owens, like, you know, betraying Charlie Kirk, that's one thing. But this literally just, Tim here is so mad. He's so fucking mad that he can't even hide why he's upset. Like, he's just genuinely upset because Candace Owens is farming Charlie Kirk's death. It's so awesome. And now he's saying Candace Owens he's so upset that he's like calling Candace Owens a Fed and like actually defaming Candace Owens to a degree where like Candace could actually take could actually sue him for defamation. Oh my God. That would be, oh, please do that. Oh, that would be so sick. Oh my God. I wonder what kind of delicious commentary would come out of that if Candace Owens actually sued Tim Pool for defamation for saying that she was responsible for Charlie Kirk's death as a federal agent. Oh, the discovery. Oh my God, please.
From winning in 2026 right now, what the biggest threat and the biggest fear we have is, it is the disarray on the right. It is the fracturing of the coalition of all the different voices that came together and stopped the neoliberal bullshit liberal economic order machine that was coming out and telling everybody to chop their dicks off and that you had to get fucking injected or get locked in your house. And here we have a coalition resisting and rejecting that.
What part of neoliberalism has to do with transgender stuff? That's confusing to me. The neoliberal machine ordered you to chop your dick off? I guess I must have missed the memo on that one. Yeah, Ronald Reagan, Mr. Advocate of Transgenderism. This is why when Donald Trump says everything's transgender, people immediately understand what he's saying. Because these guys have one frequency, man. They're so lost in the fucking sauce. Unironically, this commentary also devolves into everybody transgender. The fuck do trans people have to do with this? It's almost as though he's saying, like, hey, remember how much we hated trans people? Remember how good things were back then? Why can't we go back to that? Come on, everybody. Get more hateful now. Please. Things were so good.
Charlie Kirk dies, and he's not perfect. He loved Israel. Some people don't like that, but he certainly did organize a movement that brought people together, that helped get Trump elected, helped Republicans win, and resisted what the Democratic Party had been doing and these psychopath institutions. I don't want to go back to COVID. Does everybody remember what that was like? When you were locked in your home, you had to wear 2 masks, and you couldn't go anywhere unless they stuck you in the arm. And the only resistance we had was these feckless loser Republicans who've got nothing done over the past year. And now Charlie Kirk was murdered. And we say, holy crap, what do we do? How do we keep things together? And Candace, with a smile on her face, and Ian Carroll and all the rest of them say,
Trump was literally president for like most of the shit that he's complaining about.
Did it to themselves. They destroyed themselves. Pull your donations because they work for Israel. Even Nick Fuentes calling it out, saying this is psychotic. So when we lose in the midterms and the Democrats bring back their panels and their subpoenas and they start arresting people like they had already done in the past 4 years, and then we get whatever the equivalent of lockdowns is going to be, and you get President Gavin Newsom, you can mark it all back to this moment when you had evil stand, scream, and cowards refuse to do anything.
Well, with all due respect, always every single president loses in midterms.
You can come and you can burn everything I have to the ground, and I will happily live in a van down by the river. I don't care to be number one. I don't need to be number one. What I care about is what is true and what will help this country and what works. And she is a scumbag, okay? And she's getting worse every day. And she crossed the line. She continually crosses the line every day, insinuating that Turning Point literally killed the guy who made them all rich. And I hear this in the streets, and it's at a certain point, I'm like, holy shit. We're going to lose the midterms. We're going to lose the midterms. Then we're going to lose in 2028. And it's because she's a piece of shit. Because instead of saying, guys, let's come together and figure out how to work together, she says the stupidest, retarded crap. And now everybody's running around divided and broken. For what reason? For literally what reason?
Because they killed Charlie Kirk in broad daylight, and we don't care about your stupid midterms. We just don't care. Like, they really... This is how they view Charlie Kirk. That's what I say. Was anything in his life real? Tim Pool is going off right now because he's like, it's not the time. You guys need to be mules. You know
what's crazy? Charlie was such a fucking Trump dick rider and so invested in that cause that he actually wouldn't want the midterms to be flubbed because of this. This is the perfect legacy for Charlie Kirk and the entire conservative machine, honestly. Hoisted on their own petard.
Keep voting in the very corrupt people that are lying to your faces right now about what happened to Charlie Kirk. It is not the time, because it is your job to get people into office. This is what I mean when I suggest that nothing in Charlie Kirk's life was real. So he really thinks he's doing something there. And actually what he's doing is proving my point. These people just saw Charlie as a means to an end, okay? As a political horse that they could ride. And so for whatever reason, they got tired riding him. And now they're angry because they also were going to whip the horse, the ghost of Charlie Kirk, and say, we still need you to shore up votes. And it is inconvenient that people who actually cared about Charlie and saw him as a, I don't know, human being, want to know why he was publicly executed in front of us and why we're being lied to about everything. That is why Tim Pool is upset, because midterms, it's going to be my fault, not the fault of the feds for feeding us BS. It's not going to be the fault of Turning Point USA, for lying and thinking that they're brighter than us and seemingly not caring about the investigation. It's not going to be the fault of, I don't know, maybe actual politicians like Donald Trump, who's a president of the United States, and look us in the face and said, are we still talking about the Epstein files? No, that's not his fault. The fault is Candace Owens for wanting to figure out who murdered her friend. And don't you guys get it? Like, we're just an algorithm. Why do you care so much about humans? Like, why are you a human? Like, if somebody in your family dies, you need to focus on midterms. Okay? That is the point of the Tim Pool show. It doesn't matter what you are going through at home. I want you guys to hear this, okay? I don't care if you have family members that are dying, family members who have died, if you have children that you care about and you maybe don't want to live in a world that's run by pedophiles. You need to put that all aside and vote for whoever the hell Tim Pool tells you to vote for. I just want to platform that idea. I think obviously there's something wrong with me, and Tim Pool's got it figured out. His soul seems like it's really intact and it's not for sale at all.
As you can see, I'm sitting in Greg Gutfeld's seat. But why, you ask, would this be happening? The answer is I called French intelligence, and something may or may not have happened to Greg.
It's hilarious. Laughing about actual violence is apparently hilarious so long as it comes through in the context of humor. All is fair in love and laughs. And Greg Gutfeld, after all, is a comedian. So they're not being tribal at all. They're just being funny. Remember, I don't make these rules. I just follow them. And so I'd like to show you another comedian from my tribe. His name is Ace Smart, and he's going to make a funny too. And remember, it's never violent as long as we're telling jokes and it's said in front of a comedian. Take it away, Ace Smart.
No one in the United States should be...
Bro, they're literally woke. They're outwoken each other. She's saying that words are violence. Because Ben Shapiro made a joke about the conspiracy theories that that Candace Owens was going off on. Oh my God. They're having a fucking woke off. You muted right before the kill shot? Hold on. I'm going to show you.
And it's said in front of a comedian. Take it away, Ace Smart.
No one in the United States should be retiring at 65 years old. Frankly, I think retirement itself is a stupid idea unless you have some sort of health problem.
I wonder if I slap the out you, would that be anti-Semitic? Because I don't want to be anti-Semitic. I just want to slap the out you. Shut the up. I'm so sick of you cornball ass trying to stay relevant in front of that podcast equipment. Shut the up. You want us to go to work and grind for the rest of our life while you sit in front of the thing and sound intelligent? Shut the up. I speak for everybody that ever woke up on a Monday morning. Shut the up.
Passionate, hilarious, relatable. It's funny. As long as it's a joke, it's funny.
I mean, if there's anybody that maybe should be aligned, it's the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace crew, Dave Smith. But here's what Nick Fuentes had to say. Do you have that?
Why was she at Tucker Carlson's Christmas party in Nashville last night? Why was she at Dollywood on Thanksgiving, the theme park? So, allegedly, the French government and the Israeli intelligence have put a hit out on you. They've paid millions of dollars to kill you, but you're walking around a theme park in your town. You're walking around. For those that don't know, Dollywood.
Dude, we're missing so much. We were missing so much fucking drama. These guys are literally eating each other alive every fucking day. And we're focused on what? Bullshit. Oh my God, the affordability crisis. Oh, is Donald Trump going to bomb Venezuela? Meanwhile, this is why I was like, today I'm going to do a little bit of fucking hogwatch. I'm going to do a little bit of slop watch. Okay, nope, boring. Watching watching conservative commentators blow each other's careers up is excellent, dude. No wonder all the fucking slop tubers love doing a million HasanAbi is crashing and burning videos. I'm getting it now. Yeah, it is fun to watch your ideological opposition fight one another with regular frequency. Except the problem is those slop tubers present themselves as like progressives when they're very clearly not. I get why Asmongold does it though, because at least he has the decency to openly admit that he's a fucking right winger. Oh my Lord.
There's a Dollywood, Dollyland. It's like Dolly Parton's Disney World.
I don't even know.
You're walking around Disney World? You're walking around an amusement park in your hometown on the holiday weekend when allegedly everyone's trying to kill you? Then you go to a Christmas party with Tucker Carlson
in the same city attended by hundreds of people, and people know you're going to be there with Tucker and all the based people in one room, but you can't go to Turning Point, where everybody knows you're going to be, and if anything happened to you, God forbid, they would immediately blame Turning Point. It doesn't even make any sense.
I think the mistake they made, and I've said on my podcast, she should have never become the CEO and chairman overnight. Because now, when people have questions, you got to answer them, right? You're not just a grieving widow, which there has to be respectability for and space and allowing her to be a mother. But you very quickly decided that you were equipped to be Charlie. Well, guess what? That's going to be a trial by fire. Okay, Charlie had to go through it. It's painful. The public's going to go through every layer of your life. They're going to and so it's people go, it's not fair. You can't do what we call the post-school shooting thing, which is like a school shooting is such a tragic event. And then suddenly they're like, you have to listen to David Hogg and you can't question David Hogg. It's like, but I got effing questions for David Hogg, right? If you're now going to say that I have to accept him as a political leader, I'm sorry if a tragedy happened to you, it's fair for me to say, David Hogg, I have why are you on CNN? And I think that's how.
Nick Fuentes was mad that his audience is falling for Candace Owens. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm putting it to bed. It's done. You're both. Turning Point is done. Candace Owens, her credibility's toast. I cannot wait. The defamation lawsuits, bring them forth. Bring them forth. The vindication. Cherish this moment. Like, please, hate on me now. Go ahead, cancel me.
Is Nick Fuentes pivoting to a pro-Israel position? Oh my God. Wow. I don't know. Maybe he's compromised. Maybe he's compromised. Kind of strange. Kind of strange for him to attack this bold defender of the truth, Candace Owens.
Go ahead, cancel me for saying this. It makes the vindication better next year. It always does.
No, Hasan, you're jealous? Jealous of what, dude?
Been there, done it. So anyway, okay, we are going to move on. We're going to get into our news. Our featured story, we're going to talk about the National Defense Strategy. I had to go off there a little bit, only because, the low IQ masses, they're like counting on you to be on the back foot. They're counting on you to say, so listen, guys, I like what she's doing, but whatever. No, it's stupid. It's stupid and it's weird, and I'm not falling for it. I won't. I didn't fall for Trump. I'm not falling for this. This is a load of bullshit. You lost me. Egyptian planes, maroon t-shirts, beekeepers, Charlie talked to me in a dream. What is wrong with you people? Someone with balls needs to slap you idiots across your faces. You're watching a show of a stupid black woman saying, Charlie told me he was betrayed in my dream. And you idiots are saying, well, sometimes dreams are very powerful.
I don't know if I'm the jealous one, Chatter. Kind of feels like there's one person that we're hearing from who has a lot of jealousy in his heart. How are you, as a neo-Nazi, losing audience members to a black woman, actually? I guess maybe he was ethnic after all. I guess his audience was like, yeah, we're neo-Nazis, but also at the same time, like, we're watching a Mexican guy. Might as well watch a black person, Because that's like ultimate skill issue. As ultimate skill issue, if you literally have a white supremacist base of support and they prefer a black woman to you, god damn, dude.
Powerful. You fucking idiot. What happened to you people? Seriously, we used to be the smart ones. Anti-Semitism used to be smart and ahead of the curve. If you were saying Jews did 9/11, Jews brought us into Iraq, we know what we're talking about. We know the names and we know what's going on. And now you got all these stupid idiots watching the show saying, but Nick, Candace said that Charlie confessed to her in a dream. I don't even believe what I'm hearing when I hear that stuff. She goes on her show, I've been having visions of beekeepers.
Bro, that's so crazy. That's fucking nuts. Like the sequence of words strung together right there. We were the smart ones. Anti-Semites are the smart ones. What's happening? As in, a gay Mexican man, okay, and a black woman are currently competing for the title of the top white supremacist in the United States of America. And Nick Fuentes is mad that Candace Owens is actually doing better on that in that competition by outflanking him on anti-Semitism. This should be a wake-up call for anybody. Obviously, Nick Fuentes knows better. He's just a fucking piece of shit. But like this, normally you would look at this and go, "Oh wait, holy fuck! Maybe a lot of the grievances are not actually real, and it's just about blaming the Jews to the maximum degree." And if that's what the audience wants, they will literally go and watch a black woman to do that as well. That's what his face looks like when he realizes. He's like, oh shit, it has nothing to do with like intelligent assessments whatsoever, and everything to do with like, no, you got to blame the Jews, obviously. Because think about that. What if you've already decided that Jews control everything? Why wouldn't you fucking blame the Jews for Charlie Kirk's murder? Why wouldn't you blame the Jews for every single thing that happens? If that's the demand from your audience, then yeah, it's a fairly easy spot to take up. Especially when you want to do like commentary. Especially when you do commentary that's like a little bit more reasonable because you realize that you're getting a bigger profile and you want to become a more mainstream figure. So you can't just like blame the Jews for every single thing, right? But the audience doesn't care about that. They want to hear you blame the Jews for everything.
All year. Oh my gosh, our ancestors would hate you. Do you know that our ancestors invented every field of knowledge? Ask Ricardo Duchesne. Our ancestors invented every field of knowledge. Plato would hate you. Aristotle would hate you. Da Vinci and Isaac Newton would hate you. We are becoming Negrofied. The Jews are right. We are becoming true Goyim if we believe in fucking bullshit superstition like that. It is literally like medieval peasant idiocy.
Wait.
Someone in the...
He's like, there's a... Okay, this is awesome. I didn't even know that there was this like specific ideological delineation amongst anti-Semites that looked at like the peasants doing pogroms and were like, no, those guys were doing it wrong when they were blaming the Jews. That's awesome. Wait, MTG came after me from the top rope. Wait, someone else said Marjorie Taylor Greene came after you and linked something. But I didn't see it in time. Was it a poop sock? Oh, they were just lying. I was clickbaiting you. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize that these guys actually were like, no, that was blood libel. It's kind of funny that Nick Fuentes, which is, you know, one of the premier anti-Semites in 2025 in North America, is actually looking at like historic anti-Semitism, and he's like, no, blood libel is, you know, that was actually made up. When the peasants were doing anti-Semitism and doing pogroms, They were actually stupid. When Hitler did it, he was doing it in a smart way. When the peasants did it, they were doing it in the wrong way, even though that enmity that Hitler leaned into did come from the historic anti-Semitism. And technically, this version of anti-Semitism is the leveled up version of that same old medieval peasantry and their anti-Semitism.
Village said she had a dream. Oh, come on, guys. Seriously? It's anti-white. It's anti-white. It disgusts me. It disgusts me.
What?
It reminds me of, I used to work at UPS, and it was all black people there. They would get bussed in from Gary, Indiana, from the south side of Chicago, and they all believed in magic. They all, to a one, they all believed in magic. You know, we'd be in the trailers.
Bro, Nick Fuentes is always around black people, apparently. He has so many anecdotes from black people, none of which makes sense if you actually think about it all together. Like, so he was working alongside black people, but they weren't trying to kill him all the time, even though he believes that if you're around a gaggle of black teenagers, they will immediately assassinate you. Also, all black people believe in magic. What the fuck? Yeah. If you were to listen to Nick Fuentes, most of his life was in the south side of Chicago, constantly getting assassinated by black teenagers who believe in magic, which he somehow avoided expertly. They were casting spells. Oh, that's awesome.
Loading the boxes, and we talk about everything and anything, and they all believed in magic and supernatural stuff. This is no different. Candace Owens is like any other black person that believes in magic, basically. And white people, credulous white people, are buying into it.
It's pretty funny because both Nick and Candace are like devout Catholics. And he has to do that thing that he was doing with Piers Morgan yesterday, where it's like, it's okay when white people do it, but when black people do it, they do it in a black way and it's bad. And they're both fucking Catholic. They both believe in a sequence of like insane shit that you have to believe in. Okay, it's one of the coolest versions, in my opinion, of Christianity, because it's like, you know, there's a lot of magical shit going on, and they love their little rituals, which I, again, like I said, think is kind of cool. But like, he's trying to do that to Candace Owens, being like, oh, well, she's blackly believing in magic, as opposed to my white way, even though I am ethnic and my father is Mexican. I'm believing in magic in a white kind of way, which is appropriate. Oh, you're Catholic. You think you're eating Jesus Christ's flesh and drinking his blood? No, isn't that a thing? The fuck are we doing?
I'm honestly disappointed in all of you. And when all of this gets exposed, when the whole thing gets revealed, I can't wait to feel the vindication. This might be the sweetest one yet. Because this is the most unpopular position I think I've ever taken. And I'm happy to do it every single time. I love it. So, anyway. Yeah, and I know I'm speaking for a lot of white people when I say this. It's like, I want to put on my Burger King crown and say, get this fucking bitch off the plane, you know? When I look at Candace Owens,
Wait. He didn't even call her the N-word. Because that's the Burger King meme, right? He says the N-word, right? I think Nick Fuentes is scared of Candace Owens. Oh my God, he's gone woke. I think he's fucking terrified of Candace Owens' popularity.
a Burger King crown equipped. Burger King crown selected from inventory and equipped. And I'm saying, get this bitch off the fucking plane.
He did it again. Racist equals fearful? No, I think he's afraid. I think he's afraid of Candace Owens' aura. He can't even call her the N-word. That's twice. Oh my God. Does he think Candace Owens is also a black wizard? Is that why? Just like all the black teenagers that tried to assassinate him through magic, he believes Candace Owens also will cast a spell on him. He didn't say he believed in magic. Yeah, he's trying to say that because he's trying to remain strong. He's trying to remain strong in the face of black magic. It's also really funny for a fucking Nazi to be like, oh, these guys believe in a whole bunch of esoteric, magical, mystical nonsense. Yeah, what the fuck do you think the Nazis believed, dumbass? The Nazis were the ultimate believers of mysticism and magic. What the fuck do you think Hitler was commanding archaeologists to do in the fucking mountains of Tibet and shit? They were trying to find like Nordic hammers or whatever. The entire thing. Well, it wasn't Hitler, but you know. There is a debate around whether Hitler was a true believer in that stuff or if he was like a little bit more embarrassed by it. And that Himmler might have been the more committed believer in the whole esoteric stuff. Anyway, it's pretty funny that these guys are fighting one another over who is actually a better anti-Semite. This is one thing I disagree with Nick on. Honestly surprised he thinks it was Tyler Robinson. Did you notice he upped his Christmas decor? Yeah, because I fucking called him out for being... I called him out on the Piers Morgan thing, and I said I have more Christ-loving decor behind me, and I'm a Muslim guy. I'm more Christ-cucked than he is, and clearly he got the memo, so he added a second Christmas tree and a third one. That's crazy. At least he's getting feedback.
Because my husband won't let me, it gets better. She says my husband is having company.
Just wait till I have ethnic Santa in the background too.
In from out of town, from out of the country. Okay, so this is the queen of just asking questions, right? This is the queen of there's no timestamps. That's weird. You asked me at midnight. That's weird. The Discord messages contain the word vehicle. That's weird. I'm just asking. So you can't go to Turning Point because your British husband told you can't because you're having company from out of the country? Who's the company?
Yeah, again, ain't no way a Nazi complaining about just asking questions. Bro, that's fucking awesome. He literally is complaining that Candace Owens is better at doing anti-Semitic conspiracy theories than he is. You understand what's going on, right? Like, he's genuinely bent out of shape that Candace Owens is better at blaming Jews than he is, so much so that his white supremacist audience are moving on from him to Candace Owens, who is a black woman. He's like, it's like, was it because I admitted to being ethnic? Is that why? Is it my ethnic background that caused you to, that made you decide you could actually jump ship? Yeah, DEI, baby.
Is it his father? Is it his father, Lord Farmer?
Yeah, he's complaining that he's been working so hard to make his conspiracies compelling and reasonable, and she's just saying, in my dreams, he told me XYZ and people are buying it. Yeah. Yeah, he's fucking losing his mind because that's what it takes. It doesn't take much. No shit.
British lord, the commodities trader, the head of the Council of Jews and Christians in Britain? That Lord Farmy, is it that guy from out of town? One of the biggest boosters of the Tory party in the United Kingdom? And one of the major backers of Nigel Farage and Brexit? Is it that guy? Or is it John Mappin, the Scientologist with a Russian wife who apparently introduced you and your out-of-country husband, George? Who are the people that are coming from out of town preventing you from telling the truth? Is this part of the conspiracy? Candace, blink twice. Blink twice. If the British or the French are invading your household and they won't let you speak, you can't go because your husband won't let you because people from out of the country are coming into your home. I presume that's family, and your family's pretty spooked up. So who is that? Or is that not legitimate? Or am I attacking family now? And that's suddenly off limits. It just gets more and more ridiculous. And honestly, I saw some of the feedback yesterday. A lot of people disagree with me on this. And to them, I would just say, fuck you. Seriously. I have so had it with the Candace fatigue. It is the most low IQ, stupidest, most idiotic political trend I have ever seen in 10 years of doing the show. I've never seen anything like it. And I just simply will not pander to or plead with or try to appeal to people that are not rational. The reflexive excuses, totally irrational arguments, I won't do it. I am not going to pander. I'm not going to pretend any of that is legitimate. It's not.
Oh my God.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God, this is literally the Tim Pool argument. This is literally the Tim Pool argument, but in the anti-Semitic side. Oh my God. We just listened to this exact same thing. Tim Pool was like, I hate that Candace Owens is clout farming off of Charlie Kirk's death. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're doing, you know how like there are always leftier than thou ass individuals out there who will be like, if you live on US soil, you're like participating in imperialism or whatever. This is like the right-wing version of it. But instead of the right-wing version of this is like, oh, you are actually making up anti-Semitic conspiracies that are even crazier than the ones I made up. What the fuck? They're doing Nazier than thou arguments. Oh my God. This is what when fucking anarchists would be like, excuse me, like when I said there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, I meant you shouldn't do anything under capitalism. You shouldn't consume under capitalism at all.
Fatigue. It is the most low IQ, stupidest, most idiotic political trend I have ever seen in 10 years of doing the show. I've never seen anything like it. And I just simply will not pander to or plead with or try to appeal to people that are not rational. The reflexive excuses, totally irrational arguments, I won't do it. I am not going to pander. I'm not going to pretend any of that is legitimate. It's not. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I don't think Candace Owens is smart. People say she's smart. I think she's dumb. I think she's a good talker, but I think she's dumb as they come. I think she doesn't know shit about anything. She doesn't know the first thing about history. She doesn't know the first thing about politics. She can barely pronounce.
Yeah, it turns out if you're farming fucking conspiracy cranks and morons that are filled to the brim with fucking resentment, okay, they're just going to go to the next guy who pushes the needle even further. Because at the end of the day, that's what reactionary politics is. That's what it devolves into. Because your starting point is irrational. The notion that, like, human beings are not products of their own environment, but instead they're actually, they have some sort of like genetic predetermined destiny, and that certain races are superior to others. If that's your fucking worldview, it's already the starting position. The starting position is stupid. Someone can always out-yap you. And they can do it in a more palatable way too, because remember what I talked about with the demands coming from the market, right? People wanted more bold, more irrational, more ridiculous fucking takes. And also, they increasingly demand more anti-intellectualist thought as well. They don't want any sort of scientific thought whatsoever. So in a weird way, Nick Fuentes is becoming the Ben Shapiro of Nazism. He's the boring. He is the boring version of describing all of the reasons as to why you must be a Nazi when people don't even want that. They just want a much, much simpler argument. And Candace is the one that's offering that. This is great.
Half the words on her show if she didn't have a producer in her ear. I think she's a terrible conspiracy theorist. And I think her show is for women. I think her show is like daytime television for MAGA moms whose brains have been fried by QAnon and the collapse of credibility of the mainstream media. That's what I think about it. And I think it's disturbing, and I think it's scary, and I think it's an IQ filter. I think if you're falling for it, you're low IQ. And I think it's a sad state of affairs how many people are being filtered by this. And I'm not going to pander to them. That's not my target audience.
Wow.
So
yeah, skill issue, dude. Yeah, he's so desperate. What is this? Wow, you sized this all up. If you watch her, you're stupid. Didn't he just admit he's losing? Yes. Yeah, he did. What is this? I love that one. Wait, so number 5 and number 1 is the same, the OG version? I have a migraine now. I needed this. It's not a migraine. It's actually Charlie Kirk reaching out from the heavens and talking to you directly. Real Charlie heads can tell the subtle differences. Wait, what are the subtle differences between number 1 and number 5? Adapt stream was crazy. Oh my God.
That's the one. Bang! Oh, he shitted.
That's fucking insane. Chatters are saying it's you singing the first one in that video. No. Twitter is so crazy. They still believe that Charlie Kirk was abandoning Israel. There it is. Erica Kirk promoting Charlie Kirk book on Fox, citing Shabbat Shalom, a Jewish reference to the Sabbath. Charlie Kirk was a Christian. Oh my God, this guy's 5K likes, bro. What the fuck?
Drop his bags. Daddy's home. Take his phone Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer, and it was just all us. And that's what I always wanted to make so special for him, was coming home. I'd always say, baby, I don't care what time you get home. Home is here for you. Your food will never be cold. It might sit out for a little bit, but I'll reheat it. It's fine. And I just want to encourage spouses, don't get mad. It's so easy.
What the fuck? 3 months after Charlie Kirk's assassination, his wife and TPUSA launched his book honoring the Jewish Sabbath, Shabbat. Despite he's Christian, Kirk's last documented position was abandoning his pro-Israel cause, citing bullying and Jewish donor stereotypes. He was murdered 2 days later.
That stands out. Oh, I remember that conversation that led to that. Or
Absolutely.
on the flip side...
And
on the flip side,
Yeah,
is there
no,
something that
right.
you learned to your surprise while going through reading this book? Sorry about that.
The surprise side is, I mean, I knew my husband was brilliant, but the depth of understanding of this topic was...
Bro, they are farming his corpse so fucking hard. They got a book coming out. Jesus Christ, dude. Like literally from the moment that the doctor declared him dead, they have not stopped, bro. They have not stopped at all. God damn.
Is amazing, and how he weaves in the Bible and how he reads in, just weaves in all these different interesting facts and history of the Sabbath, and then even certain laws.
Wait, that's not like Neo style stopping a bullet, right? Because that's extra disrespectful. No, okay. I thought there was like the artifact thing right there. I thought it was him like. I really thought like they're just dabbing on him now. Yeah, CBS talking about him like Mandela. A single bullet took Charlie Kirk's life, leaving Erica Kirk a widow and the leader of one of the most powerful conservative groups in the country. 3 months after her husband's assassination, Erica Kirk will join CBS News for a town hall on faith, grief, and political violence in America. I wonder how all these other people feel now that everyone is like, hitting the perky and getting Kirky. like all those other people that like fucking cried and talked about how indecent it was to like not honor the gospel and honor Charlie Kirk's name. This is another moment where it's like, it's good to be consistent, you know? Like, yeah, I was a little distraught seeing him get fucking shot in the neck, but at least like I never played that game of like, he was a good guy, right? Like there was not even a moment where I was like, yeah, we're gonna actually talk about how good of a guy he is. The shit you would have caught from this community, I mean, not even from this community, but like in general. You mean to tell me he didn't do politics the right way? Yeah. You did time me out? Yeah, brother, for your own safety. Oh, and mine too, let's be real.
An assassin took Charlie Kirk's life, leaving Erica Kirk a widow and the leader of one of the most powerful...
Yeah, this was one day after he got shot.
it's funny.
But, I mean, that was that was the title. You can't see because the Piker Broadcasting Service is going crazy right now, and the subscription image is hiding it. But yeah, this was the, you know, there was never a moment where I played this fucking disingenuous game. You don't speak on Steven Crowder much, not saying you need to. The reason why I don't speak on Steven Crowder as much is because he is so fucking irrelevant. I don't even know who the fuck Steven Crowder is. Yeah. Steven Crowder's fall off is the funniest because he turned down $50 million very publicly, said it was a slave labor contract because he couldn't say the N-word without getting punished. And then everything fell apart in his life. Like his wife divorced him. We found out that he was like an abusive piece of shit. Well, we already knew that he was an abusive piece of shit, but like we got extra evidence that he was an abusive piece of shit to his wife. Pro-Israel guy gets a top job from new pro-Israel boss and a new pro-Israel owner. Surprise. Wow, I can't believe Tony Double Circ is advancing. How shocking. Tony Two Cuts, baby. Double Circ Tony. Where does that name come from? Tony DeCoppel is a adult convert to Judaism and openly wrote about how he got a second circumcision in his adulthood after he married a Jewish lady, converted to Judaism, and then in the process of converting to Judaism got a second circumcision, and then his wife literally left him and moved to Israel with the kids. Oh, it's so funny. Do you think it was symbolic though? Like really, how much are they chopping off? I think they just like, what did he say? Did they draw blood? I can't remember. I don't know what they can take off the second time because he was already circed up. Yeah, he wrote about it in the New Republic. My adult circumcision, how I made the cut for my new religion. Like, the only reason why we know about this is because he wrote about it publicly. It's just a blood draw. My dad did the same thing when he converted. Yeah. Just got to shape up. Yeah. He cleaned up he trimmed up the edges, dude. He gotta, Tony gotta shape up. It's fine. I guess he had enough meat. It was all good. Yeah, the foreskin fade.
Like blue laws that we had here in this country, and how we have changed as American citizens without having that rest built into our country, and how that's actually impacted us as a whole.
In the book, so
Woke is dead. Disney has updated Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack after several music licenses expired via Disney Plus. It's gonna be We Are Charlie Kirk, right?
Unafraid to die. We're children. I'm broken. Nothing known. Bars, baby. Fucking bars, dude.
Yeah, this is what Chris Pratt would have wanted. Okay, they were honoring the wishes of both Charlie Kirk and Chris Pratt. Okay, Candace just doesn't get it from 5 hours ago from Little Joel. Let's take a look.
Today, I got the word that Candace Owens made a very evocative and interesting post over on her Instagram, and I'm going to read it to you today. It's a story over on her Instagram. Yesterday was the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. In the Catholic world, that's a day of holy obligation, so as soon as my podcast ended, I raced over to church for Mass. I distinctly prayed for a final peace. I prayed for God to give me a piece to the Charlie Kirk mystery that would be a nail in the coffin and expose the cover-up. I went home, had a late dinner, went up to lay in my daughters for 15 mins before going down to mine and thought, I'll just check the tips inbox. It was the first email I opened.
Bro, it is a fucking remarkable grift if we're being real. Like, you just you've already cultivated an insane audience, and you just have this untapped well of madness that you can go into every day and just read out random schizo posts. And because the rest of the audience is also so primed into believing whatever kind of whatever silly nonsense you're presenting, that every other day you can come up with a new conspiracy. I'll be sorry, you don't even have to come up with a new conspiracy. You can just lean on the insane conspiracies they're coming up with, and they'll believe it. There's no obligation to the truth.
And I genuinely cannot see this as anything other than an immediately answered prayer, a story from a man in the military that is about to blow this case open. It feels like today will be the day that the government can no longer deny it. Charlie Kirk was assassinated and our military was involved. I can't wait to share this information with you guys today. So I think Candace Owens is a pretty bright woman, and that makes the fact that she's not putting the pieces here together all the more shocking, frankly.
It will turn on her, though, when your audience is that insane. They'll drag you into the conspiracy theory eventually. I mean, will they? Because they don't really. Do they do that for Alex Jones? Because he was the #1 conspiracy theorist for years, right? And Alex Jones is very clearly an op at this point. And yet, people still have a lot of investment. I mean, I guess the Candace Owens' audience is calling him a Mossad agent, but I don't think Alex Jones' audience has turned on him. And it's really interesting to me because, like, if I was conspiratorial minded, if I was conspiracy minded, I would look to what Alex Jones is doing right now and be like, brother, this is your magnum opus. Like, everything you've said about pedophilic vampires, Israel's involvement in American affairs, like, because Alex Jones literally said the morning of 9/11 that Israel did 9/11, right? Like, that guy has turned into, in this very moment where, like, virtually all of the conspiracies are becoming reality, and people are more accepting of this narrative than ever before, with, like, Jeffrey Epstein, with Mossad, all this shit. And he's sitting there being like, no, you don't understand. Mr. President is my best friend. And also, it's obviously bullshit. It's not real. It's not the Epstein is not compromised.
I worry.
ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt says the students at Ole Miss who asked JD Vance about Israel made him worry. Oh, now he's worried about the Groypers. Oh, no. Oh, no, you bald fuck. Now you're fucking worried about the Groypers? Suck my dick, dumbass. The whooping and cheering that happened as he asked this crazy question about Israel persecuting Christians and whatever, it was terrifying.
I mean, I think if you saw, there was a thing a few weeks ago about when JD Vance at Ole Miss and he got asked a question.
Brother, where you been? Where you fucking been? He just saw this thing from October, dude? Really? I thought this allegiance could go on forever.
About the state of Israel. I didn't like how the vice president answered the question, but what was more salient was the young man who asked it, Ami, and the whooping and the cheering that happened as he asked this crazy question about Israel persecuting Christians and whatever. It was terrifying. Again, not just what he said, but the response to truth. This was an Ole Miss. This is not like the Harvard Yard. Okay. This is not like the Middle East Studies Department at Columbia University. This was.
Yeah, exactly. You fucking moron. Yeah. The Middle Eastern Studies at Columbia University is not actually anti-Semitic. You fucking baboon. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. He's still, even in this moment, even in this very fucking moment, he's like, well, you know, I'm used to just unlimited anti-Semitism coming from college-educated Middle Eastern studies departments in Ivy League institutions. What the fuck are you saying? No, I do think he's grifting, for the record. Yeah, it took him only a month and a half, one and a half months ago for him to start talking about Fuentes again, post October 7. Not a single fucking take from Jonathan Greenblatt about Nick Fuentes and a million statements about how I'm responsible for all the anti-Semitism going on in the country since October 7. And only after the entire conservative movement was like, actually, we kind of got to make space for Nick Fuentes now. You know, we got to maybe lean into the whole, yeah, you know, Jews aren't that good thing a little bit, for him to turn around and barely start talking about this shit. Wait, he still talked about me in the process? Oh, no, this is not new. This is just him complaining. Previously, given Hasan Piker's long track record of commending and excusing terrorism. And this isn't even just like, this isn't even just him posting on his own personal Twitter page. He also was going on TV at this time and every other week bringing me up. Yeah, post 2023, post October 7, 2023, he just completely stopped talking about Nick Fuentes. Yeah, I'm his George Soros. How many times has this fucking asshole talked about Zoran Mamdani? Anyone who publicly takes Nick Fuentes seriously is just admitting they're fucking stupid. Brother, if your entire job revolves around combating anti-Semitism, then perhaps you should focus on actual anti-Semites, don't you think? Except his job doesn't revolve around anti-Semitism. He very demonstrably doesn't give a shit about anti-Semitism, and he only cares about people shitting on Israel. That's the reason why he's lost his damn mind about Zoran Mamdani. He's like, I'm doing a Mamdani tracker. Republicans were literally talking about, you know, creating a new space. Creating a new space for Nick Fuentes while the ADL was talking about fucking Zoran Mamdani. What is this? Has your father ever been more than two good days in a row? How about writing a book called Achieving the Impossible? A Good Week. Dad's back at home, out of the hospital. He's still not doing well, but he's not doing as badly as he was. Prayers are still much appreciated. Okay, so Jordan Peterson apparently not dead. We were talking about this earlier today, suspecting that he had died. It turns out he is not dead. He is still with us. His career has died, though. But he's still with us. And the person perhaps most responsible for his demise is here to tell us what's going on in his life. Jordan Peterson almost died from drinking apple cider, almost died from a crippling benzo addiction, almost died from a cold turkey controversial treatment where they put him in a comatose position, almost died when his girlfriend was frolicking around with Andrew Tate in Serbia and brought home COVID when he was in recovery. And now apparently he's almost died again. This man is in hospital. This man is in his daughter, not girlfriend. Oh, did I say his girlfriend? Sorry. No, she was his daughter was trying to fuck Andrew Tate, or was fucking Andrew Tate at the time. This is before Andrew Tate started popping off, by the way. So Jordan Peterson's daughter was actually a early adopter. Yeah, the only guy that's in worse shape than Jordan Peterson is Bolsonaro. In and out of hospitals as much as Bolsonaro is. Maybe he's just begging to die. He's just like, please take me out of my unholy misery. I can't stand it any longer. My daughter is trying to kill me. I have found myself nestling in the bosom of the dragon of chaos. Living every day like in the Gulag archipelago. A victim of circumstance. Anyway. Flannel fit is fire, bro, and Lamau at the Jordan Peterson impression. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while, so it's not as good. Yeah. I feel like it used to be better.
Was Ole Miss. So I thought that was alarming. But I
fucking idiot. Even at this moment, he's like, oh, he was at Ole Miss. I can't believe how anti-Semitic college students at Ole Miss are anti-Semitic. Shocking. I thought the ones that are anti-Semitic are at Columbia University in the Middle Eastern Studies department. Fucking moron. And yeah, he said, when did the South start hating Jews? What? Honestly, for people who are wondering, like, is he cynical? Is he a grifter? The answer is yes, he is a grifter.
Just like 3 weeks ago now, we got word from Candace Owens that her life was about to end, that Emmanuel Macron was about to kill her with help from the gendarmerie. Okay? We know this now. Now, just 3 weeks later, on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, no less, okay? She gets word that the government was involved in killing Charlie Kirk. Okay? But what's a famously Catholic country, Candace? What's a country that famously used to be really Catholic until they went secular? You are so close. Put the pieces together. Where was Brigitte Macron on the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Candace Owens? Where was Brigitte Macron on the day? Candace Owens,
Turns out the Republicans were right along. It was a transgender assassin. It was Brigitte Macron. Wow, everything ties back together so perfectly. Everyone's happy.
don't have much time left. You know that as well as I do. You saw the guy say that about Macron. You saw that. You know you don't have much time left. I did what I could to stop Macron from doing it. And I don't know if that's going to work. You need to get serious.
He's right, and he should say it. I'm glad he cracked the case. Investigation over.
Happening, and so people are feeling like, hey, it's not fair to ask her any questions because her husband just died. Okay, but they should have put in place an interim CEO. Like, that's what any company would do. You would just say, for a couple of months, we got to figure things out. The COO is going to become the CEO, and give everybody time to grieve and kind of address the fact that this is like a new company and like we've got to figure things out without the head of the company, you know? So I think they made a managerial error. Oh, you know, all is fair in love and war is what I mean. It's like that, if you're going to be in that position, everyone goes through it. You're going through it. I'm going through it.
What? Wait, what? This whole time, I was like, who's she talking to? Turns out it's fucking Russell Brand. Oh my God. Russell Brand jump scare with the deepest
What I mean,
of
it's like
V's.
that-
Can you even say this is a deep V at that point?
If you're going to be in that position, everyone goes through it. You're going through it. I'm going through it every day. That's what it means to be. It's the downsides of fame. Like, they're going to go through every area of your life. So I think, you know, it's not fair, but it's fair. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone does it. It's just a part of being in the public eye.
There's been an allegation made by prominent podcaster Candace Owens.
I love that this is a real point of contention. Like, this has 420,000 views in 4 days. People have to address whatever new shit Candace Owens cooks up. Oh my God. Oh my God. We deserve this. Okay. We deserve this. We might as well fucking enjoy the show because, you know, you fucking, you try to wrestle with pigs, you're going to get some mud on you. Okay. And this is an entire administration comprised of pigs. This is the pig administration. This is what happens when you have conspiratorial weirdos that have their own fucking podcasts in positions of prominence. Oh my God. It's an endless sequence of back and forth conspiracy theories from some of the dumbest people of all time. And it's also, it's extra over because Kash Patel is the least credible actor of all time. He's gonna absolutely make it seem like Candace Owens is right. Let's take a look.
That she's received a death threat, a credible death threat from the French, that a threat has been made on her life, and that the French, she's been told, also may have had a role in Charlie's assassination. Have you looked into either of those? Do you believe she's received a credible death threat from the French, or that the French had something potentially to do with Charlie's death?
Any American that receives a death threat from overseas or anywhere in America is going to be fully investigated. So we're not going to turn our eye away from that investigation or any others. If there's anything to it, this FBI will respond to it.
Okay, but so far, no.
We are just looking at everything that comes in. We're not going to reject any piece of information. If someone feels that their life is being threatened, we are, of course, looking at it.
Okay, I don't believe him. Also, why did he take this photo on in a middle school gym for photo shoot day? What is this fucking background, dude? He's getting his yearbook photo taken. What the hell? Like down to the stool he's sitting on. Why are they exposing your Christmas tree, dog? You can't bait me into dispatch talk right now, okay? We're still looking at conspiracies on the right.
Do you believe that we have the proper suspect in custody? Do you believe that Tyler Robinson is, in fact, the man who killed Charlie Kirk?
Amazing. This is yet another Candace Owens conspiracy theory that must be addressed by the director of the FBI. Okay. Oh, well, if the FBI says it's so, then it must be true. Oh, my God. The first question, Cash looked like a hostage. Never trust a man that won't look you straight in the eye. Well, if your investigation is going on, don't say zero, Cash. The interview is a joke. I can't believe I cried tears of joy when he was confirmed as FBI director. Politics is fake. Oh, my God. They're not fucking buying it. So many of us really thought this administration would be honest. What a joke. I'm so done with propaganda on all sides. Starting to question a lot of journalists I once trusted too, like Megan. Call them out. I'm going to be honest with you. When I told you guys the Jeffrey Epstein stuff was going to brick a lot of people in the base, I didn't think that it would have a delayed impact like this. Okay? I did not think that it would come because of Candace Owens. I will admit that. But yes, the Epstein truthers and the QAnon guys are literally leaving the Trump train. The American right is clearly hurtling towards a bottle, Kirk. Oh, yeah. It turns out stringing along an endless sequence of conspiracies was maybe not the best possible way to put together a significant coalition, especially when you won in the margins. You didn't really have a popular mandate at all.
Yes.
Do you believe he acted with the help of anyone else?
This investigation is being led by the Utah state authorities because it is a murder investigation. So the FBI is a supporting role in the investigative process. And so what we're doing is the same thing we did in the pipe bomb investigation. The investigation is ongoing for us. If there's any new leads or tips, we are exhausting them with search warrants and legal process. But at the same time, we are working with the prosecutors in Utah to make sure we don't screw up their investigation. Because again, the worst outcome would be if the guy that killed Charlie Kirk walks out of a United States courtroom in the state of Utah. And so it's a delicate balance again, but there is no way this FBI is going to stop that investigation until it reaches its all-conclusive endpoint.
Do you believe any foreign government had a role in his assassination?
At this time, the FBI doesn't have credible information to connect any foreign governments to it. But as I said, we are continuing to take investigative leads. We're not done. Just because we arrest someone, just like in the pipe bomber case, we don't just say, okay, we're done, on to the next. The investigative team continues to work with the Utah authorities, and they're deriving their own leads and coming back to us and say, hey, can you look at this piece of information? Can we get a search warrant on this account? What about this individual who is located in X, Y, or Z? We're tracking all that down.
Do you have any credible reason to believe that anyone connected with the Turning Point organization had anything to do with Charlie's death?
Zero.
To his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin.
Hey, yo, Trump is rallying now in PA? No, I know, but it's bullshit.
Are you here, Donna?
It's ass.
Where's Donna?
Dude,
Oh,
16,000
come on up,
people
Donna.
watching,
Come on.
brother. 16,000. He's so fucking washed. Candace Owens goes live for an hour, 150,000. Trump goes live, first rally in like a month, in almost a year. 16,000 people watching. And this is supposed to be his big rally about affordability.
Come on up, Donna. Just say whatever. This is always dangerous.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you to President Trump for having me. This is like my sister dream, but I love you too. My sister Ann loved you too. But yes, with that money, that would help
He's
me
fucking
with my
washed.
daughter's tuition. Yes, make it a lot easier.
Big difference,
for sure. Yeah, we got it. Thank you. Thank you.
A star is born. That's all I say. A star is born. Is your sister here? Is your sister here, Donna? Are you? Oh, hello. How are you? Good family. Well, thank you. Thanks, Donna. That's beautiful. Also with us is Marine Corps veteran Sean Downey, who now serves as a firefighter and a local first responder. Sean worked over 400 hours of overtime. That's a lot. And thanks to no tax on overtime, he'll take home thousands of dollars extra, which he plans to use to buy your first home. And thank you. Where's Sean? Good, Sean. Good. So you're going to use that money well, right? That was not an easy one to get approved. You know, it all went through Congress. I had to really push hard. I was not nice. I was not nice to get you that money, but you're going to use that money to get a house, right? A first house? Good. Well, you have a great future. Thank you very much. And here as well is Megan Hemhauser from Cresco, Pennsylvania. Megan's husband works 10 to 15 hours of overtime a week operating heavy equipment while she bartends and waits tables at night and homeschools her two children during the day, getting more and more prevalent. Homeschooling getting more and more. It's happening. That's okay. It's good. But thanks to no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, more than a quarter of their income will be tax-free. Megan, do you want to come up? Come on, Megan. Come on up.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh my God, he's losing viewership.
As President
He's at
Trump
15K
said,
now.
I'm a mom, a wife. I homeschool my two brilliant children. And the no tax on tips is incredible. No tax on overtime is incredible for my husband. And it all comes back to our family. It saves us, and it's for the future of our children. And it's been such a blessing to be home with them and to have them here with me tonight. And thank you for everything, President.
Oh, so washed. Anyway, we were. I was gonna cover one more aspect of the conversation between Nick Fuentes and what's his face, Piers Morgan, which was his takes on Israel and how he actually loves Israel. Let me see if I can find it. Wasn't it proven that no tax on tips and no tax on overtime were not included in the BBB? And then we'll do dispatch afterwards. Stream over? No, dispatch after. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that forced to you. What
This is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer, and we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at,
not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right?
I know.
You're nearly 30. To be clear,
Yeah,
okay? You're a
I
fully
know.
formed adult who has a brain, right? And
Wait, how old is this motherfucker? How old is Nick Fuentes? I thought he was like 22. He's 28? 27? Bro, what? He's 27 and he talks like that? Bro, he's about to be fucking 30. The reason why I thought that was because he fucking still lives in his mom and dad's basement. And also, he's doing like 6'7" memes and shit, unironically. So for me, and he's a virgin. Like he is openly still very much a virgin and like hates women and stuff like that. You're supposed to kind of grow out of at least some of this stuff by accident. Lies he had sex with Destiny? Okay, but like a woman virgin. A virgin for having sex with women.
At some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit
Is this an
warrens.
interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss.
Okay, yeah, we got it. He loves Hitler, okay?
Any sense of love for our own civilization? I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives,
honestly,
Nick it's true, and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Shit. Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad. That's the crock of shit.
No, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit. And you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You know.
You weaponize this stuff for money, but you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards.
Okay, that's the other thing that he also presents as a point of like honesty for himself. And I saw a Nick Fuentes interview that he did, and it turns out the reason why they actually quote unquote debanked him was not because of the anti-Semitism or whatever. The brief moment where they actually banned his bank or froze his bank accounts was because of January 6th. So he was one of the people at January 6th, if you guys don't remember. And right before he went to January 6th, right before he went to January 6th and was like seen as one of the leaders and busing people in and whatever, so did Charlie Kirk, for the record. He got $250,000 in a crypto donation, okay? And it was from a foreign account. It was from the wallet of a foreigner. And because he got this $250,000 crypto donation, or was it $500,000? Was it? I thought it was $250,000. And then he went to January 6th. The FBI investigated him. It was $500K? Okay. Yeah. And because he was doing this shit at January 6th, after he had gotten $500,000 of foreign donation, or I think it's $250,000. I don't know why people are saying $500,000. They understandably investigated it. And in the process of investigation, they froze his assets. And the story that Nick Fuentes tells, I mean, he's clearly, a free person. So, but the story he tells is that it was a French hacker, which, by the way, what does Candace Owens know? Because the French are at it again. It was a French hacker who had stolen a bunch of cryptocurrency from people and actually sent it to Nick Fuentes and numerous other people who this guy thought were defending the white race. Okay? And then the French hacker committed suicide afterwards. So that is the reason why his bank accounts were actually frozen, not because of like Israel or something. The reason why his bank accounts were frozen is because the FBI investigated his involvement and potential ties to foreign donors in inciting January 6th, which is what he did. This is what he did on January 6th. Dude, how awesome was this shit? One of the funnest moments on this broadcast was when we were in real time reacting to the January 6th insurrection. It was so funny. Anyway, but that was the reason for his debanking, not because of Israel. All right, let's.
Do you know who you're talking to? I do it for money.
And by the way,
how much money you make? Your company's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm
have
banned
been.
from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
How much money
If I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say.
If all the J6s got pardoned, why would Fuentes' bank account still be locked? I don't think it is. I think he was debanked during the investigation. I don't think he is any longer. I think he's just lying if he's still saying that his bank accounts are still frozen.
How much money are you making?
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people.
Okay, Cap. That's Candace Owens. Okay, put some respect on her name. That's actually the one true anti-Semite. Okay? That's Cap. Not Kai? No, of course not Kai. Candace Owens is doing bigger numbers than Kai is, okay? Candace Owens is doing Kai during the subathon numbers. What are you talking about? And also, his numbers are on Rumble. It's one of the most botted fucking websites of all time, so I don't really believe his numbers anyway.
People agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys overplayed your hand.
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening
I've
to
got
crying
three
minorities
sons.
anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Is it, again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic.
This is just, again, the maximalist position of the right, by the way. So remember, if you're wondering how Nick Fuentes has risen to such prominence, what he's saying is the exact same thing that Piers Morgan and many other right-wingers say all the time when they're like, oh, this is suicidal empathy. Okay? This is just more of that way of thinking. He's saying, oh, you're demonstrating suicidal empathy. This open society bullshit is actually destroying the Western world, destroying Western civilization.
And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at.
Except he's using words like iconoclast. And I think there is a market that doesn't want that and wants whatever the fuck Candace Owens is cooking up.
This, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them.
Whiteness is a socio-political construct that was designed on the boundaries of proximity to blackness. You literally made it up to hurt yourself later down the line. You aren't technically white. Okay? You're Mexican. You got Mexican in you. Okay? Depending on which time Nick Fuentes existed, Nick Fuentes, his parents wouldn't even be considered white. Because one side's Italian, the other side is Italian and or Irish and Mexican. So there isn't a single side of him that would be considered white in the way that we understand it, depending on which time frame we're looking at in American history and American culture. The reason why I bring that up is because Mexican is a nationality. Oh my God, stop chirping Flexicans, okay? I know you don't want me to say that. I know, I got it. Well, when you say that, you actually agree with Nick Fuentes, just so you know. He's white though. He's white Mexican. He's a descendant of colonizers. He has Spanish blood in him, all this shit. That's what he says to justify his whiteness. I understand why you don't want Mexicans to be associated with this fucking white supremacist, but you have to stop literally giving him his argument. No, I don't. You just need to be more accurate. Okay. I know Mexican's a nationality, man. Shut the fuck up. I know you can be a white Mexican. Jesus Christ. He literally described it. In any case, the point I'm trying to make here is not about whether he is of Mexican nationality or Mexican descent. Okay? The point I'm trying to make is that the term whiteness is a made-up construct that changes and evolves throughout time. Sometimes it expands. Okay? Sometimes it shrinks. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because it was destined, because it's created around the boundaries of purity, it was destined to shrink. Because the only way that you can stop the great replacement of whites going away or whatever is if you legislate anti-miscegenation laws again. Do you understand? That's it. That's it. You can't, there's no other way around it, because it's not a real genocide. If the genocide that's happening, in air quotes, is happening because people are just race mixing. People are just falling in love with of members of different races, different nationalities, different ethnicities. Okay? It's so stupid.
When they talk about compassion, there's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
In Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
Who
poor
am I losing
old
to?
white people,
Who
these
am I
poor
losing
old
to?
white people.
Who am I losing to?
You're seeing it. Mass migration. Oh, you're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way.
This is the important part. This is once again where he uses radical honesty, because it is a truth nuke. It is a truke. He's right. Israel is a fascist country. Israel is an ethno-state. Israel has a supremacist ethno-state project. It is objectively fascist. Zionism is a fascist ideology. And that is precisely why Nick Fuentes, who is a Christian nationalist, white supremacist fascist, despite the fact that his parents are ethnics, as he said. Look at Piers Morgan's face right now. This is precisely the reason why liberals and conservatives are ill-equipped to deal with this kind of statement. Okay? That's it. He wants to do Israel, but for what he has declared is white America. Okay? And I say his own declaration of white America because some old school white supremacists would probably not consider him to be a part of the in-group there.
It would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people?
This is why I always say, like, I hate people like Nick Fuentes for the same reason why I hate people like Itamar Ben-Gvir or Benjamin Netanyahu or Smotrich or any number of different variants of the same kind of fascist Zionist Jewish supremacist ideology, the people that advance that cause. There is very little difference, very little daylight ideologically between Jonathan Greenblatt and Nick Fuentes. Okay? The targets are a little different, but ultimately, it's the same exact self-destructive, suicidal, very dangerous, very violent ideology. It's an ideology of fascism. That's the issue here. In many instances, it almost feels like neo-Nazis like Nick Fuentes are jealous. They're jealous. They keep saying, why do Jews get to do this, but we can't?
Being born that are white, where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You're talking about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well,
and
no,
we're on to
I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands.
Yeah, he's not trying to contribute to white genocide because he is a descendant of ethnics.
Take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen
Preach.
misogyny part of that a little later. But I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things.
Yeah, it's because he likes penis. No disrespect. Obviously, it has nothing to do with his morally repugnant worldview. He just happens to also be gay. There are moms with kids that listen to Fuentes in front of their kids. What the fuck?
A little bucket of fried chicken, cheeseburger. I'm very irritated. I'm very agitated. I'm very pissed off. I'm very low.
First steps recorded while listening to Nick Fuentes. Poor kid never even had a chance. I disagree. There's a very high likelihood that this kid will probably not turn out to be a Nazi. Let's be real. Even though I can think of one child who also was inundated with this kind of neo-Nazi sentiment and then turned into a neo-Nazi himself. That, of course, is Sex Pestany's child, but
it's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my
he was taking his first steps to turn the TV off.
Followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women?
You literally just told your followers. Well, hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
No joke. Piers did a good job shining a light on this. Piers did do a good job. The crescendo of all this when Nick says you just got clipped after having a Holocaust surviving family member describing it all, and he laughs. I know several people that were a fan of Nick and told him to watch this through, and two of them, I didn't realize that two of them didn't realize that he's a full-on Nazi. Most people think he's trolling. I mean, you could have just shown him some Nazi clips and probably gotten away with, probably would have been able to explain to people that he is a neo-Nazi for sure without having this entire back and forth. But I will say, I will say that there is one part of what you're saying that is correct. A lot of fucking normies don't know that Nick Fuentes is a Nazi. A lot of normies have only seen some of his clips where he basically comes across like maybe even a progressive liberal. Okay? Because in the clip economy, you can manipulate massive audiences. You can just, it depends on where you cut the clip. And as I've said before, all of like Nick Fuentes' fan base does the exact opposite of what my haters do to me, right? or in some ways they do the exact same thing. They clip both of us out of context. They clip him out of context to show him in a favorable light to a much broader audience. They clip me out of context to show the exact opposite of what I'm actually saying to a much broader audience. And they spam that shit nonstop. This creates this weird dynamic where there are a lot of normies who might encounter Nick Fuentes' clips, not realize a fucking Nazi, and might encounter my clips and think I'm a fucking Nazi. That's why I constantly fucking talk about the slop tubers, the slop tubers and the fucking supposedly apolitical grifters that spend every fucking waking moment actively trying to present me as this dangerous threat to American existence. Do you understand? So I'm sure there are plenty of fucking people that have seen like his clips on Israel, his clips on Gaza, because there are a million of those that are all over the timeline where people are like, damn, who's this young kid who's speaking with absolute conviction on this morally repugnant incident that's taking place? And that's how he was able to garner the attention of a lot larger of an audience. Now, not every single one of them are going to convert to watching him on fucking Rumble, right? And not every single one of them are going to know what his background is, what his actual worldview is. But a big part of the reason why, is because for a lot of people, a lot of their understanding of politics is basically just off of vibes and off of a increasingly shorter and shorter attention span based economy. So in that regard, if they're only getting inundated with like fairly positive clips where he's just shitting on Israel, okay, but they've seen like the dog collar, Dogtober 7, and numerous other things like the brothel incident. He's a sex pest. He went to a brothel, like not knowing where that kind of stuff is coming from. Of course, they're going to be like, no, this Hasan guy is way worse than Nick Fuentes. But bro, how can you base politics on vibes and not policy? What do you mean? Most people are just fucking totally removed from they're totally removed from fucking policy. They don't understand ideology, they don't understand politics. They're just operating off of vibes. The vibes are really fucked around Israel, so they're looking for someone who's giving them that. I've been watching you for this many years and it's still wild how the weird hate comes at you. Yeah, I mean, there is just a fucking robust market that has grown over the many years. But most people are politically illiterate. They have no understanding of politics whatsoever. And there's also an assortment of different like reactionary opinions that even the most progressive people have. That's why we have different terms like TERFs and SWERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, sex work exclusionary radical feminists. These are people who otherwise are seen as like very progressive individuals, but they just fucking despise sex work, for example, or despise trans people, for example. And on that one instance, they become like the most reactionary person of all time. I'll give you another example. Liberal Zionists. Some of these liberal Zionists are incredibly progressive people, but when it comes to Israel, they turn into fucking Adolf Hitler. A lot of people do this. So if you're used to hearing progressive politics from a person, right? You're used to hearing like a lot of progressive takes from a person. You like that person. You've developed a sense of respect for that person. And then all of a sudden, on the issue of Israel, that person turns around and sounds like fucking Adolf Hitler and starts warning you against like dangerous, scary anti-Israel people. Okay? There's a term for this in the leftist circles called progressive except for Palestine. Okay? That's how common this is. So when you hear about that from a person that you trust, you go, okay, you know what? That is dangerous. I'm not gonna listen to that guy. That's it.
Complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy Bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Look, just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted.
There's literally I've seen it on the timeline. There's a black girl on TikTok. There's a huge Nick Fuentes fan and constantly talks about how much I suck. He's not even lying. There are definitely women on TikTok that fucking love Nick Fuentes. It's insane.
To women?
You're not gay?
No. But I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
See, basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid. Wow.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's
always, you think you're an expert
laid,
in women,
free love.
given you've never got laid?
Yeah. So this is also a generational divide. Okay. There are a lot of Gen Z men that will hear Nick Fuentes' response here and will actually agree with him. I do think that the gender wars have taken root in especially younger generations. And there are a lot of dudes who have just completely fucking checked out of dating or trying to attract women at all. And they actually wear it on their fucking sleeves. Like the incel stuff, the incel shit is actually completely out of control. So when he says like, no, of course I've never had sex with a woman, gross. Like there are a lot of fucking incels out there in the Nick Fuentes audience that actually see that as a mark of pride.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you're talking about empathy, and your kids are empathetic, and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust, and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
another clip of yours about.
You're a simp. You're too hungry for pussy. You're henpecked. Oh, I saw the AI image of George Washington. Yes. I watched this entire thing last night. It was fucking awesome.
Women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship?
Yeah, I don't know why he's talking about what women want. Not only, I mean, he's literally a gay virgin. Why the fuck would he know about what women want? this is the other thing that really pisses me off about this shit, is there are so many rudderless men out there, young boys, who tune into this frequency. And in many instances, their starting point, like their initial vulnerability, stems from the confusing aspects of interpersonal communication with the opposite gender. Okay? Or they just get like super confused, or they're super worried. They have like a sequence of failures. And they're very vulnerable, so they start looking at like the manosphere for answers. And I think we all know how stupid those answers are. This is the maximum version of that, when you're completely black-pilled. Maybe you start looks maxing, okay? And then obviously you don't fix the personality flaws that you have, and you don't fix the confidence issues that you have. You have a sense of entitlement over women, that like, you know, you're a good guy. Why won't they fuck me? I'm a good guy. Why won't they know? Why don't they give me the respect I deserve? And then, after a sequence of understandable failures, because if you're looking for answers from the looks maxing community, you are going to fail. If you think that like those serial misogyny podcasts are going to teach you anything about how to talk to women, how to be around women, how to attract women, you're wrong. Then you go down an even darker path. And you become black-pilled. And then you completely fucking tap out of the dating marketplace. And then you start wearing it like a badge of honor.
I mean, people say that the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Well, I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
I'm passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not
passionate
passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when? You don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll, they're chilling out. They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because
oh God, this shit is so fucking cringe, dude. Jesus Christ. How can you not immediately reach for the nearest fucking gun and just kill yourself after saying those words, like rapid fire, saying those words in a row? I don't understand it, genuinely. Oh my Lord, dude. I'll be honest, I do think that stuff right there, this kind of statement is actually going to be very off-putting to normies. Right? But for the terminally online, and there's an increasingly larger group of the terminally online, they love that shit. This is the guy he cited. Oh yeah, Clavicular, I know.
No matter
Clavicular claims that young men should focus entirely on themselves, insisting women today are impossible to satisfy, even when their entire lives are provided for. Yeah, I retweeted this the other day. There's a whole subset of young guys who are so incredibly unlikable to women that they only hang out, look good for, and seek the attention and approval of other men, and then blame women for it instead of looking in the mirror. And the Clavicular guy is the worst version of this, because he is he is a fucking train wreck, dude. He literally does methamphetamines to stay thin. Okay? He's the latest in the kick He is a kick streamer, for those of you who don't know. He's been doing a lot of collabs with like Aiden Ross and many others. He got a jaw surgery. He was doing jaw breaking before he got a jaw surgery. He's all over my timeline. And it is insane, dude. He's fucking 19, by the way. He looks like he's 30 now, but he's actually 19 years old.
Always wanting more. Okay, free yacht, free booze, free everything. Can the chat donate some? It's like, God.
I thought you had money. I'm entitled to your money. I'm entitled to your money.
And I said, how about we do a free birthday celebration? I thought you had money. It's like, bro, I swear. That's why, you know, once you get a girlfriend, don't get content and don't start getting fat. Stay in the best shape of your life, or else that bitch will fucking. Even if you are in the.
Why is he all of a sudden up in my algorithm? He's absolutely the worst of the worst. The kick clipper accounts. They've been blasting him nonstop. If you become a kick streamer, they will bot you into oblivion on Reddit. They will bot you into oblivion on all of the clipper accounts on TikTok. They will try to cultivate a fan base for you, except no one actually ends up going and tuning into Kick. So it doesn't even translate the real viewership on Kick, but it does actually translate the real viewership on TikTok. Yeah. All of those fucking clip accounts are sponsored by Steak or sponsored by Rubit, sponsored by all these like gambling ads. All of it unfortunately ties together. But yeah, he has this insane what do you call it? He has this like insane procedure. He's done so much shit to himself by the time he's 19. And all of it started off with the whole like lookism or looks maxing community. And I've talked about him and I've talked about the cookie verse or whatever before, if you recall. Young boys smoking meth and doing gay activities was new. I mean, yeah. But yeah, this is the incel manosphere. He was injecting his underage girlfriend with fat-reducing injections on stream. Yeah. You should do research on Meme House Productions. A lot of these kick streamers are in 360 deals, even Neon. Yeah, this is the type of shit that kids are watching on TikTok For You pages, by the way. What's the best way to counter this kind of man in the wild? What do you mean counter? This kind of problem takes care of itself. Let's be real. Oh yeah, he also spams the N-word every stream now. So that's the other thing. He like they all obviously he's a kick streamer, so. But it's insane. How do we counter the popularity of the content is the real question. I mean, you just have to have popular role models on the other side. And there's plenty of people that are less insecure. There's plenty of people that aren't as insecure as these guys. Because for a lot of people, their relatability comes from their deep-seated insecurities. Okay? So someone like, what's his name? Joe Bartolozzi is like an antidote to this type of shit. Right? Because he's not a fucking insecure wreck. And he is also a very popular content creator on TikTok. He's dope. So, you know, it's already you as well, fam. I mean, me to a certain degree. I think I might be a little too old. I'm probably a little too old for that. And not only that, but also my reputation with the youth has been so irreparably tarnished, I think, that most young people think like I'm whatever the fuck they saw last. Because, you know, I'm not very, you know, I have my moments, but you know, people on it's difficult. People on TikTok already, like people on TikTok, even fucking even leftists on TikTok will regularly do call out posts on people like myself. So there are a lot of leftists that do that as well. My brother showed you to me years ago and he's only 18 now. No, I know. No, this isn't to say that I don't have young fans. I do. But it is pretty fucking crazy that there is you know, a pro Anna Twitter, a pro Anna TikTok, but for guys this time. But I think it is literally because there's so many fucking ultras and so many rad libs that identify as like leftists or progressives, and they spend most of their time shitting on other people that are also on the left. And not only that, but also obviously the entirety of the liberal content creators are constantly fucking shitting on the left. And the entirety of the right-wing content creators are shitting on the left. All the apolitical people are shitting on the left. Everyone's shitting on the left. So if you're like a young boy and you haven't really thought about what your politics are, you literally never even open the door to leftist content. You never even broach that shit because either you are immediately branded as an annoying woke scold, which nobody likes, even though I'm not that. But it doesn't matter because the very fact that I'm not that also leads to a lot of people getting mad at me for not being that, right? People on the left get mad at me for not being an annoying woke scold. People on the right consistently call me an annoying woke scold. So it's a really shitty media environment to operate in.
I don't know what that is. I guess.
Well, come on. Let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home.
But for the record, all is not lost. Because as I've said before, the antidote to all this shit is just like getting someone to tune into one video, one podcast, or one stream. That's all it will take. Because it's all of these lies are held together by making sure no one actually encounters me without some sort of negative framing. And because there's a lot of content out there that will, give you a steady flow of fuck Hasan information, many people don't feel the need to actually, move into the other side. But when they do, they realize it's all fucking lies. And then they become fans.
That all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up. That's what they want. That they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them.
I mean, he openly admitted to fucking loving Adolf Hitler. I don't think he cares. About being called a misogynist.
Never associate with women and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No. See, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you
these
were
words
a racist.
mean nothing to me. Oh, hang
You
on.
gave
Whoa,
yourself,
can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I
the
didn't
thing.
give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to
Why are you
infer
screaming at
something
me?
that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You
Okay.
gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is, what I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
You
man.
didn't deny
I'm
the
just
Holocaust.
past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview.
Okay.
Right? You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole.
I'm not saying
this is like a weird.
I'm not saying you have to
ahead.
care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll...
Okay, we're done here. Pierce did cook Nick with this and Clandis. I think the momentum has stopped. I mean, we'll see. He is a fucking cockroach, okay? You have to remember, he's been deplatformed everywhere, and all it took was for Twitter to offer him a platform once again for him to like revitalize his career. That and also the entire Western world turning on Israel after years and years of unlimited propaganda that was pro-Israel, where he became where he was seen as like an earnest champion in the anti-Israel cause. Anyway, yes, it's time for fucking dispatch again. You guys are so goddamn annoying. Oh my lord, you were being so fucking annoying. I'm 17. I fell into the Aspen trap and watched all the lying ass, hating ass people that hate you. And I've become a better person once I started watching you. Hell yeah, sexy Harvey Specter. See, that's what I mean. All it takes is for a moment of charitability for a lot of people. Because every single, you know what's ironic? It was Asmongold who used to say, if Hasan is such a bad person, why do you guys always feel the need to lie about him? And that's a really interesting take because Asmongold himself became the guy that lies about me all the fucking time. Okay? That's what's so interesting about this. He used to say all the time, hey, if Hasan is such a bad person, why do you feel the need to lie about him? Just say what he does, sincerely, and let people make up their own minds. I watch both of y'all, and y'all both make good content. Asman definitely baits drama more, though. No, he doesn't. He's giving you no fucking political understanding of the world. We make entirely different types of content. Okay? All right. Episode 7, retrospective. If an accident or injury should occur on the job, it is extremely important for you to notify your manager or HR promptly, no matter how minor the incident may seem. SDN Employee Handbook, page 37. It's time. Yeah, unlike Asmongold, I actually play video games. So there's that. Video games where I have sex with Blonde Blazer.
I'm too old to be crying.
Fuck off. No, you're not. I cry all the time.
Wait, his ear was clipped as a
Really?
baby?
When?
When I was your age, I cried for weeks when the Raiders left LA.
Yeah, that's totally the fucking same as my dad never being home.
Whoa, motherfucker. Language. And it was the same. My pops had season tickets growing up. Seats sucked, but I just liked being there with them. So, yeah, when they moved, I was crying like a little bitch, too.
Are you saying I'm crying like a bitch?
Yes, bitch. That's exactly what I'm saying. What do you want from the store? Your dad gave me $100 and I gotta break the shit anyway.
He pays you?
To be around your crying bitch ass? Fuck yeah, he pays me.
What the fuck has happened to the audio levels? Like, why is this so low now? Okay. Wait, my dad is here. I'm going to say what up to him real quick. 1 second. Evet.
Now, come on, whatever you want. Just make it less than $20, because I'm not trying to go broke every time you get lonely.
Can I get a
Anne,
beer?
please stop talking to me right now.
I can't fucking buy beer.
İnanamıyorum
You
sorduğun
said
soruya öyle yani.
Or are you gonna let me down too?
I can't listen.
I know you're a kid and you're sad and shit, but you fucking suck, okay? You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Whenever the whole family's here, they just decide to congregate and socialize right next to me. I don't know what compels them to do so. And then they loop me into the conversation as though I'm not live streaming.
Don't drink the shit in front of your dad.
Never, I swear.
No shit, kid. I was joking. Keep up.
Damn, he literally aged himself just to get me beer.
There, bitch. You happy now?
Dang, how'd you get it?
I stole it, dumbass. Whoa, what the fuck?
This is disgusting.
Exactly. I knew that would happen, and that's why you shouldn't drink that shit. Here, I got you your favorite.
I didn't realize you two were that close. That it went back that far.
Wait, he's not dead? Oh, let's go.
He was like a big brother to me. I didn't appreciate it enough.
I'm sorry.
Chase would only babysit nights when Dad had to deal with something big. Working late, he called it. I was fine being alone, but...
I knew you're doing it again.
I'd still ask to have him watch me because I could guilt trip him into buying me shit. He never said no. I made him run a lot back then.
Right. So maybe one less store run for bitch-ass Robert and he wouldn't be stuck in here.
Okay, Blondie, you're not allowed to say that. That's...
Right.
I mean, it was, but now that you put it like that...
Hey, the only person that put Chase here. Pending the investigation, Invisigal suspended. Obviously, but... I think you should consider cutting her from the team.
No!
I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying you should consider it.
I'm worried something like that might just make things worse.
Yes, y'all are crazy. I'm not cutting her.
It's just...
Listen, I'm a simp. Okay? But that's a bridge too far. I love Blonde Blazer, but I'm not cutting Invisigal. Get the fuck out of here. Chatters, y'all are so fake, dude. Y'all are a bunch of phonies and a bunch of fakes. Let me tell you why. This entire chat was riding me up my asshole constantly. Invisigal, pick Invisigal. Why don't you pick Invisigal? That's crazy that you're not picking Invisigal. Now you're like, cutter. What happened?
I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
That's kind of my point.
Just gets better and better.
Vending machine?
Whatever I want.
He's so fucking proud of the man you've become. He told me that.
Should have fucked Waterboy? Okay, dude. This man can never get a fucking Twinkie, dude. Twinkies are mid, by the way. I think as someone who has a sweet tooth, I feel like Twinkies are not that good. Yeah, let me fucking wet your $5.
You okay, bud?
It's just...
So slimy.
I'm just mad.
Yeah. I'm a little mad too.
I can't. It's not fair. Invisigal was the one who... And then Chase shouldn't have... Do you think he did the right thing? I mean, I don't... It seems very not clear. Or unclear.
You know, Waterboy, I wish I had an answer for you. In this case, I really don't know. Fuck. Case in point.
Bro, this is... Bro, Waterboy constantly has these fucking weird ass pop off moments, dude. Yo, cool it, water bitch.
Feel better?
Kinda. I'll clean it up.
Calm down, brother. Jesus Christ. Whole ass loser. Having an outburst.
Hey. You've all probably heard some version of what happened. Let's get to it. Main takeaways are that Invisigal has been suspended, so we're a person down the shift.
Here we go again.
And that Chase is in the infirmary. And he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I told you that. I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
This is exactly why you lose young men. Because you bully Waterboy. The sky is crying, you see that? Dude, I'm so cooked. This sucks. I can't believe we lost Invisibitch.
Hey, we've got a fuck ton of beached whales off the coast. Could really use some help getting them back in the ocean.
I forgot. It's been so long since I played that I forgot what their powers were. But I assume this is a mobility pick, right? Golem solos. Solo dolo golem.
Upchuck's rugby team lost, and he's throwing a very toxic tantrum.
Acid vomit villain Upchuck is using the rain to rain terror on civilians at the stadium. I mean, I don't really have a combat guy other than Coop. They're not even talking. What the fuck? Coop and Punch Up? Yeah, but that's too much.
You ready? Let's get this over with.
But I guess they're homies, so it's fine.
I think the rain caused one of those Volta Virtue cars to short out. I think this driver's lost control.
Stop the runaway car before it crashes into the neighborhood. Get any civilians in the path out of his destruction to safety. Oh, it's hackers time. All right, it's time to hack the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, does this zap him? Oh, easy peasy, baby. Unlocking the back door. All right, we need to get a 4-digit password. Back door unlocked. All right, I love hacking. I love hacking the world, dude. Zapped him. Easy. Not even a problem for me. Left, right, right, left. Left, right, right, left. All right, get back here, bitch. Come on. Easiest dub of my life. Virus eliminated. Up, right, down, left, up. Dude, I'm such a fucking easy first try. Hacker man. This is exactly how hacking takes place in the real world, by the way. For those of you who don't know, I'm a bit of a Mr. Robot style.
Right. Definitely don't mention that part. But,
person.
Can you go talk to him?
Yeah, happy to. What if you ever got around to adopting that dog?
Let's go. Max synergy. I do need to hit the synergy picks. I don't think Golem is gonna fix this, by the way. I think he's gonna fuck this up. But let's see. Oh, 57. Shit. No! Golem! And he's injured. Fuck. No, not my baddie. Who's Golem aligned with? No, not Invisigal. Okay, this is a slow day, huh? This is a slow ass day. There's nothing going on. It's just raining.
Golem?
Wait, where the fuck's he going?
Oh, Golem's shitface. I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy. Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
Golem, I get it. I want to get shit-faced right now more than anything, but we got a job to do, and I need all of you to just hang in there until the end of the shift. After that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Cool? Cool. Can someone please go get Golem before he does more property damage?
farmer's market
so
attack.
we've got a super down here who controls bugs. Apparently they have beef with one of our farmers using pesticides. It's getting real biblical down here.
It's not bugged. Flambe?
Fucking useless.
They are base. Don't send anyone.
Hate the fucking rain. Flying's a bitch. You can't see shit. The streets turned into a goddamn slip and slide.
I fucking love slip and slides, bro.
I haven't seen it come down this bad in a while.
I like it. Feels
That was fast as hell, dude. Goddamn.
right for today.
Fucking cool it, emo boy.
Let's see if he cooked it on. Oh my god, 57%, but it's likely. No!
Doesn't even matter.
What is happening? I'm fucking up. These are easy ones.
Hey. Bone Zone pissed off the wrong gang, and they're holding him hostage. Listen, I know he sucks, but he writes my checks. Can you please just rescue him?
I am looking at the requirements, chatter. You're wrong. It's just a bad shift. Here, I'm sending Flambe. With Malevola. Bro failed at 98%. Yeah, he's injured, but the reason why I'm shift is empty, use all three. I feel like it's gonna turn into a problem. You know what I mean?
Somebody's got it.
I sent Malevola and Waterboy together because... Wait, what the fuck?
Hi,
Why is
just
she
calling
busy?
to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon to discuss the Phoenix program.
Oh, shit. Participate in an interview. Reassure the public that you're the good guys now. Oh, no, I don't have any... Oh, wait.
I'll go.
Hello? Is this thing working?
Oh, shit. Sorry.
I'm running late to the airport. If I miss that flight, I'm fucking toast.
Hell yeah. That's easy. She can one-tap that one, I think. This is a 100%. Yeah. Clearance. Cleared. Bone Zone rescued. Easy task for Coupe. More charisma. And more mobility for him. Wait, where's the other guy? Oh. Res Golem with your items? No, he's busy. He's not dead. He's busy. Mobility. No, he's not dead. The X is because he's a fucking, like... He's incapacitated because he's drunk.
Looks like they're hitting the port next.
Wait, what? What angle should we use? Overhype the team. No! That's
Figures.
crazy! Wait, is he actually downed? Oh my god, he was downed.
Now is our chance to get payback. For Chase.
Bring the fight to them and make them pay. Entire Z team will get in. Don't get hurt. Bring the fight to them and make them pay for what they did to Chase.
Okay, listen, we need to play it safe. I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
Nah. We're fucking... I'm maxing out on this. Hold on, I'm gonna wait. Oh fuck, do I have time to wait? I don't think I do. Please make sure this is 83%, thank God. Need Coop for this? Do I? I think Flambe and Waterboy will fix it. Golem in the first slot? No. What? No, not Golem in the first slot. Golem in the first slot adds... Golem in the first slot... Golem already... God. Golem in the first slot versus the third slot. Don't change anything. All right, this is fine. This is fine.
Fine, I'll fucking say it. What if Chase dies?
If you don't shut your mouth.
Save Golem from himself and carry him back to SDN. Calm to angry. Wait, what?
That's, why? Even not talking about it won't make it go away, okay? These fucking babies.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise.
How do you know?
I just did. Trust me.
Girl, what the fuck even are you?
Shit, Golem is like the only one.
If there's no one else.
All right, maybe these two.
This fucking rain is flooding our neighborhood. We need this water gone. Sure, yeah.
I think this is good.
Training helps me keep my mind off of
Who
things.
can I even train?
I really think it can help the team too.
I think this is fine. Send Waterboy to training when he's back. Okay. 100 P baby, let's go. Not even a fucking issue. Entire team is up. Let's go. We're all up, baby. What was I doing for him? Vigor? Slow start, but we're back in the groove.
Waterboy.
Easy.
Think you can handle this?
Is my
Wait,
name
Waterboy can absorb water?
I mean, it's... Yes.
Wait, why did he X? Wait, that failed?
What the fuck, man? We said less water, not more.
Brother, I cannot begin to tell you how much I fucking hate water, bitch. Oh my God. Are you stupid? What do you mean? Normally when it's like, when it gives you that special option, you always take it.
Of course.
You're the dumb one? Okay, I guess I'm the dumb one. I don't know. Imagine I fail at 84%. That'd be crazy.
Gave him the best hug I could muster. I think it helped.
God, she is so well-rounded.
We need backup down here. There's a mass pileup and the tanker caught fire.
Prism and Coop are my two faves. I think she could single-handedly get this going. Malevola's resting. Send two. Koo can do it on her own and then retry it. Oh, fuck. Who do I do? Rescue civilians? Wait, where's Golem? Why is Golem not available, chat? Why is Golem not available? You killed him? No, I literally fucking... Oh, he's bugged. No. It's because it's because you dumb fucks were like, he's dead, and I healed him. Because I saved him earlier, because chat was like, he's dead, and I was like, I don't think he's dead. And you guys were... Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna do this tomorrow. I have to go hang out with my family. I shouldn't have restarted that. I shouldn't have saved him and listened to the chat. All right, we're gonna do this tomorrow. Don't get mad at me. I'm sorry. My mom and dad are here. I'm gonna go hang out with my brother. Apologies. I don't want to fucking replay the first 16 minutes of the game. Okay? Tomorrow we'll do both episodes. All right. Anyway, love you guys.
Hit 3-minute ad is through, but he'll be nameless king soon. UA shop. Oh shit, he already.